for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 My
Welcome everyone to the Wild Rift European Championship. We have got some banger games left over for you this weekend before we move to the latter stages of our tournament. But in case you missed yesterday, here is what happened. Viv took on Gamelord in what felt like should have been a one-sided victory for Gamelord, but it wasn't. Viv absolutely put the fight up and they made Gamelord work for their victory. It was eventually a 2-1 to Gamelord. It certainly changed people's expectations of Viv though, as they come in today looking better and maybe more favored versus Na'Vi than they were previously. Nonetheless though, Gamelord did what had to be done and moved themselves on to the upper bracket final. And of course, we also had WREC versus Formulation Gaming, which was a little more one-sided. WREC came in the favorites and they dominated from start to finish. And although Formulation put up a bit of a fight in one of their games, WREC came out through the series 2-0. And they will be going on to face Gamelord in the upper bracket final that I think everybody was expecting. But for the time being, we have got some losers brackets games to get through today. We've got an exciting day of Wild Rift. Let's get right into it.
Welcome to the official WREC Games Wild Rift EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we getting hype. Everybody round.
Welcome everybody to the WREC. I'm Scoundrel, and today we'll be joined by Hells and Carmeline on the desk. And I think, guys, before we jump into it, we are at that stage of the tournament now, Carmeline, where everybody can beat everybody. It really does feel like we've got the very best teams in Europe now.
Indeed, not only because of the winners bracket, which is already stacked, but also because of the losers bracket. Look at the teams that we've got in there and you think, which one of these ones is going to make it? Like, anybody could be making it through. And I'm so sorry for the teams that will go home today, because I honestly love them all and I think they could be potential winners advancing. But, you know, someone has to lose.
Absolutely. And speaking of the brackets, we should be able to take a look at where we are. Hells, talk us through where we're in the brackets right now.
All right, so the upper bracket, quite obvious, right? Gamelord against WREC, these are the two big teams in Europe. But if we look at the losers bracket, I feel that's a bit more interesting, because there we have Viv Esports against Na'Vi, and then Formulation against Team Queso, which is going to be the games that we're covering today. And oh man, these might be the best series that we're going to see up until now. Like, Viv Esports against Na'Vi, incredibly strong teams. Team Queso against Formulation Gaming, and you're going to see both of it today. Like, oh, the brackets are looking real good, Scoundrel.
Yeah, those loser bracket games, of course, are really important. You can see on your screen that Viv versus Na'Vi will be our first series today. But as Carmeline said, it's if you lose here, you're going home. There is no second chances beyond this. You have to put everything on the line in your series to make it that you can even make it through to that winner bracket to face up against maybe Gamelord and WREC later down the line as well. I'm really excited, those guys. And of course, whenever we have games, we have predictions, and our casters have put some predictions today. I know that I think most of us have gone down the line of Team Queso, but there was a bit of a split down the middle for Viv versus Na'Vi. And now, Carmeline, I think because you are in the smaller camp with Stress, why Na'Vi over Viv here?
Well, first of all, let it be known that many of you changed your predictions. Secondly, I voted for Na'Vi because even though they had many ups and downs and many bumps during the way through the entire bracket, I still think that they could come up as winners potentially out of this matchup. I think Viv showed the best and the worst of themselves yesterday. So, you know, I've decided to put all my eggs in one basket, and that is Na'Vi's.
Very fair. Very fair. And I will say, just on your changing prediction, you can change predictions up until the start of the broadcast, you know, Carmeline, and it's completely fine. Anyway, let's get into the day, because of course we have Stuart grinding it out in the gym here, pre-WREC workout. He's doing the heavy lifting so the teams don't have to. Stu, Good on you, mate. On a Sunday as well. I tell you what, that takes some dedication. So, Stu, I hope you put the hours in and are ready for some amazing WREC games. And that means, for the time being, we are working our way towards that first matchup. And Carmeline, I think this is where we will say goodbye to you for the time being. We will welcome you back later when you've got an interview, as well as some key points for the game. But right now, Hells, what are the main headlines? What are the main things for our viewers heading into today's games?
Yeah, we have a few things to talk about. And then the first one is going to be like some of the power picks that we have, right? We saw a lot of Ziggs, especially. This champion is probably the new Fiora. It's kind of funny to say it like that, but Ziggs is honestly the new Fiora. 100% pick ban rate, and when he gets picked, he does work every single game. And other teams that made them work is WREC and Gamelord, and these are the teams that are going to be facing up in the winners bracket afterwards. And oh my god, Xcandal, that game is going to be so incredible because WREC and Gamelord are just the two best teams in Europe, right? Like, we have 4 Titans in Europe, and then WREC and Gamelord are kind of the top Titans, right? These are the best teams. And we heard Snitch say it as well. Like, he knows as well. Gamelord is the one team that can beat them. And man, the game between them is going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I think there was the matchups last year that people were looking towards as well in the Origin series. We were really looking forward towards the WREC versus Gamelord matchup, and that has not really changed coming into this year, especially with Team Queso getting a bit of a shake-up and people kind of favouring WREC and Gamelord once again when it comes to that European crown. But I think this will be that European matchup. This will be that European kind of head-to-head. People always talk about like Real Madrid versus Barcelona, like El Clasico. This feels like it's building up to be the Europe's El Clasico of Wild Rift, with both of these teams being very highly thought of in terms of their skill rating right now. But of course, we get to see that in the winners bracket final, Hells. That's going to be the one that we're looking out for. But of course, today we have some pretty banger matchups too. I mean, Na'Vi versus Viv. A lot of people said on paper they weren't, didn't sound too exciting. But given how Viv have been playing recently, like, it really feels like it could be a super close matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I voted for Viv as well, right? Like, Na'Vi is obviously incredibly good. We saw a lot of good things from them, but I feel Na'Vi is perhaps a bit inconsistent. We saw them fall to teams, to some weaker teams earlier on. And I feel that if they don't have a good day today, and Viv Esports looked very strong yesterday, regardless of them losing, I really believe and I really feel like Viv Esports may take this one.
Yep, I completely agree with you. I really do think that Viv could be in a good spot for this day. And I think also Na'Vi, it really depends on how they're playing as well. Na'Vi have had some great days, but they've had some pretty subpar days as well. Now, we do have an interview. Carmeline is standing by with Snitch, I believe, to get some thoughts on yesterday and maybe even today.
Indeed, I'm here with Snitch. Welcome, Snitch.
Hello.
Hello. I'm so glad to have you here yesterday during the interview. We'll see you if you win against Gamelord, but guess what? We've got you here today. So thank you for accepting. Now, on to the questions, on to things that people want to know. The first one is, how do you think today's games are going to go? Remember, it's Viv versus Na'Vi and then Team Queso versus Formulation Gaming. What is your idea of these games?
I think today's matchups are definitely bangers, like Scoundrel said. I think Viv Na'Vi is a really interesting one. I think Viv have been on a bit of an upswing, even having a really good showing against Gamelord. They've looked really solid. I think Na'Vi have had a bit of a downswing lately, been in a bit of a slump. So if there was ever a time that Viv could win, I think it's today. Obviously, Kradix on that team, ex-teammate of mine, great player. I think they have a really good shot for sure. I think when it comes to Queso versus Formulation, personally, I think these two teams have quite a similar style. Aggressive assassin play, mid laners, but I think Andres is really the key factor for Queso, and he's a step above, kind of the step above and the difference maker, I think. And I think Queso will confidently take the series.
Okay, well, we'll take your word for that one. You might come to regret it in later days, but in any case, well, you played it yesterday, and we know that the meta is constantly changing. We see something being played one day and the next day teams implemented. Do you think that will happen today?
I think Hell's made a great point about the Ziggs coming up. I think, like you said, our team, GameLord, even Viv have been showing a lot of Ziggs. I think that's definitely a champion that's rising again in popularity as people realize they're not as good as dealing with it as we thought we might have been. I think outside of that, most of the meta from yesterday was pretty standard. The only thing I worry about is the Soda Seraphine from GameLord. I think when strategies like this arise again, everybody gets a bit crazy and they're like, woo, alarm bells ringing. We all have to play Soda Seraphine again. So I'm just hoping that doesn't happen. And it was kind of a one-off thing. But I think for the most part, the meta will stay fairly similar to as it was yesterday.
I think we'll have to check if that's true. But for the last question, Snitch, it's a difficult one. You have to predict your own results versus GameLord. So please give me your prediction for that one.
I feel like when it comes to this, there's two types of people. There's people who predict RECs and they're consistently correct, and there's Stress who consistently predicts against us and is always wrong. So I think if you want to be not like Stress, you should probably predict RECs for next week. And I think we'll be able to take the series against GameLord.
Okay, thank you very much, Snitch. We'll see you next week, perhaps. So in any case, for now, I'm going to send it back to Scandal and Hell's Level.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that was a burn right there. Stress, not even on the broadcast. Can't even defend himself. That's exactly, Snitch. Exactly. I mean, do you know what though? Stress is usually wrong, so we can take that. Right. Let's take a look at the rosters for our today's matches. Of course, there's two really strong teams. We have Viv and we have Na'Vi, but I think, Hells, it is important to note that Na'Vi has had to make a sub. They are bringing in Osprey, which I believe is a coach position for them in the AD carry role. Unfortunately, Hydro not feeling too well, so couldn't make it today. So that is the biggest change, I think, that may genuinely impact the outcome of this series, because Hydro always felt like that dependable player who played a lot of like Varus, for instance, but he just did his job, right? And I think that might be something that we got to keep our eyes on, Hells, heading into this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, it's their coach, so he does know the strategies and everything, but obviously he didn't play as many games with them as Hydro did, right? And we saw how good Hydro can be with Na'Vi. We saw his Varus, we saw some of the other champions that he played. I feel that this may negatively impact them, but we will see, right? Maybe Osprey is going to show some crazy performance on the Dragon lane. Like, there is a reason that he's also a substitute. So it's going to make the game even more interesting to watch, in my opinion. Absolutely agree. I think we're very much looking forward to this, and I think Viv on the upswing will be happy to have seen a little bit of maybe a slight chance for them to get an edge in this series as well. But I think, as most people have said, and even the reflections predict, this is going to be a close series, and I do expect both of these teams to be genuinely within victory. I think you're really splitting hairs between which team could potentially come out on top here today. Anything you want to kind of think about when we're talking about picks and bans for Viv and Na'Vi? What do you expect to be contested picks when we head to that sort of pick and ban phase? Ooh, I mean, obviously Rakan, right? We saw both teams come with the Rakan and play really well, and maybe even some picks against Xiao, because we saw Xiao on the Thresh, for example, which was incredibly good. And even though we haven't seen many bans like the Thresh, I kind of feel like this may come in this draft as like a target ban towards Xiao. But besides that, I think just the obvious bans, like Snitch said, right? Like, there's not going to be many changes. Ziggs, Fiora, Camille, Galio, etc., etc. I just feel like it's going to be a few target bans and then the standard bans.
Yeah, I think that could be very well the case. I think obviously we're thinking about like the areas of strong, like, I guess the strong areas in the map for both these teams. I think you correctly mentioned that Xiao is, in my opinion, one of the best players on that entire team. I think he's absolutely amazing. I think that Kranix is super strong, and I think there might be an edge now for Kranix on the side of Viv to maybe look to go in on a 2v2 or try and be aggressive in that lane. The only problem that you find, this is the problem with the meta right now, Hells, when you're trying to actually get advantages in 2v2s, most pro teams rotate their bot lane mid and just go on wave clear duty from 4 minutes onwards. And so that's why, like, if you're ever trying to really exploit areas in the bot lane or in the dragon lane, it becomes a little hard because teams are so quick to rotate their dragon lane out of there straight into mid, and in mid it just becomes pure wave clear duty and supporting objectives.
Yeah, definitely. And to hear more about these teams, we're going to be heading into the key points with Carmeline to see what she has to say.
Finally, thank you very much. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to talk about the battle of the runner-ups, that is Na'Vi and Viv in this series, and that is because, to me at least, it feels like they always end up in second place, never really make it to the great finals to get the crown. So in this one game, someone is going home, someone is going to make it to the next stage. Whomever it is, very well deserved, but again, it's a pity to have to say goodbye to one of these two teams. Now, another thing that is concerning me is, actually amazing me, is the return of the tanks. You see, Hals was talking about a particular champion, but we've also seen Leona, Braum. We've seen many tanky champions making a comeback to the bot lane, which is something that I'm really excited about because I think it completely changes meta from the enchanted bot lane that we were seeing up until the last days. And of course, there's the bot lane trio, which I once again was looking forward to in this series between Hydro and Chronix. But hey, I'm not giving up just yet. Okay, on Na'Vi, hear me out. I think Osgrey is going to do an amazing role there in the bot lane as an AD carry or an AP carry. So whoever he chooses to be, good luck in that one. I'm still keeping my predictions on. Back to the casters.
Thanks, Caroline. And I think, bot lane prio definitely feels like something that will be interesting, especially given the maybe the mismatch with Osprey coming in. But as kind of talked about before, it really feels hard in bot lane to make your difference felt when it, especially in the laning phase right now because of the way the meta plays out. But there's plenty of good options for both of these teams to play through. I think the top side of the map for Viv is a little underwhelming. I'll say that in the nicest way possible. But I think like Tyrese and Miloop are just kind of like, and often like do what the team needs for most parts. So I really think we're relying on mid and bot to kind of be, or mid and dragon lane to be like the number one prio here for Viv going into this picks and ban phase. And speaking of which, I think we're there, Hells, into the pick and ban phase. Viv on blue side, Na'Vi on red.
Yeah, and this is going to be super interesting. But we've already seen a lot of very interesting drafts come through in this in the games, and now especially with Osprey on the Dragon Lane, right? Like, does Viv Esports know what he plays? I don't think so, right? Like, it's not like you can just ban out the Varus and know that you've banned out a super powerful pick from Hydro. They're up against a new player now, and like, unless they did some real good homework, they won't know. And as we can see, right, like these are the obvious bans. We see the Rakan, we see the Camille. This is kind of expected, Excandro.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, there's going to be some prio on the Rakan. The Vayne ban coming through.
Target ban.
Now, I mean, Chronix is a big Vayne player. He obviously will pick that in situations where he feels like he can kind of take over. And maybe they're saying we think that Chronix might be an issue now that we've brought in a sub AD carry in. We don't really want to give him a star carry potential, so we're going to get rid of the Vayne for that respect. Obviously, Fee, big Garen player, loves his Garens, so the Garen getting banned away, does not want to see it get picked up in this particular matchup. And Ziggs, the final ban, you mentioned it, that rising priority in Ziggs.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I thought would be banned. Like, if we would have looked back like 10 games ago, like a few weeks ago, Fiora would have definitely been banned right there. But yeah, Ziggs, like that's exactly what I was going to predict. They're going to ban away the Ziggs because yet again, they don't want to put these power picks on Chronix, right? Like as you mentioned, Osprey is a newer Dragon Laner, like he's the substitute. So they want him to have a bit of an easier time against Chronix by not enabling him. And they actually banned away 2 of the power picks from the Dragon Lane. And we have an Olaf first pick. And even though a lot of teams like to do it, even though a lot of people like to say it's good, I personally really don't like it. Oh, but we have a Yuumi pick, Excandro, and I think you have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, Yuumi's interesting. It denies it from the Olaf. Like Olaf, Yuumi is a really strong combination. Yuumi Jax gets locked in now. Hells. Is this top lane or Baron lane Yuumi that we saw a little bit over in Korea, we saw a little bit over in Southeast Asia? Like, there's a very real possibility that Yuumi can be played in that role. And Fee is one of those players that will pick kind of off-meta stuff.
Yeah, and the thing is, I kind of feel like Yuumi doesn't fit Xiao's playstyle, right? Like we talked about it earlier, Xiao really likes to be roaming around a lot, right? With the Braum, with the Rakan, with the Thresh, with these heavy melee champions to be constantly ganking. And Yuumi cannot do that type of ganking. So, as you said, it could possibly go to the Baron lane. I would love to see it. I don't personally believe in it, but it can definitely happen for Na'Vi. As we said, like Xiao really likes that playstyle to be roaming around and ganking, which you cannot do with Yuumi, by the way. So, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
It's very interesting. I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, I don't think it's like much of a Shao pick. I think he likes to be a bit more proactive with his picks and likes to be a bit more aggressive. But the Darius coming through does make me feel that maybe we're going to see the Yuumi transition down to the Dragon lane. So that might be Shao picking that up this time round. Of course, we have the Morgana coming through. Great combination inside with the Olaf. You can use the ultimate, then Black Shielding for a little bit of extra kind of like anti-CC. And then we have the Gragas, which has been a pretty high priority pick actually in general during the WREC. He has been kind of highly sought after. Can go tank, can go full AP, which has been the more common build path for him. Renekton gets banned here, so they are anticipating that the Baron lane pick hasn't come through for Viv yet.
So if you look at Navi's composition, I don't think they're going to pick like a heavy AD carry in the Dragon lane because they have the Yuumi combined with the Jax, right? Like Vex is playing Jax. And I feel that they're kind of shifting their strategy because obviously they have Osprey in the Dragon lane. They don't have Hydro. So perhaps they're kind of going for like a funneling composition to funnel Vex on the Jax. And then they could potentially put a champion like, I was going to say Corki or Orianna on Osprey just to be dealing that reliable magic damage. And these are a bit easier champions to play and they can provide a lot of value on their own as well. So I am seeing the Orianna for Na'Vi, but we will have to see if whether or not they're actually going to pick it. Yeah, they actually ban out Thresh. Na'Vi decides to ban out Thresh though.
Yeah, I think because that kind of indicates that we're going to see Yuumi in the bot lane and Thresh is a good pickup into Yuumi, as is Leona, for instance. So I think like the Orianna would be the ban for me if I were Viv. Like one of the things that did get talked about over the previous few weeks is how Yuumi now interacts better with AP champions, and therefore, having a Yuumi attached to an Orianna can really, really increase her damage output overall. And there's the Orianna banner. I think it makes a lot of sense. You were right that it was an obvious pickup in the bot lane, especially with how good Yuumi is now with AP carries. And that now leaves open very few options other than maybe like the Brand, which is a little bit out, off center in terms of bot lane picks, because Morgana's already gone, right? So you've lost Morgana, you've lost Ziggs, you've lost Orianna. They're like the common AP champions that you would see. And Corki, yeah. And Veigar doesn't look good here because you've got Morgana and Olaf. So like it's not exactly like Veigar is an insane pick, but it's going to be the
Kai'Sa. Are they going to play a full AD composition? Because that kind of enables full tank Gragas, and it allows Olaf to spam armor as well. I don't think they should be going for a full attack damage composition, especially because there's still 2 picks open for Viv Esports, right? They can go for some sort of tanks. They can basically just go for champions that are good against full attack damage. So they still have the mid lane open, and indeed, picks like the Brand are open. And if I'm trying to think, I don't think you want to be picking Seraphim into the composition of Viv Esports, but there we see it, the Graves. Like, Graves is one of those champions that is incredibly good against heavy attack damage compositions due to the passive armor that he gets from his third ability expanded.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of people here that will be happily building armor. You do have to remember, I think one thing that we should take into account is that Kai'Sa does do a decent amount of AP damage, and there is this kind of like cool AP build that we've seen from Kai'Sa. There it is. And there's the Alistair. Love the Alistair pickup, by the way. I think that's excellent. And obviously, Jax is a little bit hybrid. So Jax does do a decent amount of magic damage in kind of his kit. But obviously, you're very right in the sense that there's a lot of AD here for Na'Vi. I'm wondering what the final pick is. I actually imagine that their mid lane is yet to get picked. So
Brand?
Yeah, Brand could be okay, but the problem is you're not going to be hitting too many stuns. The Ahri I actually don't mind the Ahri here at all. I think she's very good at kind of like dodging and diving, and that's really good against the comp that Viv's got. Because I think for Viv, they don't really have like much like point and tap, damage. A lot of it is targeted skill shots or having to chase someone down. And Ahri's very good at outrunning and dodging all of that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, I kind of like the Darius pick now as well on Navi's side, because Darius works very well against these melee champions like Alistar, Gragas, Graves, and Olaf, right? Like he can stack up and then he deals true damage as well. So I like how Na'Vi has ended their draft. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game to watch, honestly. Like Viv Esports with the Olaf, with the Morgana. Very interesting.
No, I actually think if Na'Vi can play this well, they should be able to kind of like navigate what Viv are bringing. I think with Viv, if they fail their all-in engage at the start and they don't catch the Kai'Sa or the Ahri on their all-in engage, I think you are looking at a very easy comp to kite. Like you'll be able to kite that comp pretty easily. The only problem for Viv is they don't have much to kite it with apart from like their skills like Ahri's ultimate or Kai'Sa's ultimate. So have to be a little careful. Guys, you can, of course, join Riot Games. So I was going to say, join Riot Games. Make sure you can go over to riot.com/donate if you want to donate to the International Medical Corps to help those affected in Ukraine and the surrounding regions. You can see the link to donate down below. And of course, now we'll move into the game, Hells.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa and Ahri are kind of like really good responses to that Olaf, right? Because these are both champions that have some repositioning abilities. The Kai'Sa ultimate and the Ahri ultimate, for example. Like, they can escape those full engages. So I really like that part of the draft, where like they basically countered that part of the draft from VIV Esports.
I'm very much looking forward to that. And I think it's going to be a really, we're already kind of in 20 seconds in here. The issue we've got is Shargs. Obviously, in that mid lane matchup, you can get a little dicey if you're the Gragas. So you have to be a bit careful about your sustain. But he should be fine. He should be able to sustain his way through.
Yeah, definitely. We can already kind of seek a quite dominant place in the top side of the map. They have two... Oh, never mind.
He's already getting taken down. A flash over the wall from Yeku. He could maybe find it. Can't quite find the final orb, and he levels up. Levels up and gets the passive ticking. In the meantime, in the bot lane, Fleur already nearly dead. Not going well for Viv to start things off here. Na'Vi already putting the pressure down.
And Osprey already showing like, hey, look, I can still do this. And Osprey nearly getting the kill on Fleur. And right there, we have another thing.
We do. Milup getting caught out, stunned over the wall, and Vex picks up the kill. Every lane going badly right now for Viv. Not quite off to the start they were expecting from this team.
Yeah, and Vex instantly flashed after Milup. That was amazing. The timing was perfect.
And Tyra's maybe getting locked up here. He's forced to flash too. Just feels like Viv a little bit off kilter right now, Hells.
Yeah, definitely. Viv is already starting to fall behind. And especially against a jungler like Jax, you're not really supposed to fall behind. Because when you're playing the Olaf, is Milup gonna go for this? No, he's not. So yeah, especially against the Olaf, you're like, Olaf is kind of supposed to win against the Jax in the jungle, right? Because Jax gets into the late game, he skills incredibly well, especially with that Yumi. So that's a very dangerous duo that Na'Vi has. And then, like, as Tyrus, you really have to win this jungle, and you can, because Olaf kind of destroys Jax in the early game, Excalibur.
He does, the floor going in aggressive here, but just being so safe, Osprey and Shao, they're happy to just chill. Milup also taking pain versus Fi. Gonna be honest, Viv not off to a good start here versus Na'Vi. I mean, the problem is it's not like they're losing on macro. It's not like they're losing on the way they're playing the objectives. They're just losing on individual laning right now. And that is not a good place to start versus Na'Vi, because they can take that and run with it very easily.
Yeah, definitely. And I also want to talk about the vision game, because 1 minute ago, Viv was actually winning the vision game on the top side of the map. And if we look at it now, there's no more wards from VIV Esports. They've been swept away. And then Na'Vi has 2 wards sitting, and then also the Rift Scuttler. And then the same side on the bot side, Na'Vi took that Rift Scuttler as well. So they took 2 Rift Scuttlers. They have the vision advantage on the map, and they have the lane priorities. And they have the late game composition, Excandro. Like, they have it all right now.
Yeah. And I think also, if you're going into the first team fight or the first objective fight, and you're Viv and you haven't got a sizable advantage to work with, you're going to struggle, I think, a little bit versus Na'Vi here. Tyra's definitely feels like the catalyst for this game. Like, he's the guy that has to kind of be popping off. Floor, though, going in. Oh, wait, that's me. Ah, yeah, I forgot Floor. I almost handed over to Hells sometimes. Sometimes I forget which role I'm doing here, Hells. Luckily, luckily it came to nothing. That's the problem when you do both play-by-play and color. Sometimes you forget which one you're doing in the middle of a game. But I reminded myself how, Hells, so there's no problem.
Yeah, all good. I mean, you do both of them amazingly, right? Like, you don't know what to do, but then we have another fight for you, Excandro.
Oh, we do. A little bit careful if you meal up at this stage of the game. Any wrong foot versus a Darius, as you know, Hells, he can immediately dunk you.
Yeah, and then especially when you're playing the Graves, like, you can't really deal with a Darius, especially when you're a bit behind. Now the Dragon and the Rift Heart are spawning, and he goes for it!
Oh, Floor's going for it. Has got that ultimate available if he needs it. Might have to pop it under the tower as the Hextech Protobelt comes out. He's going to flash. There's the stun from Vex. He held on to his ult. Floor held on to his ult for way too long here. Milup maybe brought in Vex to his doom, and Tyrus picks up the kill, 1-for-1 overall. That's a really nice pickup by Tyrus, and a great little dodge out by Milup right at the end there as he picks up the Bloodthirster too.
Yeah, and it looked very good for Na'Vi as Vex was able to get 2 kills, but then Vex went a little too far. He chased down Milup, wasn't able to kill him, and then he actually overextended, and wow, that damage.
That is a lot of damage already, I think, upgraded on that Icathian Rain. You can see the Executioner's Calling, the BF Sword, and the Longsword, I think, is enough to upgrade the first ability for Kai'Sa, which is getting that single target damage through the roof right now.
Yeah, Na'Vi definitely has the item advantage right here. And it seems like they're trading objectives, which, I mean, works because they have a really strong late game composition. But if you look at the items from VIV Esports, they only have 2 finished items. While if we look at Na'Vi, they have 3 finished items plus the Kai'Sa passive enabled. So why did they shake hands? Couldn't they have gone for a fight, Exandro?
Maybe, but I think you have to be, even though the items may be slightly favored. Oh, Tyrus.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. He's just about surviving there. I think actually the Summon Ares shield has saved the day. I think you have to be a little conscious when you're Viv in this scenario. That I'm going to be, wait a minute, because Floor might just die to the Alistair. He actually gets a little bit of health back, but here comes Vex. Overstep from Milu, but I think Floor will just walk his way to the tower. Should be able to escape. They're going to drop the Rift Herald immediately as we see both the Kai'Sa and Shao on the Yuumi heading up to try and convert on this.
Osprey.
Floor's got his ultimate left. He wants to use it. I think he has to use it pretty soon. Knocks him straight into the tower, trying to defend this tower with their life, and they will. It won't take any more than that. That is 300 HP on the tower for the time being, but you can see that Osprey and Shao are going to stick around and make sure they try and push that down as quickly as possible.
And this is the problem that you have as Na'Vi, right? We saw Fluor on the Alistar roam around, and he's been getting some kills and assists. He's basically been helping the top side of the map a lot. And if we look at Shao on the Yuumi, he hasn't really, well, obviously he's buffed the Kai'Sa, but I mean like supporting other lanes. You cannot just gank with Yuumi. It's not like that you can do the same as Alistar. So I feel that may bite them in this game if Fluor is able to get some kills or to get some more assists on the opposite side of the map. So right there we can see Vex is doing an incredible job still keeping it alive, right? Like he's doing extra ganking to compensate for them having a Yuumi. So they definitely know how to play around that Yuumi.
Oh, Fee has to be super careful here. Milib's doing a lot of damage. They isolate him beautifully with Sharks' ultimate. And that shoves Shao's ultimate straight in the bin as now Osprey might get caught out. You can see the Floor was waiting around the side. Lovely isolation by Sharks right there.
Yeah, definitely. And wow, another kill just coming through from Vex. And
he just won. One shot.
What I want to talk about as well, by the way, is the vision game. So if we look at Navi's side, they don't have any sweepers, which I don't like to see, because if we look at the bot side of the map especially, there are so many wards right now, and Tyrus right now using a sweeper on VIV Esports sides, being able to clear out some wards, although he didn't use it at the best spot. But we need some more sweepers in this game, because we saw in previous games a lot of teams playing very well around the vision game compared to this game by sweeping away a lot of wards. And right now, like, I don't feel these teams are doing that, Excoundrel.
Yeah, it depends on and kind of like, I think sweepers are always very necessary. But right now, it doesn't really matter for Na'Vi because they're kind of just winning anyway. They don't need to worry too much about defending their own jungle vision, for instance, because they're so far ahead. They have so much lane pressure in every lane that maybe they're just not that bothered. Maybe they prefer to use those extra resources and just shove as many wards down as possible. I would like to see a sweeper locked out. So, oh, he just slightly messed the combo up there. You can see Shao taunting a little bit by detaching from Osprey, maybe looking to get a bit of mana back in this scenario. But I do agree in the sense that I would love to see some sweepers soon, especially as these new objectives start to spawn up. You want to make sure you're trying to dominate the vision game in that sense, and still no sweepers to speak of when it comes to Na'Vi with just 45 seconds to both the Rift Herald and the Dragon.
Yeah, and Na'Vi was also able to get the Baron lane turret, and I feel like they have to go for this fight at the Dragon. This is the Cloud Dragon, and when you're up against an Olaf, for example, and potential Deadman's Blade champions, right, like the Darius, when you have that in your team, the Cloud Dragon becomes more valuable than it already is. It's already an incredibly important dragon, but it becomes even more important when you have movement speed champions. Same goes for Yuumi, right? Like she provides a lot of movement speed. So I feel these teams are definitely gonna fight for the Cloud Dragon. I may be proved wrong, but we will see. And yet again, no sweepers from Na'Vi, and that's just going to give free vision to VIV Esports, Excoundrel.
Yeah, I think they trying to go in. That's a really lovely catch there by Floor, but in comes Vex. That is the lost chapter trying to be used, trying to buy some time, but Osprey goes down. Tyrus has done his job. That's the AD carry dropped. The rest of the reinforcements are here, but they have already done the damage. Can Viv, though, with the HP powers that they've got, contest these next objectives? They're clearly going for a tower on the bottom side of the map right now, but another catch by Floor, trying to catch out Fee for the time being, but he drops back with that flash. Won't go down. And they'll also prevent that turret from dropping too. Vex, in the meantime, is going to go straight up towards the Rift Herald. It looks like they're trying to handshake, but it doesn't look like Viv have quite got themselves in position yet.
And interestingly, Vex leaves away the Cloud Dragon right here. And you're giving away 2 dragons right now for 2 Rift Heralds. And I don't like the first Rift Herald they got a turret from, and now the second Rift Herald they have to get mid lane, right? Like if they don't get a mid lane turret from this, it's not worth it. And as we look into this replay, I want to highlight something. Even though Viv Esports won this fight, look at Osprey. He actually failed his ultimate right there, or like he couldn't really use it properly. But if the team fight goes a little differently, he can actually escape from that Olaf very easily with that ultimate from Kai'Sa. There is like so much potential for him to escape because his ultimate, the movement speed from Xiao, and then also a flash. So again, I feel like Na'Vi does have the tools to deal with Viv Esports, but are they going to be able to utilize them properly? That's the real question.
Feels like Viv rely on those scenarios where it's like a binding from Morgana into a really good engage from Floor. But how often are you going to find those kind of scenarios realistically if you're Viv? Like that was a really, really like hot shot binding from Morgana that I think for Osprey, he's going to be a little bit more careful about his positioning in the future. But I just think you've got to be a little careful now. Floor immediately chimed up here. Doesn't use the ultimate just yet. Find that Floor is a little bit sort of less willing to pop that ultimate where he needs to. And you can see that they're just trying to defend that bot lane tower right now, House.
Yeah, and I love the aggression from Vex. Like, even though he's not actually doing, you can clearly feel that he wants to go for the fight. So, like, and there he goes.
Goes straight onto it. He's going to be trying to catch him down. Jumps back on. They're trying to take down Vex, and he will drop to the graves. They'll take the Yuumi out in a rampage. Tyra's doing his job beautifully, as is Miloop. And that is going to be enough to storm down that mid lane tier 1. Gragas right now, Sharks, buying time, stopping Ari coming to try and clear this wave out. And that'll be mid lane tier 1 trying to drop. The Shaman of the tower gets pulled as well, straight into the stasis. That's an incorrect target for the ultimate because that stasis is so good and it's a killing spree that Miloop. And suddenly, Viv have come on. I mean, what after what was a crazy early game, didn't really feel like Viv were doing anything. They have completely come online right now.
Avi screwed up because as we look into this replay, I was talking about it. Vex is hungry, right? Like I was literally talking about it a few seconds ago. But then he goes in for a 2 versus 4 or 3 versus 4 with a Yuumi. That doesn't work because when you die on the Jax, your Yuumi is also dead because Yuumi cannot escape anywhere. And then right here, they lose that super valuable mid lane turret that we were talking about. And now suddenly the Rift Herald is just not worth it anymore. And now Viv Esports is ahead. They have the mid lane turret and they have those 2 dragons that Na'Vi gave away to get that advantage, to get the map advantage, but they don't have the map advantage. So Na'Vi screwed up, Excandro.
Yeah, I really feel like the value of those Rift Herald has been diminished significantly, as you said. Really loved that little micro thing that we saw in that replay, by the way. The stasis from Sharks meant that Fai actually jumped closer to the Viv team with his ultimate because of the slight gap closing ability of Darius's ultimate. And that kind of drew him to his death a little bit more quickly. So that was really nice from the Sharks there. Great timing, even though he got caught out. Good timing overall. Now Miloop going toe-to-toe with Fee. He has got that Bloodthirster available. He's actually taking him on. That might be a big outplay.
Wow.
And it is. Finds it just too far ahead at this point with the Bloodthirster and the Black Cleaver. And unfortunately, Fee just not able to go toe-to-toe with the Graves at this point in the game.
Miloop is so ahead that he still wins that fight. Because in a normal scenario, Darius just wins that, right? Like, Fee was able to get his stacks on very quickly. And now we see the Rift Herald being dropped in the mid lane, which I like. The timing is good because Viv Esports was going to apply a lot of pressure on the Baron lane. They still got the turret, unfortunately for Na'Vi, but we have a fight.
Yeah, Floor, maybe just a bit of a warning shot. I really do think that they need Vex. Oh no, a couple of missed ultimates. There's the immediate exhaust, but here comes Tyra's. He's the man that's doing the damage. Those huge true damage strikes, the reckless swings, doing jobs left, right, and center. And you can see Xiao and Vex immediately back off after stunning Tyra's down. We talked about the importance of this Olaf in this comp. He is going to be the key to kind of the mid-game success of Viv, and he's really telling it on right now, Tyra's.
Excandro, I feel like Osprey misclicked his ultimate. As we look into this replay, take a look at Osprey right here. He attacks someone and he just ults right into Floor. And I feel like that's a misclick because right after he gets exhausted, which slows him as well. And then he just gets destroyed by Tyrus, who's unstoppable with the Ragnarok on Olaf. And that was a crucial mistake, a fatal mistake, because this means they're giving away yet another dragon to Viv Esports. And as we can see, Viv Esports sitting on 3 dragons right now. And that one hurt a lot, Excandro.
And it's an Elder Infernal too. So if Viv continue to dominate the pace here, you've got a 4-dragon Elder Infernal, and that will be insurmountable, no matter how good your late game scaling is, no matter how you may be able to kite away easily with the Yuumi and the Ari.
the game is over then.
Yeah, at that point, you know, a single barrel tap from Sharks is probably doing half your HP. So that is definitely something we've got to be a little more careful, keep our eyes on that for the Na'Vi. But right now, Viv in the driving seat, 5k ahead. It's not done and dusted though. 5k is a decent lead, but it's not insurmountable for Na'Vi. They still have 11k, nearly 12k on their Jax, who is 3 items in as well. So still in a good spot. I do really love this Alistair pick, though. I think it's been very influential for Viv. Now, Floor goes straight in, gets pulled in by 5, but he's already used his knock-up for the time being, and you can see the rest of Viv are happy to just back away.
Yeah, definitely. And I just feel like Na'Vi, like that one fight they lost, but there is another one. Never mind. Damn. Wow. Floor got saved by the Morgana.
The black shield was so good from Kranix right there. And actually now you can see Kui... Oh, yeah, Kui just looking for an opportunity, having used his ultimate already. They're actually going to pull in Sharks. Fee already targeted. Are they going to get him down? Beautiful from Floor. Another great flank from the Alistair. It's been absolutely influential in these team fights, and that's enough now with no solid front line to speak of for Viv to push in towards that inhibitor tower. There's a big wave in bot, though. They're going to have to be a little careful about that stacking wave on the bot side of the map, but they may be able to get 2 towers and also steal away this red buff for the time being. Tyrus pops his ult, jumps in, reckless swings. Yekwi is millimeters from dying, millimeters in terms of HP from going down right there. And the rest of Viv, I think, will just count themselves lucky it didn't go any worse than that, but they're doing some serious damage to Na'Vi right now.
V doesn't have any tenacity, which is a huge problem. Wow, that damage though, Alexander.
I know, yeah.
V has no tenacity. He doesn't have any tenacity. So he's basically supposed to be one of the front lines. Because if you look at that composition, right, like it's only him and Jax that are some real front lines. Oh, Milup looking for some blood. but as V, against this composition, when you're up against the Morgana, you have to get Mercury's threat and run a Hunter Titan.
Yeah,
but he didn't. He got caught, he got rooted, and then he just got comboed and got absolutely destroyed by Viv Esports. So I really don't see a way out for Na'Vi right here anymore.
Unless you're a dodging god, and my advice would always be, whenever you see a Morgana on the enemy team, Merc Treads is the best option. Like, I know there's a lot of AD here in the form of the Graves, but like in this situation, you're up against a Gragas, a Morgana. Tyrus deals most of his damage through true damage with reckless swings, so neither of those boots are effective. I just think that it has to be Merc Treads this game, right? It is a Merc Treads game through and through if you're Na'Vi. Oh, it's tense. We've got 30 seconds until 40 seconds or so until the Elder Infernal here. We also have the Baron on the cards, and it feels like Na'Vi, 10k gold down. Vex immediately caught a Floor going in again. Pops that ultimate. Here goes Tyrus chasing them down as the Lost Chapter is completely ineffective. A beautiful, beautiful breaking apart ultimate from Sharks, but it does nothing but lower the HP bars for the time being. Lots of ultimates used. Tyrus HP low for the time being. Got to be careful, though. Na'Vi have popped quite a lot to escape there, but you also saw a decent amount chucked at them by Viv.
Definitely. And they're waiting for it. They're going to go for it again.
Floor doesn't have his ultimate. Here comes Vex trying to catch out onto Milup, but he has got the black shield for the time being. In goes Milup once more, trying to buy some time. That Bloodthirst is doing work for him as Kranix gets taken down. They don't have Tyrus for the time being. Tyrus isn't there. Vex jumped in, thrown into the fight. Tyrus takes him down, and now Milup and Tyrus are looking for blood. It's a double kill. 2 for 2 overall, but here goes Tyrus. He's looking for extra kills, and Nami's Lost Chapter is up again. Oh, the Lost Chapter's there. It's a triple kill. Oh, we look at any more. Milup's trying to go. He's got the Bloodthirster. He doesn't get taken down. It's a quadra kill for the soft brace up. He's looking for the Penta on Floor. He'll get slowed down, but can he take the kill? That dead man's plate might just get him out for the time being. He's going to juke them, I think. Floor's going to get away with it. Penta ruined, but it looks like that's going to be Elder Infernal over to Na'Vi.
Yeah, they have to go for this. Even though you don't have a jungler, you have to go for this, because a fight like this is not going to happen again. Because as we look into this team fight, Floor with the engage, but Vex with the beautiful follow-up, stunning a lot of different champions. He's basically taking all of the abilities to his face, right? Like the exhaust and everything. And then meanwhile, Osprey in the backline, absolutely destroying Viv Esports with the Yuumi. And this is the power that Yuumi has. If you don't just one-shot Osprey right here, he will destroy you. And just look at Xiao getting the shield, going back to Osprey and constantly buffing him up, giving him those barriers. And as you can see, just no one is focusing the one main carry they have to focus. Even though Viv Esports had the stronger composition with a giga fat Graves, by the way, they were still unable to do it. And what? Navi stole? Wait, oh, sorry, never mind. No one stole it. Sorry. No, I got too hyped. No.
It's only a one dragon in Elder Infernal, though.
It's
this
just
is not,
one dragon.
Yeah, this is not insane for for Viv. Gotta be a little careful here. They do catch out the Alistair floor. You need to pop that ultimate way sooner, mate. You're going down super low. Yekwi over the wall. The ignite might not get it done. I mean, this is the problem now. I think Viv, they're splitting up too much. I think that was the main problem with the last fight. Like, Tyrus needed to be on the front line straight away, but he wasn't.
And then Osprey did a great job with his positioning, using that ultimate to just dodge whatever was coming onto him. And then Vex, being the tank that he has to be for his team, right? He dived in, he tanked up all of the things that he had to, and then Osprey and Shao just doing a phenomenal job hard carrying that team fight. And right now, Na'Vi with the Elder Infernal Dragon, that's going to give them a lot of bonus damage. It's going to be 9% bonus damage, which is not game-changing, but then also the true damage. And we know how big the true damage is. And like this is gonna give a massive advantage to Na'Vi, and I feel this is gonna be a really, really close game right now, Scoundrel.
Yeah, well, it's living up to the series that we predicted it to be. It really felt like Viv couldn't go wrong with the way they were playing this game out, but then one little mistake, you can feel that we're at the stage of the late game where the kiting potential is there. They're trying to isolate Kranix again, and they will. Kranix again, taken down super early. Here goes Tyrus. They're going in. They take down one. That's the first one going down to Milop for the time being. Chasing down 5. The true damage is there, but they have the shields coming through. There goes Milop. He wants them. He wants all of them, but he gets taken down. They will be traded 1-for-1 overall. Nami just about dives away. I keep saying Nami, I mean Yumi. Yumi dives away just about. It's a 2-for-2 overall. This is tense right now, but the jungler down. Tyrus fancies his chances on the Baron.
And there we go again.
Wait. He just flashed forward. Yekui gets taken down. There goes the stasis. In goes Fee. He's going to take down 1-for-1. It's Tyrus versus the world. He's getting kited left, right, and center right now. And he'll get backed up by Floor. That is the power of the Yumi. Low HP.
Wow, instant heal.
Yeah, I know. Low HP, like Yumi's on 2 HP, but it doesn't matter because you can't target her. So she just sits there on her high HP target. I have no idea what Yekui's flash was about, but it doesn't matter. They got the job done.
Wow, and Shao, the absolute MVP in that team fight, right? We're looking at Osprey, we're looking at Yekui, we're looking at everyone. But if we actually had looked at Shao as well, as you said, sitting at 1 HP, he was still giving barriers to his teammates, by the way. Even though he was very low, he was still going out of his own teammates to get that basic attack in, to get those barriers to his teammates. Just phenomenal job from Shao right there. And damn, the Yumi has reached late game. And level 15, Kai'Sa, she has a Guardian Angel as well. Wait, no, she undid her Guardian Angel and got a Bloodthirster, I think. I think that's what she did, because I saw that she got a Guardian Angel, but she doesn't actually have one. So if we look into this replay, we see Yekui, who flashed very weirdly, and he thought that he could just get that. And then, yeah, still able because of the Yumi. I mean, look at the healing the team runs. He's full HP already. The Yumi just heals him up from 30% HP to full HP. That's crazy.
It was a flash charm. It was a point blank flash charm. I didn't realize because it was so close, but he charmed flashed, and it was like right on top of Gragas, so I didn't catch it. But that was pretty slick from Yekui. Didn't quite get the result they maybe wanted, but nonetheless, still very, very solid. Here goes Floor. He's looking for the engage. He gets the knockup for the time being. They're trying to get onto Osprey. He gets taken low. They're kiting backwards. They'll knock the team out. Tyrus jumps forward with the ultimate already popped for the time being. But they're not going to overcommit here. They're just keeping it as relaxed as possible. And of course, they have to go up against the healing of the Yumi, and she's already getting those teammates healthy.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. They did a great job poking Na'Vi around, but Yumi just healing everyone back up. It's just crazy how much this champion can provide into the late game. Na'Vi had survived the early game. Even though they gave away 3 dragons, they finally reached that powerful moment in the late game, and they were able to take that important fight before the Elder Dragon. And now the Elder Infernal Dragon has truly enabled their composition and made them infinitely more powerful. And how is Viv Esports going to do this? They have to one-shot Osprey. I feel that's the only way that they can win. They can do it, by the way. They have the potential with that composition, but they just have to have a perfect engage.
Oh, Vex jumps in, stuns straight onto Milip. He flashes away as well. Now Vex, the target. In goes Osprey to the backline. Lost chapters there. He's getting everybody locked up. and Shao and Osprey into the back line, do their job for the time being. Now Floor trying to chase them down. Tyra is going 1 versus 5, but right now Na'Vi has cleaned Viv up. What an engage that was from Vex. What a follow-up that was from Osprey and Shao on this Yuumi, showing why this champion is absolutely insane. This is GG Na'Vi. And as you mentioned, they just got to the late game where they were far too powerful to run down.
Unbelievable. I genuinely thought Viv Esports was going to take this one, but Na'Vi taking that one important fight. And Shao, what a giga lad. Like, he shows that he can also play Yuumi just as well as he can play the Rakan and the Thresh. I mean, like, I talked about it, right? Like, maybe you want to target ban Thresh, but no, you're not going to target ban anything against Shao. He's just going to pull off whatever he gets. Like, incredible job on the Yuumi. And I feel like MVP worthy for that last match only because the healing and the barriers and everything that he provided was incredible, Excandro.
That was absolutely insane from him. I really do think that was a great performance all around. But honestly, both teams had their moments, right? I think Floor had some amazing engages in the mid game. It was just this was the fight, right? Where they caught out Kranix, and Kranix got charmed. There was 2 fights where Kranix got taken down too quickly, and you feel like that was it. When Kranix gets dropped that quickly into the fight, doesn't have an impact. Viv kind of unable to find the picks that they needed. And we mentioned from the mid game as well, Hells, if you can't find that Morgana binding onto a key target, it doesn't really feel like you can chase down easily. And Viv just got outscaled in that sense, the way they wanted to play these fights out.
Exactly, and the team fight that we saw before this one, that was the team fight where Viv Esports was still stronger than Na'Vi, but Minup and Vex, they didn't go for the right target. As I said, like, the one they had to kill is the one that Yuumi is attached to, and in the late game, it's going to be Osprey on that Kai'Sa, but instead, they just went for Vex, both of them, and these were the 2 hard carries of the game. They were the ones dealing the most damage, right? Like, Kranix on Morgana is not going to hard carry the game. Morgana doesn't have that potential to deal the sustained damage to kill out Osprey on that Kai'Sa, and here we can see after the Infernal Dragon, it just didn't matter. Here, Osprey even going in with his ultimate, not even using it to you know, kite away the Olaf because he doesn't have to anymore. And yeah, the game was just over right there.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. And I also think that you kind of saw in the late game when the Yuumi was that fed and the Yuumi had that many items, and the fact that we were able to get Osprey to the late game as well, it was much too easy for them to kite away. And you could see that Yekui didn't die once that entire game. It was so easy for him to keep himself safe versus what was a very obvious threat from Viv. And I think Yekui had a fantastic game on the Ahri too. Really great game overall. Huge damage output for an Ahri as well. Like 36k is a really impressive amount of damage for an Ahri. I'm not going to lie. Great game from both teams, realistically. They had their moments in that game, and it was everything that we wanted from our first game of the series.
Yeah, we were constantly talking about Osprey and Shao. I mean, look at this damage graph. How, like, wow. The red side, Na'Vi was ahead, or sorry, oh yeah, Na'Vi was ahead. Then Viv Esports absolutely destroyed the game. I was thinking, am I wrong? But no, I'm not wrong. Viv Esports was nearly 10,000 gold ahead. And then Na'Vi took the Elder Dragon and just won the game.
Yeah, it was even then, it was only towards the end they actually even got that gold into a reasonable level. But that was such an important take on the Elder. Like, if that hadn't gone down and there was a 4-dragon Elder, a denial from Viv, like, that was huge. If Viv had 4 dragons Elder Infernal, it doesn't matter how hard you kite, like, one single skill shot from the Gragas is going to chunk you like crazy. What a crazy game. Let's take a look back at the play of the game here. Let's see what the highlight play was with that first game of the series. There were so many though, Hells. I mean, I don't even know what to pick.
Yeah, there was so much, and here we can see a late game team fight from Na'Vi where they were just so ahead that Osprey just dives in, right? And then the ultimate coming through from Shao. Normally, this is not how you want to play with the Yuumi, right? Like, this aggressive, it's very risky to dive in deep into the composition of Viv Esports, but they were so ahead that Osprey was like, okay, whatever, I'm just gonna end this super quickly so we can end the game and get to the next game. Just an absolutely incredible performance from Na'Vi right there, and Osprey showing what he's made of.
Yeah, unbelievable. I also want to take note of just how much damage Lost Chapter was doing, like with just a single like wave of Lost Chapter, like chunking a fifth of the HP at a time. Absolutely crazy. What an insane first game, Hells. That is, hopefully we got 3 games that to come. I mean, Viv could certainly have won that, easily have won that, you know, and I think both teams had to fight really hard to get to that stage in the game. But man, we need a breather. Let's take a breather, guys. We're back, hopefully, with 3 games of this series. We'll see you soon.
You ready?
Welcome back. Oh my gosh, what an insane game we had here with Viv versus Na'Vi. Really felt like Viv were going to win. They were 10k gold ahead. They had 3 dragons. They were running down Na'Vi at every opportunity, and then they ruined it at the Elder. And then obviously Na'Vi excellently played team fights again and again and again. Massive shout out to Shao and to Osprey, the stand-in sub, who came in and absolutely smurfed some of those late game team fights. It was incredible, Hells. Like, what a great first game.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about it, right? Like, if Na'Vi is able to reach the late game, they will win. Like, they will win 100% sure with that Yumi. We didn't think they would reach it because they were 10,000 gold ahead. And Viv Esports was just completely running them down. They had 3 dragons already. Looked like they were going to take the Elder Dragon, but that one team fight where they screwed up. That one team fight where Na'Vi got the pick off on Kranix, just... wow, what a phenomenal game, and I'm makes me more excited for the next game, Xcandro.
Me too, and I tell you what, we need to hear from Carmeline, who's standing on the sidelines watching that game. Carmeline, what do we got to look out for game 2?
Well, I almost had a heart attack during that game because honestly, what happened? I didn't know. I was just like, no, yes, okay, yeah, amazing. But in any case, the 2 players that were the most understanding to me were the junglers, so that's why I chose jungle, little star here. For me, those either Vex could be the MVP, for example, for the last game. If we had MVPs per game, maybe, for example, I don't know. In any case, I hope to see more of that in this next game, maybe the last one of the series. But now, moving on a little bit, we need to talk, besties. We need to talk about the vision. Because, you see, when I was looking at Na'Vi and the map that they had in the beginning, I agree with Hell's Double when it comes to not having sweepers and therefore not being able to clean properly and getting the vision destroyed by Viv. But honestly, if you look at the ending and at the ending minimap, it was just amazing. I think people should take note of this, at least in ranked games, please. Thank you, please. This award is so important. And lastly, but not least, no regrets. Denial is not just a river native, as Mark Twain would say. And for my fellow casters, I'm sure that I regret not having voted for Navi right now because Osprey has been doing amazingly well. So I hope that goes on and I can win this one. For now, this is all for me. I'm handling over to Xcandro and the Hell's Double. Thank you very much.
No regrets. That is a way to live life, if I'm honest with you, Hells. And I think, 100% you've got to go into this game if you're Viv, and you've got to have no regrets about how that game played out. You've got to reset, go back to your standard play, and just approach that game the same way you did first game, because you were millimeters away from winning. You were so close to winning that game if you're Viv, and you've got to take that to heart, I think, realistically. Hells, what do you think? Do you think the mental recovery too hard for Viv here? Do you think Na'Vi have got it in them, or are we going to game 3?
So I used to be a pro player as well, right? And this hurts. Like, losing like this hurts a lot. You need to have the mental for it. And I know players like Tyrus, he's had a lot of experience in esports, so he will be like, players like him will be fine, right? Like, he's used to it. He knows that they can win, especially after seeing that first game. They can definitely win. They should have won. But then if you have some newer players, and I'm not sure which one of them have prior experience and which ones don't, but those that don't are kind of the ones that are going to get real mad after losing like this. So I just really hope they can keep their heads cool and show the same and even better performance in the next game to get this to a 3-game series. Xcandro.
Yeah, I think we are hopefully going to a 3-game series. I really want to see Viv get themselves back on the horse and take the fight straight over to Na'Vi. Let's take a look at the picks and bans, though, for this second game of the series. An all-important second game, especially because I want to remind you we're in the loser bracket. So these teams clearly fighting hard, clearly incredibly skilled, but the loser is out of the Origin Series, out of the WREC. Sorry, so I'm still living in 2021 apparently. In the WREC, so the loser will be out of the WREC if they lose this series. And of course, for Viv, that is just one game now. You're in a best of 1 2 times in a row, realistically. We're going to see the Lee Sin ban here. Vex not going to get his hands on that. You've got to also remember that the Olaf pick was very likely a denial away from Vex in the last game as well for Tyrus, even though he played that incredibly well too.
And the question is really, is Yuumi gonna get banned now? And I feel that if Yuumi gets banned, it may even get banned by Na'Vi, because, well, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if you can first pick Yuumi, because there's obviously some big counters like the Thresh, right? So never mind what I just said. But is Viv Esports gonna ban out the Yuumi? Because Yuumi was somewhat of a problem, even though they were able to deal with it in the early game. Once it reached the late game, it was unbeatable. So is Viv Esports gonna ban it? And of course, we see the Ziggs ban, the Camille ban, right? These are the obvious bans. What do you say, Xcandro?
I don't know whether I'd be banning. This is just my thought process. I don't know whether I would be banning Yuumi, mainly because, as you mentioned correctly, they kind of felt like they could deal with it. Like, they kind of felt like that they actually had the answer to Yuumi for the most part. And so I feel like they probably look back on some of those fights and think, actually, they were mistakes that we made rather than, but they do ban Yuumi, so never mind. I was thinking that, maybe they would say, well, those are mistakes that we made. And so therefore, maybe we have an answer to it. But the Yuumi definitely proved a bit of a problem for them. They're going to ban it away. And people will start to see the power of that small, annoying cat now.
Yeah, and Fiora is open right now, and I believe Fiora was neither picked nor banned last game, so that doesn't make her a 100% pick ban anymore.
No, I think that
last game. Yeah,
I think it was the first game. I think it was the first game that we saw Fiora not immediately picked or banned. So that is a pretty big shift up, actually. And we're going to see the Olaf immediately denied away from Vex once more. Probably going to go in the hands of Tyrus again.
Yeah, definitely. Olaf was a great pick. It worked very well for them. And the thing is, though, Fluor likes to play those melee champions, just like we thought from Xiao, right? Like we thought. But are they going to pull off the Enchanter plus Olaf composition? Because Enchanters are incredibly powerful with the Olaf. And they didn't do it last game, and they gave away the Garmin to V, though. And we talked about it during the last draft. V is an incredible Garen player, Xcandro.
He really is. He is an absolutely fantastic Garen player. I know it sounds silly to say that out loud, anyone being a good Garen player, but really, V is really a very, very, very good Garen player. Knows his limits, and I think most importantly, knows how to play that tank role. That's the Lulu. So Lulu, Olaf, as you mentioned, the Enchanter Olaf combos are really strong, but the most strong, the strongest, I would say, is Olaf plus Lulu or Olaf plus Yuumi. And I think like those two now have been denied away from Viv. And so you have less power when it comes to Olaf in that jungle now.
But I really love how Na'Vi is picking these funneling supports. Like, it really shows their confidence in Osprey, right? Like, we talked about Osprey being a substitute for them. And normally when a substitute comes in your team, you're like, yeah, whatever, we're just going to give him something to do okay with. But no, Na'Vi is going all out with it. Like last game, they went for a Yuumi Kai'Sa, funnel him. Now they're going for the Lulu as well. And they're probably going to be picking a very strong AD carry champion to pair it up with as well. I really love this confidence from Na'Vi, Xcandro.
Absolutely. I would not be surprised to see Kai'Sa actually banned by Viv. I would definitely not be surprised to see Kai'Sa banned by Viv. They take the Corki early on here. What do you make of the Corki pickup this early on?
Yeah, and the Corki is very good against the Lulu because Corki with the package can dive the backline. And if you do it correctly, you can separate the Lulu from some of the teammates from Viv, from some of his other teammates. And yeah, there is the Fiora. But I love the Corki pickup, by the way. Corki is amazing. Gonna be really strong during those dragon fights as well and the Rift Herald fights. And if we look at the compositions right now, it feels like Viv Esports needs to take those dragon fights. They have the Olaf, who is pretty strong, like who's incredibly strong after level 5. They have the Corki with the package. I want to see them contest either Dragon or the Rift Herald. And we're talking about the first one. I don't want to see them shake hands. I want to see them contest, Xcandro.
Yeah, I want to see these guys kind of go in on that package, on the timer, and try and make a play. I think when you're running an Olaf, Gragas, Corki, you should be trying to find the fight rather than the shake hands trade at that stage of the game. However, if you're Vex and Na'Vi, you might be looking to make that trade happen. You're running Fiora, you're running Garen. Like these are good, relatively good, sort of first objective fight picks, but not team fighting wise compared to what Viv have already brought to the table here. Diana's banned away, Thresh is banned away here, so limiting those aggressive champions that Fluor can play. Maybe even Alistair gets thought of as a ban here. I think he was actually quite influential on Alistair, if I'm honest with you here, Hels.
Yeah, definitely. He was very influential on Alistair, and we saw it get banned before. There it is, exactly, right? Like, they just want to ban away these champions from Viv Esports, because in the last game, even though Viv lost, Fluor was really the one that enabled the Baron lane, enabled Milup to completely destroy Vi, because Vi was not doing too well on that Darius. And one of the reasons was Fluor roaming around with those insane champions like the Alistar. But I was going to say Rakan is open, but Rakan is not open. But these are basically the 3 champions that can do that, right? Rakan, Alistar, and Thresh. Leona can do it as well, but she's not as good at ganking those lanes as these three champions.
She's also the problem with Leona. I think you'll find most Leona players compared to like Thresh and Alistair is that it's a little harder when you commit. Like if you commit with Leona, you're committing all in, right? And that's kind of like there's no in between. There's no I don't want to commit, maybe want to commit. It's I throw my entire self at the fight, and if it goes wrong, I'm dead. So like I think that's why you've got to be a little careful when you're thinking about the Leona play. But it is a good source of hard engage, and if you do really need that hard engage in your team, Leona is one of the few remaining support options right now that I think Viv have got access to. It is going to be Osprey or maybe Ekwi playing the Orianna, but that's the beauty of the Orianna pick in the current meta. It leaves a lot open in terms of what you want to play. There's the Janna, okay, so defensive but supportive, you know, in terms of the way that you play around the Olaf. Interesting pick up here, and now Viv have their final pick, which I imagine is going to be their Baron lane pick, and it's going to be their option into Garen. Now, Darius seems like the most sensible and safest option, but we'll have to see what. Graves is still on the cards, of course.
Seth was still open. Okay. We didn't even talk about him. Yeah. The thing about Janna is amazing with Olaf, right? Janna is absolutely amazing. She's also really powerful with Corki. But then you have the problem of the Orianna. Orianna is one of those champions that can absolutely smash Janna because Orianna maintains a distance. So she's not really going to be affected by Janna's ultimate. And Janna's ultimate makes her stand still. And we know what happens when an enemy stands still against Orianna. She's gonna ult you and destroy you. And there is the Kai'Sa, exactly. And honestly, like as you said, they are going for the Kai'Sa pick because Osprey played an incredible Kai'Sa in the first game. And Viv Esports should have perhaps banned the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kai'Sa was obviously a comfort pick for Osprey, and they were just trying to find an opportunity to see whether it was the correct pick for them in this scenario. But again, once more, you know, you get to the late game here with Lulu, Kai'Sa. I don't know if Viv have the legs to kind of be able to deal with that. You haven't got a way to lock Kai'Sa down easily. Like, your way of locking Kai'Sa down is either hoping that you're in range with Set or hoping that you isolate them with an explosive cast from Gragas. I think otherwise you are just hitting and hoping that you either get the flank from the Olaf or a good package from Corki. I think, again, you're looking at a comp that the later this goes, the worse it is for Viv. And if Vex and Na'Vi can hold on as a roster, I think they have the edge here.
Exactly what I was about to say. If we get to the late game, Na'Vi just instantly wins. They have the Orianna, they have the Lulu, exactly what you mentioned, Iska. I don't have to repeat it. But Viv Esports has that early game composition, and we talked about it. They have to fight. They have to look for those fights for the Dragon or the Rift out. Do not shake hands. Please do not. Fight and destroy Na'Vi in the early game. Get to the late game like they did last game, basically, because they were 10,000 gold ahead. And then just maintain that. Maintain the role and don't lose that crucial fight at the Elder Dragon, basically. Just do what you did last game. Be even more aggressive because they can be, and it should be all good for Viv Esports this game.
Even if you can't force the fight, I do like the idea of Viv just forcing dragons again, stacking dragons up, knowing that knowing that Na'Vi can't actually fight them, and then again getting to a situation where Elder could be your win condition, but this time you don't screw up and you actually take it. Na'Vi versus Viv, second game of the series here, Hells. We are 13 seconds into game, and it is no crazy level ones that we saw in the previous game. Viv had to kind of regain their footing a little bit after taking some awful trades in the early game.
And we actually have a Kai'Sa mid lane. We have a Kai'Sa mid lane and an Orianna being paired up with a Lulu. I don't understand why they would do that. And I still don't, even though I'm trying to think about it. It really doesn't make any sense because Lulu enables AD carries. Lulu doesn't enable champions like Orianna, Excalibur.
No, Orianna does kind of have a passive that works on her basic attacks to an extent. So you know, like maybe there's kind of a thought process there. My only real thought about this is that maybe the Kai'Sa can pressure the Gragas much harder in the laning phase.
Yeah.
But I agree with you to the sense that Osprey had such a good Kai'Sa game last game. Clearly was very, proactive, very capable. Not really certain on why this decision was made per se.
And Viv Esports can really destroy Na'Vi in that bot lane because Orianna's not that strong in the early game. And then Lulu, who doesn't really provide any value to the Orianna as well, makes the lane pretty easy to win for Viv Esports.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Tyras. Just trade blow for blow here onto Vex. Maybe the immediate priority that Ekwi gives over to the Fiora is nice in the early game here, but I'm not entirely certain. Floor trying to catch people out. Lovely little juke on the tornado there. And it's not going great for Na'Vi. I feel like a bit of a self-inflicted wound, though. As you mentioned, it doesn't feel super normal to have this lane set up, but I'm sure there's some reasoning behind it. Would love to get, maybe if Carmeline gets the chance to interview someone from Na'Vi, if we do get down to the stage where Na'Vi have actually won, I'd love to hear more about what this pick was actually about, because it feels like the swap of the Orianna mid would have been safer and also would have given Osprey something that he obviously was extremely comfortable on.
Yeah, exactly. And we haven't seen him on Orianna yet, Osprey, but still, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that you're pairing up a Lulu with an Orianna that makes it questionable. And right here, we see Tyrus, he's at level 5 right now. Vex is still sitting at level 4. We know that Tyrus loves to do this, right? He's a power farming. He's taking his entire red side jungle. Now he's clearing out almost his entire blue side jungle as well. And then very likely he's going to look for a gank. And there is good things about it, but also bad things about it, because this is what Tyrus pretty much always does, so you can predict it. But the good thing is he's going to get ahead, right? Like, he's going to get ahead gold-wise, experience-wise. And as you can see, there is a 400 gold difference. So now he's going to go back and he's going to look for a gank. Na'Vi should know that.
I guess the thought process is that actually, if you get through the laning phase, if you get through to 4 minutes, doesn't really matter where you've put your Orianna and where you've put your Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's going to stay mid, I assume. Or maybe they send Orianna mid, or maybe the thought process is they're going to send Orianna mid from 4 minutes onwards, and so therefore it doesn't matter a huge amount. I think in terms of composition, it doesn't matter a massive amount, right? Obviously, you're going to be buffing the Kai'Sa when you get to the team fights. So it's just about what you do with these first 4 minutes. Tyrus is standing by. Would it be a risky tower dive? But obviously, Xiao is not at level 5. He's running in, pops the ultimate, chases in, the flash is there. Xiao now taken down very low, but they will be able to get away. It was a risky tower dive to make, and you can already see Yekwi moving over to support and prevent any more plates going down here.
That's definitely not ideal for VIF Esports right now. The dragon is spawning in 18 seconds, and Tyrus' ultimate is on a cooldown, and I believe it's going to be around 30 to 40 second cooldown. So is he going to be able to get it before this dragon? We talked about it. They want to take this fight, right? Like, they don't just want to get dragon. They want to fight. If Na'Vi goes for the Rift Herald, they go for the Rift Herald. If Na'Vi goes for the dragon, VIF Esports goes for the dragon. And it seems like they actually may shake hands, Excalibur.
Looks like it's going to be the case, and I think obviously Miloop's trying to defend and delay here on the Rift Herald. The clear plan for Na'Vi was Rift Herald is the priority. Looks like it's
they go for it. They go for the Rift Herald fight.
Well, they're actually fighting it with the package as well. That's an ult straight into the backline for Vex. They're taking down Phi very low. He will drop that ultimate. No amount of healing can do the job that's necessary as Xiao gets taken down very low. Miloop's doing his best to try and fight out at this Herald as well. Doesn't have that face breaker for the time being, and he will be pulled in and dropped down as a double kill goes the way of Na'Vi. And it was a very, I think, Valorant attempt at preventing that Rift Herald from going down, but not executed in the way it should have been.
It didn't work. That wasn't the right call. VIF Esports kind of screwed up again. And even though they're pushing away this mid lane turret, Na'Vi was able to get the Rift Herald. They were able to get the gold lead. They were able to get some kills, and this is not what VIF Esports want. Even though they're probably going to take this turret, it's not what they want.
Tyrus is just going to give himself up for the time being. They'll get first tower of the game. Might even be able to defend that bot lane tower as well. But of course, there is a Rift Herald to worry about, and they might be able to hard force a mid lane tower in response here. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Sharks. Let's take a look back at this fight.
Yeah, and as we take a look back at this fight, sure, that was a good Corki package, but it's a 3 versus 4. And even though you have the stronger composition, as you can see, like, they were winning this, but it still doesn't work because it's a 3 versus 4. And then Osprey on the Kai'Sa was getting a lot of golden experience, pushing the bot lane third. We can see a funny Orianna ultimate that was completely missed, by the way. But this just... VIF Esports should have gone fully for the Rift Herald. If they fought that 5 versus 4 or even 4 versus 4, they would have instantly won that team fight. And yeah, I feel like they wanted a bit too much right there. They wanted to do everything at the same time, and it kind of bit them because yeah, they lost the Rift Herald and they lost the gold advantage right now. I
just feel like whenever you run an Olaf, you need him at these early game fights. Like he is the one that rips through, you know, low HP bars with his true damage. And I think if you're willing to run fights without Olaf, you're, I think, hamstringing your capabilities in the early game. However, it's still a minor gold lead in the favor of Na'Vi. That is, though, with no towers. So, you know, let's imagine that Na'Vi actually pick up a tower here. That gold will start to snowball their way, and they're already looking really comfortable in this second game of the series.
So looking at Navi, Shao on the Lulu actually didn't go for an enchantment. He instantly went for the Ardent Sensor, which indicates that he's going to be buffing the Kai'Sa, right? Which indicates he's constantly going to be buffing Yakui on the Kai'Sa because the Ardent Sensor provides bonus damage for these carries that have a lot of attack speed, which is going to be the Kai'Sa. But it seems like he's still sticking with the Orianna, and that makes me ask, shouldn't you have gone for an enchantment first? Because that would have provided a lot more value than the Ardent Sensor when you're playing with Orianna. And they actually lane swap. Exactly like we talked about, they lane swap, and now it's going to be Yakui on the Kai'Sa playing in the bot lane.
I think also he knows that there's a potential tower dive on the cards. You can see it from his positioning. So he's just kind of supporting Yakui, saying, you're not alone. We've got you. We've got my ultimate. They try to isolate him right for the time being. Jumps back. Yakui taking down.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets a kill on the way out as well. Isolated Corki with the Acathian Rain. And 1 versus 3. Yakui picks up the kill. Exposed mid lane. That will drop a tower. And Viv are falling apart right now.
And if we look at Fluor on the opposite side, he actually went for a Rod of Ages, which, so the Rod of Ages scales into the late game, but do you need as late game scaling item? Because as Viv Esports composition, you want that raw early game damage. Get the Ardent Sensor, buff the Olaf, and I feel it's a bit risky going for the Rod of Ages. And as we look into this replay out there, we can actually see Vex fighting Fluor in the mid lane. Fluor with a beautiful ultimate, but it was not quite enough when Vex, he did use everything, got the kill, and is pushing with the Rift Herald, and they got the mid lane turret as well.
Yakui gets taken down, just oversteps a little bit versus Sharks and Tyras. They're desperately trying to get something back, but you can look at Na'Vi rotating as a unit, protecting their outer towers where they can. You can see that Fee is also keeping Miloop locked in that top side of the map on the Garen. So it's very difficult for Fee, and very difficult for Viv as a unit to continuously try and do the same things they were doing in the first game.
And this should be a free dragon, and now I really hope that Viv Esports is going to contest this Rift Herald also, because this is what they should have done. The first dragon, sure, they screwed up, but they can still make it right. So right now, go for the fight. They have the Corki package. They have the composition. This is going to be a banger fight, Excalibur.
We kind of have to go for it. They have to make it happen. This is the one opportunity in the game that they can really use to get ahead, and you can see that Viv know it. They're grouped up. They have the package, like you said. They're just looking for their opportunity to strike. That package dropped off now. Kranix has backed off. He's still got it. Maybe just trying to get mid lane priority for the time being.
Yeah, and they have to go for that fight because the package is going to be a crucial thing that they need for the team fight. Unfortunately, they definitely don't have the vision advantage over the Rift Herald, as there's a lot of wards for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi is looking for a fight as well here.
We're going to use a defensive. It's a defensive package to stop them broaching that Rift Herald line, and they will just walk away with that Rift Herald for the time being. An important objective. Lots of people grouped up on the top side of the map, and you can see an immediate group down mid for Viv. Can they push with the Rift Herald? I don't know if they've got time. They're at least going to threaten it.
Exactly. They got both objectives. This is what they should have done early on. And as we can see, they are actually going to go for it.
Yeah, I think they should be able to pick this up. Oh, it's a 4-man shockwave, but not enough to follow up for the time being. Sharks actually has to use that ultimate to back away. That will drop it, but not kill it. Miloop now. Low HP. Can he flash over the wall here? Flashes away. Fee now probably drops to Kranix. And he will go down. That was a 1v1 that went a little wrong for Fee. Miloop just manages to survive the storm of the Garen. And that mid lane at tier 2 is a single basic attack from dropping, you feel?
Yeah, and I definitely feel like Viv Esports is going to try to find a quick opportunity to just take that turret away, to just snatch it away. You don't even need minions, you can just take it away. Although it's the second tier turret, so you have to dive very deep to take it. Very unfortunate for Viv Esports, because even though they took the Rift Herald, they didn't quite get the mid lane turret from it, which is going to be huge for Na'Vi, because when a team fight happens around the next objective, and if the mid lane turret is still up, Na'Vi can potentially run under that turret. So great job by Na'Vi defending, and I really want to say great job by Na'Vi for not getting baited into the Rift Herald fight, because they know we cannot fight this, right? Like, we got the first Rift Herald gifted, but this one, no. They just stayed back. They did what they should have done. No one died. They gave away their Rift Herald, and they even defended their turret. So great job by Na'Vi, making sure they can get safely to that late game, and just yeah, Na'Vi is doing this incredibly well. Their macro game is really good, X-Counter. Yeah,
I also want to praise Viv, though. They kind of stayed on that dragon objective win condition, knowing that if they get Elder, it doesn't matter how good late game is. If you've got a 4-dragon Elder, it's a really good win condition to work with. Got to also remember that Kranix on the Corki still has late game power in his own right. Yeah, okay, obviously not dealing as much across the board as Na'Vi, but you do still have that win condition in the late game of that Corki if you can make him sort of 4 or 5 items. So this is going to be a really interesting next few minutes of the game, especially as that 3rd dragon comes up. You can see that Sharks is just trying to defend Actually going to use the explosive cask early here, but we'll keep that tower alive for the time being.
And yet again, no sweepers from Na'Vi. And this is a very interesting choice because even though they will have a lot of wards, if we actually look at the Vision game, Viv Esports is doing fine. Viv Esports is doing fine. You know, the tires you can see with the sweeper right here. You need a sweeper in your team.
Oh, they're going to try and catch out Fee for the time being. Taken down, dropped. Oh, it's the stone plate. Oh, suplex stone plate, Garen. It's disgusting. Oh, that was absolutely beautiful from Millup. He absolutely slaughtered Na'Vi.
Oh my
that was
God.
absolutely insane. Viv Esports with a single moment tear Na'Vi asunder.
Oh, that was perfect. Garen used the stone plate and Milu, boom, instantly ulted him, essentially dealing double damage. And as you look at this replay, look at Vi. Uses his stone plate and into his team, dealing like half of the HP of everyone. And then Tyrus just cleans up. What an amazing ultimate by Millup on that set. Absolutely incredible. And now Na'Vi is going to be like, okay, don't do that again. All right, don't use your stone plate. And I honestly feel it's even a mistake getting that stone plate into Millup on that set, because the more HP you have, the more damage set ultimate does. So Millup, incredible ultimate right there. Wow.
You forget it. You forget how good set is into stone plate meta, because a high HP target like Fee, that ultimate deals damage based on their max health, and that is insane. What's even more insane, by the way, is despite that fight, the gold's now only just even. Like it's minimal difference between the two teams, but it's enough to get Viv back into a confidence position. And I think Fee will definitely think twice about using stone plate in these situations. Oh, what a crazy! That's a very aggressive package from Kranix right there. But won't come to anything. They're trying to chase down Yekwi for the time being. Oh, suplexes right into the wall. Yekwi now locked up by a body slam. Flashes away, but he's just dead. That's a great start as Vex jumps in. Nice ultimate by Floor for the time being, trying to kite away. Kranix picks up a kill. Tyrus, 1 versus 2 on the back line, will be able to pick a double kill, and suddenly Viv have absolutely come straight back into this game. An immediate call for Baron, and Na'Vi left wanting. We're going to game 3, surely.
Incredible job by Viv Esports. It seemed like they were struggling in the beginning, not quite understanding how strong their composition was. But right after that first Rift Herald, they did it, right? They took the Rift Heralds, and here, if we look into this replay, beautiful ultimate by Kranix right there, singling out the champion, making sure they have to use their disengage tools. And right here, look at Tyrus, boom, with the ultimate, going ham on the Ragnarok. And Xiao is desperately trying to buff some of his champions, but it's not really proving very worthy, as Kranix in the backline is just relaxing because there is no support like the Alistar in the last game that is diving him constantly. So great job by Viv Esports, really finding the strengths in their composition and utilizing it to its full potential. And right now, we're in the same situation, Xandro. 3 dragons, Elder Dragon is going to come in a few minutes. Are they going to do it this time, or are they going to fail again?
Oh my goodness, this is what a wild turn of events here for Viv. It felt like they were getting beaten out at every stage right now. They felt like they were really struggling to cope with Na'Vi, to cope with Yekwi on the Kai'Sa specifically, but it's just been so excellent to see Viv come back after one team fight. They have completely turned this game around. The Baron pushing in, those barrels coming in from the Gragas. Now chunking, that's a huge amount of damage from the explosive cask. It's enough to force them back away from the tower, and that's going to crack open these inhibitors. Viv pick up 2 inhibitor towers. They're going to pull Fee back in. He's not even using the stone plate. He's too scared. He's too scared of using the stone plate. And that's 2 inhibitor towers that drop.
Yeah, and that's a very dangerous Baron that Viv Esports had, right? Like, you're down to inhibitor turrets for Na'Vi. You cannot defend that. You just cannot defend it, especially when you're up against a Corki who can do a lot of damage from a long range. Unfortunately, Na'Vi loses 2 of their inhibitor turrets, and Elder Dragon is going to sponsor. There's going to be a lot of pressure on their base. Although the Vision game, they still seem to be doing fine, and somehow, some way, I guess the only way that Na'Vi could win right now is if they get that godly team fight again, right? They get the team fight, they steal away the Elder Dragon. That would be the only way that they could win, but they're probably going to lose this inhibitor, or they may lose this inhibitor as well.
They're desperately looking for the fight here. Without Millup in the actual picture, they're trying to go for it, but the Baron minions are making it too hard right now, Hells. Vex was looking for a flank. He's actually he's a full level behind Tyrus, nearly 2 levels behind Tyrus right now too. Elder spawning in 30 seconds. They know that they need to fight this, but honestly, it feels like Viv are going to run away with this right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Viv Esports with the Cloud Dragon as well. It's incredibly hard to catch up to them as Navi Esports because all the Draggers are on the side of Viv Esports. And there he goes. There he doesn't go.
He doesn't die.
Nearly got caught out, but he barely survives with the blast gun.
And Floor just chasing them down. Actually going to force him to use the riposte even just for a simple...
They're going to rush it?
Zephyr, they are going to at least try and force the issue. They know that they have to. I mean, right, Kranix is a little far away. Oh, Kranix has picked up the Void Staff. That's like pure, insane late game Corki build as well. Because obviously Corki's majority magic damage, so it makes a lot of sense to have that magic penetration.
Garen flashes away. No stone plate this time.
No stone plate this time. That's an immediate use of the explosive cask. It's damage all over the place right now. You can see that Miloop's just taunting Fee. He's just saying, come on, mate. Come on. Come to the team fight. I dare you. I dare you to come to the team fight.
And that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, Vex over the cool. He feels frustrated. This play from Vex feels frustrated, and he just dies to Sharks. Damage is big coming out from Miloop. He uses the true damage onto Fee. Fee there, immediately locked up. That's the shockwave for the time being. Keeling comes through. That's the first kill. It's 4 versus 4, but they're going down and they're getting dropped. That's a pull-in from Miloop. They've got the Elder as well in the same time. That's a 4-Dragon Elder, and Kranix is just going to, chunk Osprey away. A single beautifully timed rocket sums this game up. It was a symphony of team fights for Viv, and they'll take the second game in this series.
Yeah, this is what should have happened in the first game, X-Counter. Let's be honest, this is what should have happened. Viv Esports was looking super powerful in the first game as well, and it's great to see that the mental game was there, right? They were fully focused on this game. They only screwed up the first few minutes, but right after, it's Viv Esports. It's Viv power, and they dominated Navi.
Oh my god, man. And it was off the back of one team fight. It was, I mean, look, everyone knows what the play of the game later is going to be, but it was all off the back. It was all off the back of one team fight. I mean, it was a crazy experience. Obviously, Navi unwilling to fight in the early game, but this was where Viv kind of made that their first error again, like just a little bit of a misplay around the Rift Herald, right?
Exactly. This is where Viv Esports didn't quite play their composition to the powers. The idea was good, right? Like they wanted to contest both objectives because they know they have the composition for that. But unfortunately, they just didn't have Tyrus on the Olaf right there. And here we can see Vi desperately trying to run away from Miloop. And then Juke Kranix snatching away the kill. And I want to see that ultimate again. I want to see that. Yeah, there we go. This is what I want to see again. And boom! Oh, that was satisfying. And I was just like, that was my exact reaction when we were casting it as well. I was just in disbelief, X-Counter.
It was crazy, dude. That you don't get to see that kind of stuff happen. I've only ever seen that happen to that extent in League PC, where we had a fully stacked Cho'Gath, which isn't even a champion in Wild Rift, but a fully stacked Cho'Gath get chucked into the middle of a team and it basically one-shot them. So these kind of things happen, but they are so rare. And that was just like, it's one of those situations where Miloop clearly saw his one shot and he was like, wait a second. This is it. This is it. Like the stars have aligned, and I'm about to like send Navi home with this ultimate, and that really did put Navi way behind the game. And you can see here, at this point, they were just able to run them down towards the end of the game. What a beautiful game from Viv, and really well placed in the mid game. Like they were a pretty decent chunk of gold behind in the mid-game Hells, but they kept themselves in with a shot. And I'm still questioning, and I don't want to question it, but I'm still questioning why Yekwi and Osprey decided to go with those particular champion assignments this way around.
Yeah, again, I don't like it. They did fine with it. It's not like they did badly, but again, it seems like you just don't want to pair a Lulu up with an Orianna, especially with the build that Shao was going, which was the instant Ardent Sensor. You want to have that Kai'Sa by your side. We saw it work incredibly well. Remember when they got dived? They were in a 2 versus 3 situation. Yekwi got that kill because he got buffed by Shao on the Lulu, and I feel like they could have done that a bit more. And as we look into this graph, look at that, right? Like, it was very even in the beginning. No one was ahead, but then Navi got ahead by like 3,000 gold, and there it happened. At the 12-minute mark, or 11.5 minutes, it's just a straight line forward. And that's basically the point where Viv Esports really started to understand how to win with their composition, and they just skyrocketed their lead in the game.
Yeah, it was nutty. Just like how they managed to take one moment and pivot off it like crazy. I honestly can't believe. Let's take a look at the play of the game. I don't
what is it going to be?
I don't even want to talk over it. I just want to watch it.
Let's just watch it.
Let's just watch it.
Exactly. Oh man, I'm sorry, I can't, Scoundrel. I can't just watch it. That was just insane.
So
and
good.
not only that, by the way, not only that, Milup with the third ability hitting 5 enemies, by the way. He hit all of them with the stun. Just what an absolute giga chat sad play right there. That's what we want to see from the set, and that's why it's constantly banned away.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the stars aligned moment with the high HP Garama stone plate, like clearly insane. But we are going to game 3. This is it. Everything on the line for Na'Vi and Viv. You either stay in the WREC or you don't. On the back of a single game here, and I think this reflects the predictions. It was split down the middle. I think a lot of people were kind of split about this matchup, and I think this is now doing the series justice. What an incredible set of games we've had here with Viv and Na'Vi. One more after the break. See you there.
You ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC. I'm here with Hells, and we have got one more game of this Viv versus Na'Vi series. And before the break, I said it is everything on the line, and I'm going to reiterate, it is everything on the line for these two teams. You lose, you're out of the competition. You win, you're going through to the losers bracket final, where you'll face either one of Team Queso or Formulation Gaming, which is the series that will happen after this. But we need to turn our attention to this final game in this series, because Viv have just come off a massive upswing, huge win for them, and it is mental reset time this time round. Hells for Na'Vi.
Yeah, now it's mental reset for Na'Vi, right? We talked about it for Viv. They did a great job. They lost that first game, which hurt them a lot, but now it's Na'Vi. They have to stay in the mental game. They have to stay focused and win that last game, especially with their substitute, which is Osprey. They really have to show some great gameplay in this last game to take it from Viv, because honestly, even though they won 2 games, I still feel like they're on the back foot. Like, I still feel like Viv showed us much better performance than Na'Vi. So they really have to show up. They really have to have a good draft to win this game. Oh God, they actually did show it.
Yeah, I mean, guys, this meme picture, I'm just telling you, use it with be wise. Be wise about how you use this picture. That's all I'm going to tell you. But yes, that is how close I am to getting tilted when I play ranked with anybody apart from Hells. Hells doesn't make me tilted. Anyway, speaking of tilted, let's think about how these guys need to reset. I think before we get into it, though, our wonderful Carmeline on the sideline has been thinking about the last game of this series and her points before we head into Game 3.
So yeah, we've got many things to talk about in this section. Starting off with the mid-game nerf, because what was going on, once again, I know I always ask the same thing, but like, seriously, what's going on in mid-game? Like, this team seemed to be like, oh yeah, I'm doing fine, I'm taking turrets out, getting these kills, and suddenly you get to minute like 10, and then you start like just declining in quality of gameplay. So please, let's fix this. Let's do this better next time, okay? For this one game, I want to see something that lasts more than 15 minutes, perhaps. Like in the last one, I don't know, just give me something else. Give me something unexpected, not just a mid-game nerf, as I'm saying. My next point that I want to talk about is the speed run, and that refers to the time of the game. It's because, once again, I know this is Wild Rift, and I know this is not like 40-minute game in League of Legends, but please, can we have games that last a little bit longer, where a team doesn't just start snowballing and then everything goes down to hell, not hell's level, down to hell? Please. Thank you. As a viewer, I will enjoy it much more. And finally, but not least, of course, ban Olaf. Like, he's messing around for 2 entire games in the hands of terrorists. Isn't that enough of a reason for you to ban it? Please ban it, or at least pick it yourselves, Na'Vi. That's all I'm asking for. With that being said, I'm handing over to Caustic Scoundrel. Hells Devil, it is yours.
Thank you so much, Carmeline. And yes, Olaf does seem to be a relatively important pick, not only because Tyros is kind of wrecking on it right now, but also because Vex is known as a bit of an Olaf god. So, it's one of those picks that it can swing both ways in terms of how it impacts the game. And definitely Na'Vi might be thinking about that as they head into this final game of the series, where casters' predictions hang on the line. WRC even being in the competition hangs in the line. Like, both of these teams are incredibly close to either being out of the competition or moving through one step closer to being a top 4 team in the WREC. I want to reiterate that, by the way. You win this, you are technically a top 4 team in the entire competition. So that is a huge win for anybody. And obviously Viv coming in as, we all touted them as the dark horses of this competition. Like, they're really kind of like going under the radar. I think that last game proved exactly what we meant here, Hells.
Yeah, definitely. And since the beginning on, we were talking about them, right? Like, this is the team that we don't know too much of, but they're incredibly good. Because we know some of the players personally, but we've also seen something. Yeah, there it is, the Olaf ban, right? Like, Na'Vi doesn't want to deal with Tyrus' Olaf. I don't feel like this is going to work too well for them, though, because Tyrus can play other champions as well. They respond with the Lee Sin ban, right? Like, in these first 2 games, as you said, they're mainly picking up Olaf, not necessarily because Tyrus is good at Olaf. I mean, of course, he was incredible on the Olaf, but it's to deny these champions from Vex. Because we've seen Na'Vi, we've seen Vex destroying the enemy on Olaf, destroying the enemy on Lee Sin. These are 2 champions that are very strong in the early game. So it's going to be interesting to see how this draft unfolds further, Alexander.
Yeah, I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head here. A lot of this has been about targeting Vex and trying to make sure he feels as uncomfortable as he can. I think Vex thrives when he's on champions that can have much more impact early, and that's where the Olaf and the Lee Sin really favors him. He's very, very good at ganking. He's very good at reading where to be on the map. And I think the bans that Viv have targeted, or even the picks that Viv have gone for, have been about limiting Vex's impact. It really feels like you're limiting Na'Vi's potential as well. I've always kind of thought that Vex was the best player on the Na'Vi roster, and so by limiting him, you're kind of limiting Na'Vi overall. But we say that we're into the final first pick here is going to be Ziggs, which is left open this time round.
Yes.
Na'Vi get their hands on it.
Yeah, definitely. I want to talk about a champion that I would love to see, but this is more of a dream. And no, it's not going to be Jhin, because I know Jhin is never going to happen, but that would be Pantheon.
Ooh,
and
okay.
I know Pantheon is not quite the strongest competitive pick, but if we look at Vex, and I've seen him play Pantheon, and the playstyle of Pantheon is quite similar to Lee Sin, right? Where you're super strong in the early game, perhaps even stronger than Lee Sin. Is he going to get picked? Probably not. But I want to see some sort of an early game champion picked for Na'Vi, because he just Vex didn't really make those later game champions work in the jungle, Xcandro.
Yeah, I also got to remember that I think Tyrus' most played champion on his solo queue account is Pantheon. I'm pretty certain he's like an absolute Pantheon master as well. So if there was a situation where Pantheon could be picked, I mean, Tyrus is definitely the type of player that would do it. That is a Galio. A Galio hasn't actually been touched this entire series in picks or bans, but this is the first time it gets picked up on first rotation by Viv. That, to me, is very interesting. Maybe feeling that they're going to go for some sort of dive potential on the back of the line, with the Ziggs.
I feel it's a bit dangerous to pick Galio this early, especially against Ziggs. We know Galio does incredibly well against those magic AP assassins, right? Like Evelynn, Akali, Katrina, etc., etc. They left the Rakan open as well, and they've left an incredible combo open because Na'Vi has the Ziggs Rakan. You don't want to play against this. And even though, okay, Galio actually does quite well into the Rakan because he can deny that engage pretty effectively. But Ziggs and Rakan combined, that is a dangerous combo, Xcandro.
Yeah, Ziggs Rakan as well. Lots of peel, lots of engage potential. The flexibility of Rakan is what makes him so strong. And they're going to go for the Jace. Someone who
Jace
also, Jace, another pick that hasn't actually seen much play or even ban. Its presence is the way I'd better describe that. It hasn't seen much presence in this series, and so that's an interesting pickup here. Na'Vi have kind of like switched the gears up for this final game in the series here. We'll see what Viv respond with. They've banned the Gragas, so Sharks is going to be on something completely different in this game. When the Vi comes out, the single target lockdown comes through for Viv. That's a very, very unique pick. You don't see huge amounts of it in competitive, and that's going to get locked in.
But we did see it from Tyrus. We don't see it in competitive. Nearly never, really. I don't even remember. Honestly, I don't even remember a game seeing Vi. But Tyrus has already played it multiple times. He's known for his Vi. He's incredibly good on this champion. And they're picking it yet again. Even though it didn't work as well yesterday, because they lost, they still showed an incredible performance. They're picking it again right there. And I assume they're going to be fully diving that Ziggs right here, right? And they have it. They have it. Vi ultimate. Galio follows up. Corki with the package. They can pick some other champions as well. They have the answer to Ziggs. But I want to say something, right? We interviewed Snitch earlier. He says we as a team thought that we can counter Ziggs, but Ziggs always poses a huge problem. Even if you counter pick him, it's still Ziggs. He deals massive damage. So I feel Viv Esports is kind of challenging Na'Vi right here. Like, sure, pick Ziggs, we're going to counter it. And this is their response to it, Xcandro.
Yeah, it's very much sort of Vi ult into Galio ult every time. I think it's like a budget Camille Galio, but this time it's Vi Galio. Like, he just has that, because Vi can't be stopped. When she uses her ultimate, she can't be stopped. So you always have a direct line in to wherever Vi's going if you're playing the Galio in that instance. So could be interesting to see how that pans out. Now, the Garen and the Jax have been banned away here by Viv. It's going to be a Zed ban and an Irelia ban.
Makes sense. You know why? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, do it.
These are champions that hard counter the Ziggs, right? These are the champions that can one-shot the Ziggs. And Na'Vi knows that Viv Esports wants to do this, so they ban away those mid lane champions who have that potential, which is the Irelia and the Zed. Zed, obviously, with the Death Mark, the ultimate, can go for the Ziggs. So now they're forced to pick something like the Ahri, which is still okay, but Ziggs can play it more safe against the Ahri.
Yeah, that was I think it's like kind of like another sort of single target lock-off pick. I mean, the problem that I'm seeing with the Viv comp right now is like you are relying very heavily on making those picks to make this comp work, and that relies very heavily on vision control as well. But we have seen from Na'Vi they don't opt for sweepers, so you know you're always going to have consistent vision on the map here for Viv. So that's something that you can play towards. It will be a Renekton lock-in right now for Fee, which is a very solid blind pick. Has very few bad matchups in the Baron lane. Let's see what the final pickup is for Na'Vi. I imagine it's going to be their mid lane offering with something like Orianna still on the table. You still have a lot of safe mid lane picks that you can default towards. So let's see what Na'Vi go for.
Yeah, and about Renekton, he used to be, I believe he used to be the 100% pick and ban champion. And talking about 100% pick and ban champions, Fiora gets picked off. He was a really solid champion, especially against that Vi, because when Vi ults Fiora, you can Y post it and you will stop it. So very, very good response to that Vi. And I feel like Viv Esports may have dug their own grave right here by picking these counters against Ziggs, because their counters have been countered by Na'Vi, because the Renekton and the Fiora do incredibly well into those champions.
Absolutely. Set will be the final pickup here. I love it from Miloop. Had a great set performance. What a way to almost like mentally throw the gauntlet down and be like, well, this is what tore you up last game. We're going to go for it again. It's not as good of a matchup for Set into Renekton. It is a tough matchup for Set, realistically. Yeah. Gets a little bit out-sustained, and when you go for the all-in, you kind of lose. So it's definitely a bit of a matchup you've got to watch out for. You won't have as easy time as you did versus the Garen. The one thing that you've got going in your favor, if you want to go think about it, is that apart from Ziggs, you are like full AD top side of the map. So there's a lot of value for armor here, and you can make use of that in the mid game before Ziggs gets to like super late game mode. So maybe a case for like Dead Man's Plates early on, because they could be really useful here. And that might be something that Viv can work towards. Both teams have good scaling though, don't get me wrong. Like both teams have got pretty good scaling on either side in terms of what their champions do in the late game. It's just about whether that you can keep that Ziggs alive for Na'Vi. Like this entire comp is about keeping that Ziggs alive, and if you can't, then I think you're going to struggle. If you can, then I think you're going to win.
Yeah, definitely. And Viv Esports has that Corki again, right? And we know the famous package of Corki, which is going to give them a massive advantage during those objective fights. And then we talk about the first objective again. Is it going to be the same story as the first two games? Is this going to be Viv Esports wanting to fight again? Because when you have that Corki, really regardless of your composition, you just have a massive advantage during those objective fights.
Yeah. I think like objectives are going to be a really key point in the game, but it's about when these objectives fights actually happen is going to be the most important. But look, I think we need to hype this up a little bit, Hells. We're into the third game of the series, the last game of the series. Winner goes to the loser bracket final, top 4 team in the entire competition. Loser goes home with nothing, nada. Got to get yourself picked back up for the last chance qualifier, I assume. So it's going to be a really, really important game for both Na'Vi and Viv. It's a 75% Twitch chat vote, or whatever we're doing for votes. Na'Vi win here. Not sure I'd call it that easily, but it's definitely a good comp for Na'Vi to work with.
Yeah, and if you just delete their names, as in like just look at composition versus composition, I would honestly go for Navi's composition right here. They do have the tools to defend the Ziggs. There are stasis enchant in the game, so you can just use the stasis to block out stuff. And like they do have the tools to fight. Like I honestly feel like Na'Vi does have somewhat of the better draft if they can just play around well around the objectives, because obviously they have to deal with the package from Chronix. I feel that Na'Vi should be able to take this on, but we saw from the last two games, Viv Esports is looking stronger than Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think Viv, especially in the team fights, as you mentioned, is a really, really important thing to look out for. And I think when they've got a comp like this, it's very team fight orientated. Like it's all about this entire comp revolves around execution of team fights here, Hells.
Yeah, and if you look at Viv Esports composition as well, they have a lot of magic damage, right? They have the Corki and the Ahri, which are the two main carries. Sure, Tyrus and Miloop deal damage, but these are bruisers. These are not the big damage champions, right? Like these are not like the Ahri and the Corki. And I feel like if the Renekton and the Fiora go for somewhat like a lot of magic resist, they will be able to frontline the damage.
Yeah, Kui has to be careful. The taunt is there from Floor. He's only level 2 for the time being. Yeah, Kui taken down very low. The flash could come through, but Sharg's already burnt a lot of his summoners here. Gonna play it safe.
Yeah, and Tyrus was actually looking for an invade. He got out alive. You know, he didn't get the jungle because Vex got helped by his teammates. But I like the aggressive playstyle by Tyrus.
Yeah, Niloop here. Just gonna clear out the wave and Again, you've got to be careful in that Renekton matchup. It's not something that you win that easily. Kranix, very low. Has to be careful. I mean, Fleur is roaming like a madman right now. Huge impact in every lane, but hasn't converted it into anything super meaningful as of yet.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what Fleur is good at. Xiao maybe looking for something, although he's just a bit too late. The thing is about fifth composition is, Milup and Vi are just constantly at it. But I want to talk about the mid lane. Sharks on the Ahri. We know how Ahri works. Like, she can constantly push out waves. And then Yakui on the Jace. Jace not quite as good at pushing waves. As we can see, Sharks just using that orb to push out the wave. And he's going to have priority. By the way, yet again, the vision. I just don't get it. Both sides have one sweeper right now. But when we see the series between Navi and Viv, we're just seeing like so many wards all over the map. Why are they not able to clear them out?
Well, maybe they're just putting them in unique locations. Tyrus didn't quite get the value out of the sweeper that you would have hoped for. Obviously, we have a bit of damage coming out from Yakui there. Obviously, we have the dragon spawning soon. One thing that I do want to flag, though, Fleur, through all of his roaming, is not yet level 5. That's a pretty big ultimate to not have, and they're actually giving him some solo experience at the bot side of the map to try and get him level 5 right now.
Exactly what you're saying. Exactly. He needs that ultimate for the dragon. He only has 22 seconds, and he needs that solo experience to get it. And Kranix is being taken low.
Oh, he's flashed very hard here. Yakui taken down low and drops the Tyrus. He goes in onto Kranix and gets punished immediately because Tyrus is hanging in the wings.
Tyrus using his ultimate to get that kill, and even though they got the first blood, it is a bit risky because you have to ask yourself, will they need that Vi ultimate during those fights? And we talked about it. This first objective is going to be incredibly important. They got the first blood, which is amazing for them. Tyrus, no Trinity Force, by the way. He's incredibly close to the item, but unfortunately not quite able to get it.
Milup here goes toe-to-toe with Vex. It looks like Na'Vi are just going to handshake again.
Maybe handshaking again, indeed.
Maybe looking for a shock blast attempted take on this dragon. Yakui tries, but Tyrus doesn't even need to smite it, just punches it down. And they haven't actually been able to take the objective on the top side of the map here, so a good start for Viv.
Exactly. Milup and Kranix doing an amazing job making sure the pressure is there, right? Like Kranix with the package, Milup on the set. This is what Viv Esports needs to do. They can take the dragon for free and also save the Rift Herald. They have the wards on it. This is what we should have seen during a second game. This is exactly the way that Viv Esports is playing this game right now. This is what we should have seen in the second game as well. And this is going to get them a massive advantage. This is going to get them a real good advantage in this game. Oh.
Kranix is just going to use the wave, the package to wave clear mid, but they don't really have the priority to kind of contest this Rift Herald right now. So I'm not sure whether they're grouping up for it or not. They have got the ultimates though, so it looks like they are trying to collapse, or at least kind of push Na'Vi back. They're going to allow Yakui his own time on the bot side of the map, but that does mean that I think that Viv have to go for this Rift Herald.
Perfect play by Na'Vi. I really love how Na'Vi understands this, right? Like, they're putting Yakui on the bot lane. They're gonna get, or no, he's actually not gonna get a turret, but the idea makes sense because they just cannot easily win this team fight against Viv, especially because Viv has that Vi, which is a very strong early game champion. They have that Ahri, which is an incredibly strong early game champion. You just don't want to be faced up against that. So this is exactly what we talked about. Viv Esports shouldn't shake hands. They should take both of the objectives, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and Viv now in a pretty good spot at 5 minutes into the game. And they've kept their turrets alive. They have a Rift Herald to work with. They've hit big item spikes across the board. Really love that Milup's not going for the Blaze of the Ruin King build either, realizing that he just needs to have a bit more frontline potential this game and has gone for the Black Cleaver instead. This is a good start. One thing I would flag, though, is that Kranix only on the Manamune is not a huge item spike to work with on the Corki.
Exactly, not quite yet. He's working towards that Muramana. He's working towards that later game build. And he doesn't have to really, right? Like, they're winning early game anyways because of that Vi and the Ahri. He's the one that's supposed to carry the late game. And Osprey is going to be their biggest problem then, of course, because he's playing that Ziggs. And Osprey is doing a decent job at gathering as much gold as he can. He's at 4,900 gold, which is quite good. Right? Like, they've lost the objectives, but he's still able to get ahead in gold. Na'Vi is doing a decent job at holding off this game, but Viv is showing what they're made of.
That's good. I mean, we want to see this. This is the last game of the series. The Viv certainly living up to expectations. You know, a lot of pro players said, well, it can go either way. We think that Na'Vi are the better team, but Viv on their day, on their upswing, are a team that can definitely take the fight straight to Na'Vi. And right now, they absolutely are. It's about how they convert over the next 5 to 10 minutes, though. It's going to be really important for Viv's hopes in this game. because we have talked about the fact that, the Ziggs is a bit of a ticking time bomb, no pun intended. And he'll obviously be something to look out for. They're going to go and dive here. Vex is trying to take down Sharks, but they do have that ultimate. And, I mean, honestly, Ari is not one of the champions that you really can... I mean, Vex, forced to flush, has used that riposte. But it will be mid lane tower that goes down. They're actually going to take down the Ziggs too. And Viv, my goodness, it feels like they've rattled Na'Vi a little bit here.
Exactly. This is the Viv that I want to see, Excalibur. This is exactly the Viv that I want to see, playing the game perfectly macro-wise. They're literally doing exactly what they have to. Sharks nearly killing Vex as well, by the way, which is amazing. And something that I want to talk about is, which deserves to be highlighted, but another thing that's being highlighted is this fight. Tyrus with a beautiful dive. This is what that composition is supposed to do, right?
Yeah,
dive the Ziggs with the ultimate, easy peasy kill. But something that I want to highlight is the boots that Viv Esports has taken. And if the observers can just quickly show the builds, that would be amazing, so I can talk about it. Viv Esports have a lot of armor boots. I believe they have 3 of them, and there it is. Set, Vi, and Galio on the armor boots. No magic resist. There's no real magic resist. Galio is actually building towards it, but no magic resist boots, and there is a fight.
There is a fight straight here. Milib 1 versus 3 gets taunted up by Floor, who tries to buy some time to allow Milib to escape, but won't be able to. It was a desperate attempt at trying to convert here. Tyrus by himself. I mean, Tyrus probably can actually fight the Jace. Yeah. I think if Tyrus can fight the Jace at this point,
he can just tank it. He can just tank this damage. Like, he doesn't... Oh, he actually nearly lost it. He filled the smite, and there he goes.
Oh, he'll get away with it. The Hextech fruit, or rather the honey fruit. I call it the Hextech fruit. So it's because I saw the Hextech bomb coming in. The honey fruit's enough to keep Tyrus safe and sound here. Sharks gets a beautiful taunt onto Osprey, who goes down. Now they're going in onto Shao, who's already burnt quite a lot of his resources. He'll get ignited up, and he's dead. And oh my word, Na'Vi falling apart at the seams right now. They do trade cross map, which is good enough and keeps them in that gold range where things are still relatively even, but they're losing objectives left, right, and center.
See, it's not that Na'Vi is playing badly. It's just that Viv is really playing perfectly, right? And the word perfect is a bit hard to mention because you can never be perfect. But the macro game from Viv is perfect. And as we look into this replay, this was a great engage by Milub, and then Fluor following it up perfectly on that Galio. Even though Milub died because they were at a disadvantage, the idea was great, and the later on we get into the game, the better it gets. And right here, Tyrus was running away, but then he realized, like, hey, you know what? I can just tank up this damage. I have the shield for my second ability. Dragon is at like 3k HP, and there you can see he nearly lost it, actually, because he filled his smite, but luckily he was still able to get it. And right there, not the Hextech Honey Fruit, the Hextech Ultimatum, I believe, Ziggs, dealing a lot of damage, but just not quite enough.
Shark's almost dropping down here. You can see that Fleur has to back away. He's gone for the Dead Man's Plate. We did think the Dead Man's Plate would be an item that would be of high value this game. And obviously that's going to go straight over to Floor for that engage. We have 4k gold lead now opened up for Viv in the final game of the series. And I need to reiterate the stakes here. If you win, you're a top 4 team in the WREC. You're going to the losers bracket final where you're going to face either Formulation or Team Queso. If you lose, you're out of the competition and you have nothing more to say.
I mean, you're still a top 8 team, but obviously the stakes are huge, right? There is a massive difference between being a top 4 team and having a potential to win the whole thing, because, right, like they can go next and win the whole thing, or just losing out. So there is a lot of pressure on both of these teams for this game.
Absolutely, going to pull in Yekui here, who gets dropped up, locked up, slopped up by that Vi. Doesn't go down for the time being, but here comes the cavalry, and Kranix is available. You can see the Vex immediately exhausted, forced to back away. Gets pulled in, though. A little bit of an overextension. That will be the GA popped for Miloop, or rather for Tyras. And they're going to drop that Rift Herald almost as like an instinctual reaction. Now Fee onto Sharks, but Sharks is over the wall and in support of his team. They might be able to get this bot lane tower with that Rift Herald, so they do get value out of both of their Rift Heralds here, Hells.
Exactly, and even though Na'Vi did a very great job at defending Osprey on the Ziggs, Ziggs just doesn't deal enough damage yet. He only has the Luden's Echo, which is obviously not going to be enough, and he's going for the Seraph's Embrace as well, which is going to be starting off as an Archangel Staff. So there it is, he got his Archangel Staff, just not enough damage, and the problem is the third dragon is coming, and are you gonna give this third dragon to VIV Esports again? That's of course not a good idea. And if we look at the side of VIV Esports, we see Corki on the Muramana, the upgraded item, and then the Solari Charge Blade, the BF Sword. He has the power that he needs. So it's just Na'Vi doesn't have that power behind their mage damage, which is Osprey on the Ziggs, and that's the whole point of that composition, right? Enabling the Ziggs and the Ziggs hard carrying.
I feel like Na'Vi have also missed a trick in every single game where they've just been unwilling to fight for the dragon. And unfortunately, you ain't getting away from that Scowl, just locked up. And again, maybe lack of sweepers. Maybe the fact that the vision can just be pushed so far into the enemy jungle. And that's the problem when you are playing a game. Yes, okay, it's nice to have loads of wards, but when you're the team that's behind, those wards become significantly less useful, and sweepers become 10 times more useful because you want to make sure that your own jungle is safe. And right now it's not. VIV immediately exploit that. This is the third dragon of the game, and every single series, pretty much 90% of the dragons have gone towards VIV.
They're baiting right now, by the way. They're probably not going to go fully for the dragon unless, of course, Na'Vi gives it for free. But as you can see, they didn't fully go for the dragon. And I really like that because they were just baiting, right? They were looking, okay, is Na'Vi going to go for it? If they went for it, VIV would have just slaughtered all of them. But then Na'Vi understood that, which is really good by them as well. Like, really smart plays. They know what they can go for and they know what they cannot go for. They didn't go for it and just gave away the dragon for free. If they had gone for that right there, I believe the game would have been over right then and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think realistically, Na'Vi have to pick their battles at this point, and that was not a bad
items on Corki.
Yeah, it's insane. Kranix is quite frequently referred to as one of the best AD carries in Europe, by the way. I think a lot of people say he's one of the most underrated players that we have in Europe in its entirety, and he's proving on this Corki why he's so high value as a player. Big group up around the Baron for the time being. You can see Floor walks his way in. He wants the fight. The taunt goes down. They immediately look at Vex. Vex is down. Vex is dead. Kranix is unstoppable as he jumps over the wall, and Scowl now the target. Locked up by Tyrus. That's a double kill. A double kill over to Kranix. And Milu backs away, getting battered by Sharks, but there's going to be a huge amount of damage from 5. He gets dropped down immediately. A triple kill for Kranix. They're going for Yekwi. This is a huge win for VIV. This is going to be Baron for them now as well. This could be their key to the losers bracket final. This could be their key to knocking out Na'Vi.
Huge win, 3 dragons, later game composition, 10,000 gold ahead. What else can go good for VIV Esports right there? And here the desperate attempts from Na'Vi, as you can see, just desperately trying to go for this Baron, but they cannot. And really the only way that Na'Vi can win this game is stealing away the dragon. And even doing that is probably not going to secure the win for them. The Osprey on the Ziggs is just way too behind of Kranix. As we can see, Kranix getting a triple kill in the last fight. And I'm sure we're going to see a replay of it very soon. It's just Kranix is basically dealing like 3 times more damage. And as we head into the replay, I want to put your eyes on Osprey right there because Fluor did an amazing dive, but Osprey's positioning is amazing. But he's not dealing any damage. Like, before he throws away 1 bomb, Kranix has already gotten 1 kill. And as you can see, Osprey is just getting CC'd. Meanwhile, Kranix with the double kill already, right? Like, this is basically what's happening right now. Kranix is super ahead on 3 items, while Osprey is only on 2 items, with one of them not even being upgraded yet. And there it is, like, VIV Esports pushing with the Baron, and they may as well get 2 inhibitors again, XCOM.
Yeah, they can just make this siege happen so easily. With both an Ahri and a Corki, it's very easy to push things in. And Ziggs not so effective at clearing Baron minions either. You can see Corki just wailing away on that mid lane inhibitor tower. Fee just popping the ultimate, desperate to make the engage happen. They go in for it. Scowl gets a double lock up. It's a big play. They've got the Hega Mextech going as well, trying to take down at least 1 member of VIV for the time being, and they do. They'll take down Flower, but that will be it. They'll lose 2 inhibitor towers for their troubles. There's no real way that they can effectively punish Kranix, and he knows it. He'll dive across the wall as Shao maybe trying to ward him away, but those inhibitor towers don't come back. That is it now. Those are 2 lanes that are going to be constantly pushing into Na'Vi.
This game is over. Unless Na'Vi is able to steal out the Auto Dragon, this game is over. VIV Esports, just absolute incredible performance. As I said, like, up until this point, honestly, this is what every game of theirs should have looked like, because this is what it kind of looked like in the early game, but they just screwed up a few things. But this game, Scoundrel, VIV Esports played it perfectly, and they've maintained it throughout the entire game, not giving a single breath to Na'Vi. They are 13,000 gold ahead. I want to reiterate, by the way, who Na'Vi is. This is a team that we classified as a Titan, and there's going to be a fight right now.
Oh, Mila straight into the front line, pulls them back. Vex a little bit low and a little bit late on the riposte. And they will be forced to dive away from the engage coming out from VIV, but they've already burnt a lot of resources to make that happen, and the Elder Infernal is spawning in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, Na'Vi is one of the titans, and Viv Esports is making Na'Vi look like the underdog right here. We may have a new titan coming up, which is Viv Esports, right? They've really made a name of themselves in this tournament, and they're going to be going for this Elder Dragon right here. And I believe this is going to be the same story. It's going to be a bait, right? They're not fully going to go for it. Tyrus is just going to go for it, just to kind of force Na'Vi to step into their territory, and they do step into the territory.
Yeah, obviously Milup's the target here. He actually used the face breaker and doesn't quite land on anyone. But as you mentioned, they don't want to be too risky with this Elder Infernal. Things can still go wrong. They've got the package to work with for the time being. That's going to be the engage. Comes through from Milup. He goes straight in. That's the package straight onto Corki. Kranix now taken down very low. Forced to flash over the wall. And he's going to go down. For the time being, he's dead. He went way too far here. Now Tyra's in the backline by himself. But the damage is already gone right now for Viv. That was a huge pickup. A huge pickup onto Kranix's floor. Desperately trying to at least allow Tyra's an exit path. They will take down Milup. They will take down Fee for the time being. And Floor will get flashed away from. But that was maybe a bit over-eager from Kranix and over-zealous from Viv in general. But it doesn't really matter too much for the time being. As you can see now, Milup's the target, pulls back in. Facebreaker was great. Onto Vex. Sharks will have that ultimate soon to play with. Can't quite find Vex for the time being, and they will be able to reset and maybe go for this Infernal once more.
Definitely. Wow, they nearly lost that team fight against Na'Vi Excando. Na'Vi did a really great job catching out Kranix right there, and it feels like he got a bit too ahead of himself, going a bit too deep, because as we look into this replay, we can see Kranix with the package, Milup with a beautiful engage, but then Kranix dives deep into the composition and gets destroyed by the Renekton, as you can see. Very, very risky, but they're lucky that they're so ahead, because honestly, Excando, if they weren't this ahead, this may as well would have been like a deja vu from the first game, right? Like, them winning super hard early game and then losing the Elder Dragon fight, losing the Elder Infernal yet again, and then just losing the game. But in this game, Viv Esports was able to take 2 inhibited turrets, and even though they were losing, even though Na'Vi kind of won this fight, as you can see the minions finishing off Jace as well, which is really funny. That's what happens when you have these strong minions. There's going to be another fight right there happening for the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they have to constantly think about it, don't they? If you're Na'Vi. Tries to go for a catch here, Sharks. Don't have that ultimate available for the fight. Has used one of his spirit rushes to look for a potential charm, but can't quite make it happen. It's a pretty big ultimate not to have, though. Will be on a relatively low cooldown for the time being. You see that Tyras is just sat over the wall, has got a ward there as Floor already pops the Blade of the Ruined King passive from Fee, so that is a relatively important thing. You can see they are starting up this Elder Infernal. Xiao takes a lot of damage here. Milu's on the sideline, maybe looking for some kind of engage.
A steal?
Yeah, they've got to try and keep Vex away from it for the time being. They can't actually push through these Corki rockets. That's going to be Mila buying time straight in to the hero's entrance. And it's big. It's big already for Viv for the time being. As they dive into the back line, you can see that Fee has gone golden, tries to buy some time. Flower as well as Mila on the exit path, but they've already taken down one. GA will buy some time to allow his team to get in around him. Mila taken very low, will be forced to flash away. He uses the face breaker and Shao gets taken down as well. 1 for 1. Overall, a red team double kill for Kranix, but they have done what they needed to. They've stopped that Elder Infernal. They tried to take down Vex, but he uses the riposte. Oh, Kranix over the wall. They're going for the base. They got him with the backdoor minions. They jump across, and Viv go through to the losers bracket final, knocking out Na'Vi.
Oh my god, the base! I was about to scream through it. The base is dying. Sure, Viv Esports was losing the fight, but the base was dying. They pushed it and they ended the game. Excando, Viv Esports taking the series from Na'Vi. What an absolutely exciting series we had.
Crazy, dude. That was an insane end. I love that they just baited and delayed and let the minions get into the base, and then they realized all they had to do was block the escape. I mean, you can watch back from some of these early game plays. It was just, again, the early game from Viv was much more proactive, and I've got to be honest, Na'Vi's constant play around letting dragons go for free and hoping that they can maybe use the Rift Herald to snowball things elsewhere, it didn't really work out for them, honestly, Hels.
It didn't work, but the thing is, they couldn't do otherwise, because Viv Esports, sure, they screwed it up the second game, I believe, but they played around it perfectly, right? They had the compositions, they had the Olafs in the first 2 games, and then in the third game, they also had the composition to just deny that objective fight from Na'Vi. So just an incredible job by Viv Esports, just basically putting Na'Vi in this position where they always lose the dragons. Just a phenomenal job from Viv Esports right there.
Yeah, Viv They deserved this. I think every single game really looked like Viv could have won. I mean, Na'Vi managed to come back in game 1, but realistically, it was Viv in the driving seat. They had a huge comeback in game 2 as well, off the back of a single team fight played really well by Miloop. Honestly, it's very difficult to pinpoint a player for me that stood out. I think there were people in every game from Viv that kind of stood out to me as players. Insanely well played overall by this team. They're just going to have to enjoy it. Like Viv, Dark Horses of the tournament, they're now top 4 team in Europe. You know, even like officially top 4 team in Europe is a huge win for them.
And not only officially, like, come on, look at that gameplay. That was amazing. And I feel like if they play like this, they can take games from the top teams as well, like WREC and GameLord. Now, I'm not saying that they would, but they can. Like, look at this. Their macro game was absolutely beautiful. And if they play like they did in the third game, because in the first game, they played fine, even though they lost. Second game was good. But this, the third game, this is it. Like, this is the level they need to be at consistently. And I feel like consistency is still a bit of a problem for Viv Esports because they did have those minor screw-ups, which actually cost them entire games. But if they can play like that, Xcandro, they will win. So they have it in them. But can they show it in every game? That's the real question.
They just need to, I mean, they've been so consistent. That's why I favored them over Na'Vi. Like, yes, they sometimes got trumped by better teams, but they've just been so consistent as a team all the way through this competition. Like, consistently good, or you know, and versus GameLord, they even really made GameLord work for that win. Whereas Na'Vi have been hit and miss. I mean, look, I don't want to be too harsh on Na'Vi. They had to bring in a sub AD carry at the last minute, and you know that can always hurt how the team synergizes and hurt how the team plays. And there's nothing you can do about it. But I do think they have been a little inconsistent in terms of the way that they play the game as a team. And I think Viv were the deserved victors here, in my opinion, Hells.
Exactly, and it just feels like you can draft very easily against Na'Vi. You just have to counter those early game champions from Vex, and that's exactly what Viv Esports did. They did it 3 games in a row, and it worked 3 times in a row because they were doing incredibly well in those games. And I feel like Na'Vi has the players, but they just don't have the strategy yet. Like, they don't have the different playstyles that they need to be able to win against any team they're faced up against.
Yeah, but I think Viv now's challenge really comes to a head. They've got the top 3 teams staring them down. I mean, obviously we don't know what who they're going to face in the next series, but they've at least got WREC and GameLord that they're going to have to get through. That's another test for them to have to come back to. They're either going to have Formulation or Queso, and if it's Queso, you really are running the gauntlet of the sort of the big name teams in Europe. Lots to look forward to. Let's take a look back at the play of the game for this game. Then there was a lot of really good plays for me, Hells. What was your favorite? What do you think was going to be?
Oh, this game, there was so much. I believe it's going to be one around the objectives. It's actually one of the later fights during the Elder Inferno where Miloop did a really good engage. And right here, yeah, this was the fight where they pushed the base, I believe. I think this was the fight where they pushed the base. So actually, yet again, Na'Vi doing pretty well in this team fight, as you can see. Like, they were doing pretty well. But yeah, they were doing pretty well. But look at the base. Look at what's happening to the base. And if we highlight Fluor, Sharks, Kranix, Tyrus, they're all kind of looking towards pushing to the base. And then right after that, they were actually able to end the game. So that was indeed the play of the game right there. And yeah, Viv really knowing how to close out that game. Not having to win the fight, they just ended the game.
Yeah, and that was a really, really beautifully played. They just played so patiently around the Elder as well, just constantly just seeking their moment to kind of find that final nail. Let's take a look at the MVP. Like I said, I could not call who I think it's going to be. There is so many people. It could be Miloop, it could be Tyrus, it could be Kranix, and I think it's Kranix. Kranix gets the MVP award for his really excellent Corki across both series.
Exactly, and in the second game, Kranix did a crazy job as well, but it's especially because of the third game, right? On that Corki, just getting so ahead of Ziggs, just doing so much more damage, being the one that's doing all of the damage, really. Like, he's the one that was hard carrying the game, and then, like, he really did his job. Like, also with the packages during those team fights, during the objectives, just Kranix. I mean, look at this one shot. Boom! That's one shot, doing like 40% of the HP. Crazy, crazy performance from Kranix last game.
Yeah, I think Kranix played excellently across the series, but honestly, the whole of Viv did. I mean, I really, there were moments in all of the games where you feel like someone on their team had some kind of MVP for performance. Miloop with his insane ulti in the second game, Tyrus with his consistency across the board, Sharks with some of his like insane barrels on Gragas as well. everybody played well on the
Floor
Viv
with his
roster.
rotations.
Exactly, Floor with his rotations and engages as well. I think that they deserved the win, and everybody on that team deserved the win. No one got carried that series. They all put their time in to make sure that they were able to beat Na'Vi out. I think we should now have an interview with a player. So I am going to go hand it over to Carmeline, who is standing by with, I think, Shargs from Viv to talk about that series.
Well, hello. Indeed, I'm here with the Sharks. So welcome, Sharks. Congratulations for the victory.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello. So the first thing that I want to ask you is, what are your feelings and the team's feelings after this 3-game series? It was so intense. We were like pulling our hair out. We couldn't contain our excitement. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was really hard for us. The first game we thought it was won, but then we did a misplay, so we lost the game at the final. But we knew we could win, so we never gave up, and we just played our game. We knew what to buy, we knew what to play, and I think we did it pretty well.
Did you expect to win this way, or did you expect Na'Vi to put up a fight? Because considering they have a 740 AD carry position, what were your thoughts going into this series? Like, when you saw that, did you think, okay, this is done for us, Kaiser maybe?
No, I always knew we could win because we are good players, they are good players, and I know we know what to do against them. So.
Okay, and now for the last question, I want to ask you about the next series coming up, which will be Team Kezo versus my brain just has gone blank. Team Kezo versus Formulation Gaming. So my question is, who do you think is going to win, or who would you like to face in your finals?
I do think Team Keso is going to win because they are a really good team overall. Even though Formulation are also a good team, they showed that they are really, really good. So I really think Team Keso is going to win. And I would prefer, obviously, to be versus Formulation because it would be maybe a bit easier for us.
Oh, okay. Okay, Sharks, just calling the shots here. I've got my own opinions about who's going to win and who might not win. But in any case, thank you very much. Congratulations again. And now handing it over to the casters, Central and Helzeville.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I think it was nice to hear from Sharks there. He was obviously quite happy with the win. You could see probably come down a little bit off the back of that. Very interesting series. Really, really interesting series overall. I'm just going to say, I think Tyrus deserved MVP, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay because everybody played well. But I have a soft spot for Tyrus because he's come from another mobile MOBA that me and Hells knew very well. So I'll always have a soft spot for Tyrus. But that's it. That's Viv and Na'Vi done. Series over. And that is Viv going through to the losers bracket final. Now, who are they going to play? That is what you're going to find out in the next series. We have got Team Queso versus Formulation Gaming, and obviously Team Queso keen to get themselves back on the horse into that winners bracket again and try and face up and prove themselves as still the kings of Europe. We are going to go to a short break. When we're back, we're going to be gearing up for our second series of the day.
My hidden talents is actually I do like to play the piano, and also I do like to rap and write my own songs.
Watch movies, spend time with family or friends.
I mostly just like to play other games, just different single-player games and RPGs and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, I just play Osu. That's it.
I enjoy playing with my dogs and program in the meantime.
I enjoy spending time with my family.
I like watching some videos, I like watching movies. You know, some movies from Quentin Tarantino. Those are masterpieces.
I enjoy going to gym or cooking food.
I do enjoy doing sports, playing basketball.
This is all my day, going with friends, playing Wild Rift and doing some esports.
The first thing when I win WC, I'm gonna sing I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known.
What would I do? I would be very happy. I would probably hug a teammate.
I don't know, celebrate it with my friends and family, I guess.
I would say like thanks to my teammates first of all, because without them I couldn't achieve that.
First of all, I would probably take my future wife and take her somewhere nice, so Bahamas or Maldives.
I think I would like just like brag around and then like be like sharing throughout my social media and be like, look guys, I have won.
Play another Wild Rift game.
Just call my dad and my mom and probably stream a little bit, so probably that.
I'd start planning to win the Global Icon Championship.
Oh, I definitely tell my family because they have no idea what I'm doing right now with all my free time in my room.
Call my mother, for sure. She's always cheering for me, like she deserves it, very hard.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Forever, say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Rift European Championship. I have switched out Hells for Carmeline, who will be joining me for this second series of the day. Team Queso going up against Formulation Gaming. What a crazy first series, but of course, the action hasn't stopped, Carmeline. Let's turn our attention towards Team Queso and Formulation. Now, of course, Spanish bias aside, Team Queso are probably coming in as favourites. How do you see this going? Do you think this will be a 2-0 to Queso, or do you think there'll be a bit more? Oh, wait a second, we've got a tweet. Caster's seeing another map after third map. That's 10 days in a row, casting. Yeah, we were complaining at the start of the Wild Rift European Championship that we weren't getting enough map threes, and now we're getting map threes all the time. But a crazy series, worth every single second. But let's get back on to Team Queso versus Formulation. Do you think this would be a relatively easy walk in the park for Queso, or do you think Formulation have got more to prove?
Oh, you see, it's not that I say it, okay? Sharks just said it that they thought they preferred to play versus Formulation because they thought that it would be easier for them to win. No, but actually, I think Formulation have been the underdogs of the entire competition. People seem to undervalue them, like, oh yeah, Formulation are gonna lose. I'm the first to do it. And then they go and they find these opponents, they just smash them, and they make it through the next stage. So in this case, as much as they want Team Queso to win, I think they're gonna have to be facing that quite hard opponent in Formulation Gaming.
I do think Formulation will definitely put up more of a fight than you may expect. It's just like Viv were a little bit underestimated by some people. You know, Formulation Gaming are a great team, and I think Team Queso as well, like, they're top side of the map. I mean, Andre and Acolyte are great players. They've always been great players, but obviously they still have quite a bit to prove on the bot side with Joey Skaggs and Methanol. You know, those are two rookie pros coming into this Wild Rift European Championship to prove something for Team Queso. And you can see these are the rosters. UI, Kemal, Don, Fico, and Zawa against Acolyte, Andre, Vejos, Joey Skaggs, and Methanol. I mean, Vejos incredibly experienced as well. It was a good replacement for Ruiz all in all. But obviously Joey and Methanol, they are the two that have got a bit more to prove. And to be honest, in most Team Queso's wins, Carmelina, they haven't had much to do. I mean, really, they've just kind of done their job. But it's been about Andre and it's been about Acolyte, who have really been the driving forces for Queso.
Yeah, I think Andreas is sometimes overlooked as well. I think many times it's given the credit he deserves, but at the same time, when the team loses, it's like he does exist. He does exist for better wars for the team. So when he's able to get that, snowball rolling, then the games are much better for the team. Now, when he doesn't shine, just shine, not even do a bad job, just when he doesn't shine, then things get a little bit more difficult for them. So I'm hoping to see the best version of Andres today. And of course, for Formulation Gaming, we've got amazing players. I've got my eyes on Don, I've got my eyes on Fekos. I want to see what they can do today, because in past games, they've been showing up quite a lot. So maybe they can do it today, like bring a little bit of a spice here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've definitely got what it takes. Let's take a look over with Hells, though, who is standing by with some key points for our first game of this series.
Yeah, so as Excarno mentioned, we know from Team Queso, Acolyte and Andres, those are the real incredible players. But I want to talk about something else as well, which is the mages in the bot lane. We've seen Joey on the Morgana. We've seen Fekko on the Seraphine. We know there is more behind it. We've seen Joey play champions like the Ziggs and the Orianna as well. So mages are definitely going to be a priority for both teams. And the next priority is going to be the Rakan. Both teams, yet again, like Methanol, especially on that Rakan. Oh my god. We'd love to see it. And honestly, I don't think we're going to see it. It's probably going to get banned out because, yeah, we know how much value it can provide. And then a champion that you can combine with the Rakan as well is the Ziggs. Ziggs is even more of a priority pick, right? We know how strong Rakan is, but Ziggs is even bigger. And the combination of the two, which we're probably, we're probably not going to see with these teams because we know how good both of these teams are with these combinations, is what's going to be the real power. And I don't have it as a key point, but Fekko Seraphine as well, right? Like, this is a dangerous pick that has to be in the back of your head. This is a saying that we say in the Netherlands, but like, you have to have it in the back of your head. So don't pick the wrong picks to allow Fekko to just pick Seraphine and destroy your composition. So that is it for the key points. Shooting it back to Carmelina and Excarno to get into the game.
Do you know how that saying actually exists in many other languages?
Oh, come on! Don't mean.
It also it's in English. It's keep it in the back of your mind is the English way of saying it. But there you go. I'm sure it probably exists in Spanish as well. Carmelina.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to sense check with production just to make sure.
Excuse me? Okay.
I'm joking, Carmen. Let's get into the picks and bans phase. Let's get back into the picks and bans phase because, of course, we have a lot of awesome things that can obviously come through, like the lease in for Andre. We've got Acolyte, obviously, with his Darius. There are some really signature picks that we might be expecting to go through the pick and ban phase here. Whereas, as Hells correctly mentioned, Seraphine as well.
And the Nunu. We've forgotten about the Nunu.
The Nunu, you're right.
He's been played multiple times as well, so we can't forget about it. In fact, I think it's going to be quite important going into this series. But let's watch what they start off with, because this is going to set the tone for the entirety of the series, no matter how many games we'll go to. So, team second time, I once again expect to see Darius. Olaf is going to be banned. We were just talking about it. It's a really important pick for Andres, even though his name is Andres said, but just wait. He plays Olaf quite a lot. I think he's played up to 3 times during the WREC, so kind of difficult to say goodbye to it. And Yumi, really, okay,
it's
why?
fair enough. Because we just saw a good Yumi game in the last series, didn't we? I mean, it was a relatively good Yumi game, I think.
But yeah, it was. I agree with you. But why take Yumi off the
as in you wanted to see Yumi. You wanted to see Yumi get played.
I wanted to see Yumi. Of course, I wanted to see Yumi.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense because she's good. I mean, you're banning Jax, you're banning Olaf. These are all good Yumi champions as well. So Formulation Gaming kind of getting rid of other Yumi associates and also trying to, I think, hamper Andre specifically. I think they're really trying to hamper Andres, because he is the main carry for that team.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the main character, and it was like, oh, okay.
Well, he could be the main character. He could be,
He could be, actually. He's quite a nice guy, really, really pleasant to talk to. And then we've got Fiora being banned as well, taken off the table. I think in this case, it's UI, the one that they're targeting, not just because it's Yumi, being banned, but also because it is a really important pick. We've seen it today several times in the jungle as well, being played by several people there, not so much in top lane. And I think this is gonna also be setting what this team wants to do. Team Kezo just planning something on the top lane. They don't want Acolyte to have anyone in front of them who could cause trouble. So, okay, revealing their plans a little bit too early, but we'll see what happens.
Let's see. We've got one final ban here. The Gragas coming through is a relatively powerful and important pick that a lot of people have been kind of really excited about recently. So Varus comes through as the final ban here for Fico. Does have the option for a Seraphine. Seraphine Sona has been played this weekend already. We've already seen that Fico has got a really good Seraphine in the right composition, but obviously not something that you'd pick super early on here. So let's take a look at what Formulation Game you want to prioritize in his UI on the set. Could be Kemal, but more likely UI on the set.
Yeah, so for now we've seen UI on the set actually played top lane. I'm just looking at the champions that they've been playing all the time. They've got quite a good champion pool, it does not really one champion that you can say, okay, this is the one that's performing all the time. So I think what this sets the tone, you can use a set on the bot lane, but mostly on the top lane, it's going to provide a good source of damage, but most importantly, a bruiser, which is going to be super duper important going into the mid game, late game, and combined with a Thresh. Wow, I think this can be a quite good engaged composition. And of course, opposed to Morgana and Agalia, the Morgana with the binding, gonna be forcing you to play very safely, play with the minions in between, and the Galio here with the hero's entrance. Again, lots of macro, lots of map control, so we'll see who gets out victoriously out of this matchup, but for now I'm leaning more towards Team Kezo.
They've got a very strong duo, lock-up here. They've got the Morgana and the Galio works, as you mentioned, works really well together. They've got a lot of map presence with the Galio Ultimate too. We're going to see the Thresh and the Corki get locked in for Formulation Gaming, which is giving them some good late game scaling. They've got someone that they can depend on, especially around objective fights. So that's really important. The Darius for Acolyte comes through here. So it's a very standard Acolyte pick, good into pretty much any matchup. Pretty solid into UI. You just need to be a little careful about the face breaker timing because obviously that can stop the Darius true damage coming through at the right time. We'll see what the bans are now in this second ban phase. And if I were Formulation, I would be thinking of, well, actually, I'm going to be honest with you, I think it's very likely that Joey's playing Morgana bot here. So there isn't a huge amount of evidence about what you can and can't ban. So I think just start banning away power picks that could be complementary to this composition.
See, they're really right here, which is going to be good. You don't want Formulation Game to find a way to counter these Darius besides the set. So again, another ban that is going to go, also because they don't seem to have Toes in the mid laner yet, so you're going to be saving that for later. Then you also have the set. I mean, okay, this is a really versatile pick. It could go to Andres, it could go to Vegas. So in this case, we're going to be keeping it safe, you know. We don't want this assassin to make it. So Ari is still open. You've got plenty of choices still there. Even Diana, if you want to play it, nowadays you can still do it. So Team Keza keeping their options open once again. They still got a van to go through. And honestly, the Jace is a quite good choice in here. No Mercury Hammer or Cannon for you. Okay, no slowing down for Team Keso. That's something that they don't want to be seen. And now is this up for Formulation Gaming? What is it that they don't want to be seen for the ban?
I would ban Lee Sin personally. I think Graves gets banned, but obviously Andres' Lee Sin is still available. So, you know, that's a really good AD threat from the jungle. They've got a very AP heavy composition already, so we don't necessarily need to have you know, like an AP mid laner, for instance. And I think Lee Sin is pretty solid into most other jungle matchups. And I think it's like with the Black Shield gone as well, there's always a good opportunity for you to kind of like isolate someone. And it's also, again, as we know, a good pick for Andres all round. So Diana does come through though. So that's another AP threat, which does now mean that we are lacking a bit of AD actually for Team Queso. Like you've only got Acolyte on this Darius, who really deals his damage through true damage mostly.
Yeah, we've got quite a fair deal of tanks and bruisers and people who are going to be providing sustain on lane, but at the same time, as you said, way too much AP, way too many squishes, Morgana and Diana. So let's see what they try to help that composition to be rounded out with. But for now, Kazak's going over to Formulation Gaming. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the ganks here, we know that they're going to be amazing, especially in the bot lane. I can foresee amazing matchups in there. Also, if you want Acolyte to, you know, slow him down a little bit, that will be a quite good choice. I like the you know, the matchup that they're asking for here. I'm still thinking of what Andres might pick, but it's gonna be the Renekton finally to round it up all together, you know, like a beautiful package. And I have to say, whereas one composition is kind of missing AD for Formulation Gaming, I might be missing a little bit of AP. You've got it in Corki, but something is missing for me.
I want to see what the final pickup is going to be. I feel like it's Lee. There we go. I mean, he was looking for the jungle matchup, and it's very, very rare that you see junglers last pick on a comp, right? Because they're generally so flexible. They don't have a lane matchup. They have to worry about counter picks in. But Andres knew that he's the key point in this comp. He doesn't want to get shut down by Kimau in the jungle, and he saw the Kha'Zix. He was like, great. This is great. This is easy for me on Lee. I'll happily take this matchup. And I love it. Love to see it. We're going to get to see Andres' Lee Sin straight away in this game. It does mean that we're going to see Joey on another AP carry in the form of the Morgana, but it's a Morgana Galio bot lane. So you just push and roam and push and roam and push and roam and push and roam. A very strong anti-melee comp from Team Queso as well, with both the Diana and the Darius. It's going to make a lot of Formulations Gaming life a bit tough, I think, you know, when it comes to team fight situations. I don't know how Kha'Zix team fights in this team, to be honest with you.
He's going to be in lots of trouble because once you go in with Kha'Zix, there's no way of going back. So once you commit to that, just you need to commit. And if the team fight doesn't go in your favor from this very beginning early campuses of it, then I'm sorry, but it's already lost in that case, you know. So I'm expecting to see Formulation taking things carefully, you know, maybe wanted to do some aggressiveness, deal some aggressiveness down the top lane, but not really committing to be super aggressive from the very, very beginning, just a little bit, just enough to secure the mid game at least, because otherwise I think Team Queso has a perfect position to do the bread and butter, you know, just smash through those towers, get those kills going, rolling, and then just going through the game. I'm also very interested in seeing how Diana will face a matchup that they've got in front of themselves. So we're gonna go back in the game, back for the first time in game. And you said it, Joey, playing an AP carry and Gali, you're gonna be supporting there. I want to see what these two can bring, because once they start roaming, as you said, it's going to be unstoppable.
I don't know. Like, I'm just worried for Formulation Gaming, because I just don't see how Keemao actually gets to play the game. Unless he snowballs, unless they're able to kind of like play off the first objective fights and snowballs, I don't really see how Keemao gets to actually play this game in any way, shape or form. Lovely pressure from Zawa on the Thresh already. And you can see the bot lane from Formulation just a little bit off to a better start in general. They've got a stronger all-in potential. They've got stronger dueling potential. And for Joey and Methanol, they're probably going to be on wave clear duty for the most part.
However, they were trying to see if they had warded that Vash for Team Kezo, which they hadn't. They had the ward a little bit more towards the red buff, which is going to be quite good for them, because I think Formulation Gaming right now doesn't know that there's a ward in there. But in any case, the beginnings are not always easy in this mid lane. You can save right now, just like here.
Going in, Joey doesn't actually have that black shield as of yet, but he's just clearing the waves. They've already used the hooks. They can't actually find that isolating blow onto one of these Team Queso bot lane members. You see there's a bit of mid lane prio going on right now for Vejos and Andres. They're looking to get that priority down, try and force Don into tower. And that's something else that we didn't mention, by the way. It's actually Renekton mid, which is a pretty solid answer into Diana in general, but you do kind of need to snowball it where you can. Andres is going to get away with smiting the River Scuttler, and they'll trade top for bot lane River Scuttlers for the time being and handshake their way through the early game.
Finally, Gentleman's Pact, which is something that we haven't seen in the past few games. You know, it was always fight, and not really committing to like, okay, you do this one, you do this other one. But let's talk a little bit about jungle plaything right now, because it's quite opposite. You see Listen starting there on the top lane, making his road to the bottom lane in order to help Joey and Methanamute. My God. Okay, never mind.
I say Methanol.
Methanol. Okay, my English today is not working, it's broken. But in any case, quite a good plaything by Andres as always. And on the other hand, we've got Keemao, who's thinking, okay, maybe if I support Zed and they've Renekton here in the mid lane, they won't have so much trouble. You know, it might be better for them. Corki and Thresh are more of an independent bot lane. I think you can leave them alone. But talking about being alone, this is the party.
Oh, we have a huge ult coming out from the mid lane. Vejos is going to be forced to flash away, and Methanol will do enough to buy some time. As here comes Andre. First blood goes over to the Kha'Zix for the time being. Keemao actually doing a serious amount of damage to Andre. And Formulation Gaming have put their resources into mid, and it has worked out for them as they get that first kill of the game.
Well, working quite well for Formulation Gaming, as you said. This kill is going to impact Team Kezo, I think, in long term, in the long run. But for now, well, they want to go for another one.
Keemao really going for it on Andres, and he's taking a lot of damage here. She has to be very careful as Fico comes through. He can flash forward and take the kill if he wanted to. The exhaust. Just about. Andres gets through. That's a very aggressive positioning for Andres, and the information was not fed to him that Corki was roaming up. And Queso not looking so hot at the start of this game.
No, not McIntyre's in this case. We've got Queso going through a few struggles. We've got replay right here, but you can clearly see how Vejos is already in a top position, not being able to help his team. Done with the Renekton going down in live means that it didn't want to be going full melee on these other champions, and altogether kind of messy, but results in one kill for Formulation Gaming. And important to think about the sustain and this strong early that Renekton should be showing. You know, now roaming towards the bot lane and lane swapping perhaps a little bit, because this dragon is going to be so important. The mountain dragon going to be benefiting them a lot. And in exchange, Team Kezo is going to be taking the Herald.
Yeah, they are going to take down the Herald. They're going to handshake this first objective, but it'll be the Dragon that goes the way of Formulation. As the first series was anything to go by, Dragons generally equate to wins from today's games. So it's a good start for Formulation. They've actually got a bit of a gold lead to work with as well, and they are in a good spot all round. Good place, I think, the Formulation finding themselves, you know, especially versus Team Queso, the expected winners here, to actually come out and really put up a good start against Team Queso is a good situation to be in if you're Formulation. Item Spike's coming through as well. We have double Black Cleaver. to really help facilitate and boost the power of Kimao on this this Kha'Zix. And Vejos going into Dawn. It's a difficult matchup realistically for the Diana, but she won't go too hard here.
But she's doing well, I think. She should be proud of it. I think one of the advantages of Diana is burst plus CC that she can deal onto enemies, and burst is a Renekton that's going to be a good one. Because if there's something that he's struggling with is that, you know, that late game is going to be more complicated for him. But let's talk about it later, shall we?
Ooh, Acolyte looking for a dunk there, but couldn't find it. It's a good start, Acolyte. I think he's got a slight gold lead, but nothing crazy to work with. Joey's actually getting forced out by Fico here around this Dragon Lane area. There is obviously a Rift Herald that we need to be concerned with. Andre gets picked off, obviously. He can't use that anytime soon. And Formulation Gaming, nearly 2,000 gold up over their opposite number. That first tower of the game is being focused down. You can see Andre is supporting Vejos here, but already Zawa and Kimao are there, immediately flayed, immediately exhausted. And Formulation Gaming are just playing so well around rotations right now.
It's a pity that the wall hook by Zawa didn't go through, because it will have been a double kill for Formulation Gaming, which will have put in even more of an advantage for themselves. Also, I'm seeing Gargoyle's Stormblade appearing already. I'm getting flashbacks from that one game in the previous series, you know, like I don't want to see the same going on. And finally, we've got sweepers going in as well, which is going to be quite important for this mission to clear the vision, which is something that once again in the Navi versus Viv, we didn't see so much of it, and then it had a price. So in this case, the optimization, we were talking about it. We've got Jeremy's Ghostblade, we've got Leandri's Anguish for Morgana, yeah, for Joey. By the way, it is surprising me that 7 minutes in, we're not seeing more aggressiveness. I did tell you that I thought Formulation Gaming were going to take it slowly, but now might be the moment to start doing it for 14K. So, you know, they're grouping up, but they've been seen. And Scoundrel, for me, this is a breaking point, perhaps. Both teams seem very interested. Yeah.
It could potentially be a breaking point, that's for certain. I mean, obviously, these next objective spawns are going to be really important. And actually, I think if you're Team Queso, you're going to be second guessing yourself a little bit. You probably thought this was going to be an easier matchup, but you are getting really tested right now by
no.
They catch him. Oh, great play from Zawa, and now they're trying to take down Joey as well. He drops the killing spree for the Kha'Zix on Kimao and Queso. They look lifeless right now versus Formulation Gaming.
Absolutely. I feel like they're not really in the game, you know, like for some reason the objectives are being taken by the enemies except for that one herald, but for the rest of it, they didn't seem to be providing a good answer, a good contest to what Formulation is proposing. They're essentially playing whatever the enemies want to play. And here in the replay, you can see it clearly. With the enemy, I don't know what happened there, but the thing is, they got caught up so easily that it was not even funny. We were talking about how Joey and Methanaut, sorry, once again, weren't doing so well. We'll see what they can recover in this one play, because I can see it going bad for them again.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful here around this objective. You can see second dragon goes down, and Vejos already struggling to find an in. You can see Yui just pushes Andres out of the fight right now. We're going straight in. There's the hero's entrance straight on top of Joey. He's already popped that stasis for the time being. They're going to try and take down Yui when he does go down. The hook is there onto Acolyte. But they'll take the one kill for the dragon trade every day of the week. That's 2 dragons now locked in for Formulation Gaming.
Well, you know what they say, better kill than nothing, right? I mean, well, they didn't say that.
It is better kill than nothing. Definitely the case.
I mean, I will take that over getting another that onto the team. But at the same time, look at this mid lane. Oh my gosh, Scoundrel.
Oh my gosh, he got a shutdown. Methanaut somehow picks up the kill there. Joey taken down to minuscule levels of HP. And unfortunately, it's actually the support that picks up the gold. But nonetheless, Team Queso is still able to convert on the objectives, and they'll pick up a tower. And that will put them in the gold lead for the very first time this game.
Wow, okay, finally for Team Queso, they're awakening. The Herald has been just taking off their hands. The towers seem to be not so much in the favor anymore. Like the Formulation Gaming towers seem to be a little bit batting shape. However, Team Queso has 2, so that's good enough for them already. Now, what I want to see is Acolyte doing something else, you know. Acolyte is actually a good friend of mine, and I'll tell you about it later because they seem to be dueling right now. Oh,
immediately exhausted, flashes away, gets flayed back into the fight, and Acolyte exhausted down, can't quite make the damage happen, can't quite get the healing going. And Formulation Gaming, this combo between Kimo and Zawa has been so impactful, and now they're just going to walk straight into Methanaut. Gets dragged back into the fight. The box is already up. Andre has to kick to buy the time, and he does. That was a huge kick. Actually kept his teammates alive for the time being. Nothing that Team Queso can do right now to stop this mid lane tower going down either. And Formulation Gaming put themselves back in the gold lead.
You see, even though they were behind gold, I still felt like Formulation Gaming are kind of leading the game. And Andres not being able to pick kills, Acolyte being kind of sleepy, don't know what's happening to him today. Again, I've talked to him several times and he always seems so confident, self-assured, that I will talk about later.
Vejos locked up here. Zawa might get dunked by Acolyte, but the stacks aren't there for the time being. Immediately dunked straight back into the fight. Acolyte doesn't have flash for the time being. There's the hero's entrance. He's going to get exhausted. Then he gets knocked up as well. Acolyte immediately uses the dunk just to try and get some damage down. Vejos is coming back in. Andre has picked up a kill. Joey doing what he can as he flashes into the middle. He has to use stasis, and he does. Just about gets away with it, but they're under the tower. Joey did it in a defensive way. They're not giving anything over to Formulation. A 1-for-1 at the end of that fight. Felt like it could have been more.
Now, the question for this game is who's carrying the team for Team Queso? Because Andres is, well, he's picked up a kill here. Acolyte has another kill. But then again, it seems to be very dispersed. And you can see it here in this team fight. But Vejos has to go away with this Diana that should be doing a lot more damage. Then you've got the initiation onto Acolyte. And then everything is just rolling. You know, the global presence that we were expecting from Morgana and Galio finally does something there. The SS is really helpful, but at the same time, I'm still missing something. This is not the Team Queso that we saw at the Origin series. This is not the Team Queso that we've been watching. I don't know what's happening there, but it's not what I was expecting. Oh, like here.
Andre just trying to desperately hold on to this tier 1, buy some time for his Vejos to get into the fight. Oh, Vejos messes up the ultimate, but Andre keeps going for the time being. He'll dive back in once more. They'll take out 1, maybe try and take out 2 here, as now Methanaut is the target. Andres finally comes alive around the Infernal Drake. And that will be one of the more important Drakes potentially going the way of Team Queso. They have to make sure they don't get out-smited here. Kemal could maybe look for a last-minute smite attempt, but Vejos is going to do what he can to stop that from being the case. And Queso back in the game a little bit as they pick up the Infernal.
Queso. Okay, sorry, dad jokes. Well, they seem to be rotating now a little bit, you know, pretending, I think, to catch Formulation Gaming unaware, but they were seeing the vision for Formulation Gaming as being quite good. I think that's one of the key points here for them. As well as, again, Team Queso, who is going to be leading the charge here? Who's going to be in the in-game leader for you? That's another question they got for them if there's an interview later on. Well, of course, for me, full health level. But here, Acolyte, another big deal for him. He's been seen. He's got the movie speed. He's got the tower to protect him. But can he turn things around now that his teammates are just backing away? Oh, top position for him. Again, I expected him to be more dominant at Sandril.
Yeah, I actually felt the whole team was going to be a little bit more dominant here. Joey, once again, I feel like when you've got this mechanical player like Joey and you're putting him on Morganas over and over again, it's definitely out of his comfort zone. Even when we had an interview with him last week, he said, I did not sign up to the AD carry role to be playing AP carries my entire life. Andres, to be a little careful here, they're going to pull in. Great engage coming out from UI, but Methanaut will pop the stone plate. Have to be careful of that versus the set, as we know. But they won't get punished too hard as the rest of Team Queso is there to back them up. They get flayed in. Methanaut taken down very low. Acolyte's maybe looking for the flank, but he won't be able to get it. And that will be Don, who locks them up with a stun, and that could potentially be Baron on the cards now. You can see that UI just taunting them to come towards mid lane. They're trying to buy a bit of time, use a bit of pressure to allow that mid lane tower to go down, as Don also going to be the target here. That is a great play for Formulation Gaming, and Queso uncharacteristically sloppy around those mid lane plays, and they're going to lose a tower for it.
losing towers, losing dragons, losing objectives, not really looking good for them. Now the Baron potentially, but they've been seen by Team K, so you can see how their host is around the area. However, Smite is available for Lee Sin. They might. Oh, okay.
Joey's going in. Joey's
well.
going in. He has to use the stasis for the time being, trying to buy some time. It's very low. It's going to be a smite fight. They steal it. They've stolen Baron. Now Shavesha gets away with it, and now the Acolyte comes in. He's going to start dunking. They're going down the stasis as well. Team Queso mount an insane defense around the Baron. Vejos steals it away, and that might be a nail in the coffin for Formulation, who really looked like they were on the edge of winning this game.
It was so quick and at the same time so inspiring for Team Kezo. Okay, oh my god, the dead bodies that haven't respawned yet. They've got the potential now to push both lane, top lane and mid lane there, and they want to go for even more kills. Oh no!
They want to go for it, but it's a little bit too much. Zawa, now the target, going to pull him back in with the ultimate. Going to dive onto Fico, who will go down. That'll be the inhibitor tower that they at least take off the back of this. That was a 2 for 2. But they get the inhibitor tower. She doesn't respawn. And with Elder spawning soon, that is something else that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. Andre is going to make sure that nothing exists in the enemy jungle. So Kha'Zix, neither Corki will have that red buff to work with.
Yeah, and that's gonna be amazing to see. You can see it here in the flash, jumping over the wall right there, ending it with the smite right at the point, and then it was just about, you know, cornering them within the Baron pit, which is a perfect area for champions like the Diana to fight in with the Moonfall. You want to fight in these kind of enclosed areas where the enemy can't escape. They didn't have an exit, they didn't have an outlet to go to, so you just can't get the kill easily. And there we go, we'll start to see new optimizations more and more. You see the Rabadon's Cap on Diana, empowering that AP really strongly. You've got Morgana going full AP with the Road Rages, with the Leandris. There we go, that's what I wanted to see. And of course, Acolyte's composition. Even though Acolyte, once again, not shining in this game, Andres has finally awakened. And as for Formulation Gaming, I feel like Dawn is in a quite good role, but I feel like the Dominus are being a little bit lackluster. But we'll see if they can fix it in this one team fight for the Elder, which I think they will try to contest.
They're trying to go for it. They're trying to get on to Zawa, who immediately pops the Gargoyle Stoneplate for the time being. Andre's already forced out, has the GA for going, and we have Vejos there on the Diana, still ready to go, but low HP pass. He's onto the back line, trying to find the kill, goes back straight into the fight. It's the first kill over to Acolyte. Now they're trying to take down Corki. He gets downed. Unstoppable Dawn joins the fight. Low HP buzz over the base. Resets are there, but the exhaust comes through. A double kill for Andre. It is a 3 for 2, but Queso certainly don't look healthy. This is a wild end to the fight as they have Dawn still in the middle of the engage, ready to go in, takes down Andre for the time being, as Andre still wants to fight Dawn, flashes onto him, has the kick maybe, has the lifeline to work with, and is godlike for Andre. Huge win for them. With the Elder on the field, they could potentially reset and go straight for this.
They are absolutely gone. Dude, Salah has seen them, but he's got no one apart from like the bros that we see are going to be spawning in at least 8 seconds.
Wait a second, Fico's just bought teleport. Fico's bought teleport here. He has a 4-item Corki. He could definitely get into the fight if he has to. Zawa's trying to buy some time for the time being. There's the teleports coming through. They have to force this one down. They have to force this one down now. He gets it, he smites it, but they might end up losing the game for it because those teleports coming through. We've got teleports coming through with Casey as well. Andre's still going. He's still going. He's still taking on UI in the back line. It is a massive cluster around the Elder, but it is Queso that secures it. They're going to try and take down Kemal too. Obviously, this is the last rites of Fico. He tried his best, but the Sonic Wave will finish him off. That should be the end of the game for Team Queso. What a crazy set of fights that we've had over the last few minutes. It's not game over just yet, but the Elder going the way of Team Queso is a huge win.
Look at the backdoor by the minions once again. The super minions just destroyed the base. Well, a little bit. Just a little bit
of destroying. Just a tiny bit of destroying.
Tiny half of its life, you know, half of Nexus HP. But well, in any case, we saw a team fight that could have gone either way. Right now, you see, once again going for the Baron. But what I was amazed about was how cold-headed you have to be able to keep, you know, your mind cleared out of that, because you see this tip is coming in and you will be panicking. I'd be panicking at least, but Team Queso is like, okay, give me a second, we're going to be deciding who we're going to be going after. You know, that's going to be quite important, just like this.
Fight around the Baron, they're trying to go for it. The Hero's entrance comes through. Acolyte gets the first dunk. Zawa's dead. Andre in the back line as well. They're trying to isolate members one by one. And Queso will force UI out of the fight. Acolyte buying time. The second dunk comes through, but it isn't quite the right target. But it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. Formulation Gaming can't compete with Queso when they're on fire, with the Infernal to work with as well, and the Elder on top. And that will be a complete sweep in this first game. Formulation Gaming made it hard as it could be, but it is Team Queso that come out with the first game with the win.
Right, okay, so many thoughts about this game. Team Queso didn't look their best, at least in this early, just skip that, 15 minutes. They really took a long time to just start laning up and snowballing, especially considering they had champions like Darius and Leeson, who you will think will do better in the early game. But no, they actually struggled quite a lot with Scandal, and I can't wait to see what they will bring up in the second game, because I'm hoping for some changes.
I think, if we look back at that game, it was a rough start for Team Queso. I think Formulation Gaming just had their number through the early game. They were constantly roaming the combo between Zawa and Kimao, just constantly finding those individual picks in the side lane. And they were able to very effectively threaten Team Queso at every stage in those early moments. But it was this moment right here that was probably the most impactful fight of the entire game. It was a beautifully mounted Baron defense by Team Queso, which obviously then resulted in them snowballing the game. They picked up the inhibitor tower on the top side of the map, which then allowed them to very effectively threaten the Elder, because they had constant pressure in the lane that's the furthest away from Elder. And then they played some wonderful team fights around the Elder Dragon Carmelite.
Yeah, and well, wonderful. Yeah, kind of. I mean, they were wonderful for Team Queso, but at the same time, they kept me on the edge of my seat, thinking what's going to happen now. Because in this one, for example, they were so low life, yet the damage cycle deal was so big that they were able to turn it around, which is something that I wasn't expecting. Also, Dunn's ultis, like the Dominus on Renekton, were not as spectacular. I think they were used either too early or too late in the team fights, which also didn't allow his team to get its full potential. And I mean, there was some misplays here and there. I still think Formulation Gaming is kind of, I think they can give us more. We've seen them defeating bigger enemies, so come on.
Yeah, I think they're good. They played really well. I mean, obviously Don on the Renekton didn't have the game that he was potentially hoping for, but I mean, we still got like 4-item Corki, which is threatening in its own right. I mean, Fico very close to being late game powerhouse here. Joey was behind in terms of his own carry potential on that Morgana, but it was all about Andres. He had a bit of a rough early game, I would say, uncharacteristic for Andres, but he very easily came back in and went full damage like always. I love the full damage Lee-Sin that Andre always brings to the table. And you can see the damage output. It was massive from Corki, but we'd expect nothing less. Corki generally tends to run wild, but actually a very balanced damage output from everybody on Team Queso. Joey had some really big moments with those Morgana ultimates too. I think like Joey actually found some really great moments to go in and just go in and use the stasis at the right time as well. And it was only at 16 minutes did Queso actually turn the gold in their favor, but they did do it very quickly from then on out. And that allowed them to seal the game and take that first game in the series.
What I'm liking about these games is that they're able, they start one way and then you can never expect what's going to happen next. And I don't know if that's good or bad for the teams. Like, is it saying that they are unpredictable? Is it saying that they are not able to secure a win? I don't know, because at some points in this game, we were thinking this game is done for Team Queso, and then they turn it around. So why need perhaps consistency? Give me some consistency, give me some early game. I'm saying Lord is no volume, but that's what I was used to seeing from them, and then it's not happening anymore. So yeah, give me consistency. Give me the same flavor for the entire game instead of just switching like chocolate, vanilla, and then suddenly strawberry all in 20 minutes.
Should we take a look at the play of the game then, Carmelite? Maybe it'll be chocolate, maybe it'll be vanilla, I don't know. Who knows what flavor this is going to be. Let's take a look. I think it's probably going to be the Baron play, surely. Yeah, it's got to be the Baron play. This was such a big moment.
Yeah, with the wave eye Leeson right there. It was amazing watching this unfold. Also, It's just so many things happen at the same time. And Rez has to go away. So actually, after performing that masterpiece, if he's gotta get away from his team. He's not gonna be able to survive a lot more in the world alone. So again, okay, give me more of that. Okay, that was mint, I think.
Okay, mint. That was not chocolate. It was not vanilla. It was mint. Guys, it's a question for you now. What flavor do you like? I'm assuming we're talking ice cream. These were all ice cream flavors. So what flavor is your favorite ice cream? And what flavor do you want this next game to be? If I had to choose, I'd maybe go for like a classic English, like, what do they call it? Rum and raisin? It's a horrible ice cream flavor. Actually, never try that. That is a horrible ice cream flavor. Guys, let's go to a short break. When we're back, we'll have our second game of this Queso Formulation Gaming series.
ready?
Welcome back to the Wild Rift European Championship. Team Queso won a very, very tense game against Formulation Gaming, where they had to come back off the back of a Baron steal, realistically, to get themselves back in the game. Carmeline, what do we think? What do we think about that first game? Was it the Queso that we know, or do we think we wanted to see a more consistent, solid game from Queso?
Okay, so this Queso, so Queso is cheese in English. It's like mac and cheese, like microwave mac and cheese, and I want to see something else. So yeah, I know I want to see something different. I want to see the kind of cheese that they serve you in France. It is so amazing, you know. But what is it?
Sorry, this is quite funny. It's just saying that how good Andres is and how he puts the entire team on his back. It's just like Andre just by himself, absolutely insane. What a great player. Literally 1v9'd most of the games that we've seen Andre play in. But I think everybody from Team Queso has their part to play. But Andre is something special. Definitely one of the best junglers in Europe, honestly.
Yeah, I remember him when I interviewed him at the Oregon series, and he was so shy. But then you see him on the Rift, and you're like, what the potential he's got, you know, like how good he is. I'd be so proud of myself. I'd be like, oh yeah, of course, I'm the best jungler. Hey, hello, how are you doing? I don't know. I think I'd be the way, but I can't be the way because I'm so bad at the game. So yeah.
I mean, so am I, so don't worry. Anyway, someone who's not bad at the game is Hell's Devil, and he should be standing by with some key points to think about towards that second game.
That's right. Thank you so much, Xcano. And even though Andres was the obvious highlight of that game, I want to put some eyes on some other things as well, which is Team Queso's counterplay on the early game of Formulation. Formulation had the Renekton, they had the Corki package, they had the Kha'Zix. Team Queso didn't go for the objectives. They just let them get it. They tried to shake hands, and then they got into the late game. And I want to talk about someone else, which is Fekko. Fekko was able to actually feed himself incredibly hard in the early game. He was able to farm up and get like a 1,500 gold lead before 10 minutes into the game, which is obviously huge. And we saw it happen into the late game. He was dealing an insane amount of damage, but it was just not quite enough. And then I want to highlight the other ADC on Team Queso's side. I'm saying ADC because Joey Skaggs is famous for his ADC picks, right? Like as Xcando, exactly as he mentioned already. Joey Skaggs on the Morgana, it's good, right? But I personally, and I'm sure a lot of fans want to see it too, him on the carries, right? We see him in ranked, and I know him personally. I know how good this guy is, and I know that he has the potential to absolutely hard carry Team Queso, just like Acolyte and Andres are doing. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Team Queso is going to be drafting the next game. So that is it for the key points for this game. Back to Carmine and Xcano to get us into the next game.
We heard from Joey in his interview last week. He, like I said in the game, he wants to be playing AD carries, but will play what the team needs for the most part. And if the team needs you to play Morgana, you play Morgana, and it worked out. There was actually some really impactful moments that Joey had in that game, flashing in, using the ultimate, stasis in the middle of the Baron pit. Like all these things worked out really well. But of course, we have another game, maybe even two in this series, depending on how Formulation Gaming shape up. And if they bring the kind of fire they brought in the first game, we could be looking at a 3-game series going all the way here between Team Queso and Formulation. But once the Lion woke up, once Queso were on the field, they were much more able to sort of take control of the game and win it out relatively quickly. But we're ready to pick some bans now. We'll see if the sides have been switched up. Loser generally gets pick, and they will go for another blue side pick here for Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, which is good, I guess. I know I'm dancing. I'm happy to be here. Okay, so we'll see what they ban next. It could be the Olaf once again, first ban, of course. You obviously need to get through with this one. You don't want it to fall in the hands of Hunter.
What are we even dancing to? There isn't even any music.
That's true.
I'm just following you now.
I'm just dancing to the rhythm of the bands, like whenever someone's
the rhythm of the bands.
To dance a little bit.
The rhythm of the bands. All right. Oh yeah. See, there you go. That really tells you my age. Right. Bans and picks. Formulation versus Team Queso. It is Olaf. It is the Yumi once again banned on red side by Team Queso. And the Jacks, we're following the same pattern. Bans are not shifting just yet.
Hello, Formulation Gaming Team Queso. We actually on another game. Well, we can see right now, Thresh has been banned. Of course, you don't want Thresh. The Flacer, the boxes, well, yes, amazing in last game. You don't want to repeat that. I think that was what almost costed the game for Team Queso. So thank you for keeping it at bay. Now let's see what they've got in the store, because you need to ban some more things, bestie. You need to do something else to win this game.
You need to just get more bans. Like you just need straight up more bans. That's the thing. Just more of them needed to get you through this series.
okay, Sad is being banned again. Okay, Sad, if you think about it, did have quite an impact in the last game, as in like putting up with a frontliner, quite a strong one that made it difficult for Team Kessler to actually reach the back line. So it does make sense for them to ban it, as well as the Varus. Once again, they don't want to let go to Coco. And on the hands of Formulation Gaming, we're going to have this Gragas repeating once again. Yeah, Coco. Just read his name right there. I mean, have there been any games where we haven't seen the Gragas? I don't think so.
No, I think Gragas might be almost 100%. I don't know if he was banned last game, so it might be almost 100% presence today. So Gragas, the fat man, coming back out strong. It's going to be Corki prioritized. I imagine that's going to be for Joey. So Joey's on a more traditional lady carry this time round. We'll see what the second pickup is going to be here for Team Queso. It's going to be Renekton. So Renekton's going to go probably the way of Acolyte, but of course we have that flexibility of that pick.
Are we copying? Team Queso, answer me. Are we copying, taking notes out of Formulation Gaming? Is it what's happening? Is it I see you? In any case, Fiora was banned in the previous game. We're going to have her here. Also, just in case Team Queso decides to suddenly switch Renekton to the mid lane once again and take Darius to top lane. And Galio, I feel like both teams have gone like, okay, you know what? I will pick what you chose last game and you can take mine. And that's it. We exchange, like friendly exchange here. The Galio is going to work amazingly well with the Fiora. I think the Riposte combined with Galio's abilities and the wind of change is going to be amazing. And so it's going to be Gragas. I just think they need to find the perfect timing for this, because otherwise they can counter themselves, amongst themselves a little bit with the Hero's Entrance and Gragas ultimate. But otherwise they should be fine. They should be doing well.
I think they've got a very strong kind of teamfight comp right now for Formulation Gaming. Like, you've got a really strong kind of like protect the Fiora. You've got a really strong ability to dive in with the Gragas. Zed for Vehos was banned previously. Feels like it's a bit more of a flexing, kind of like flexing his muscles pick this time round. The Morgana actually gets banned away by Team Queso this time round. So very likely that it will be Joey on the Morgana this time, and it'll be the Graves ban. I wonder if Lee Sin is going to be banned this time by Formulation.
Yeah, okay. Do you think it's going to go? I don't think it should go through. I mean, either that Formulation knows clearly that even though Lee Sin is quite a strong pick in the hands of Andres Zed, it's probably already been decided. Like, Zed has been played by him several times. It's in his freaking name, like you will assume he will play it from once in a while from time to time. So in any case, I think it's got ban going away here. Do you not want the bombs to just go crashing into this rift right now in the hands of Coco and the Kazakhs? Once again, they're banning it themselves. They're like, okay, just in case Andres is not playing Zed or Renekton, we're banning this. Just it's better to prevent than to. It's actually in Spanish saying better to prevent than to. I don't know how to translate it. Essentially, just take precautions. That's the entire thing.
I'm sure that phrase does also exist in English in some way, but I also can't remember what it is. So I can't quite Hell's Devil you here. I'm sorry. I can't quite do the same thing I did to Hells to Carmeline, because I can't remember the English phrase. But better safe than sorry. Is that the phrase? Like, better to be safe than sorry. That's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
There you go. We do have it. So I can Hell's W. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, it is Garen that gets logged in for Formulation Gaming. So big, beefy frontline. But my little worry that I have for Formulation right now is that they really need a strong, consistent damage source. And I feel like it's going to have to be Orianna. It's, word, it's Akshan. That is an interesting pickup here. Akshan for Formulation Gaming. I really felt like Orianna was like the safe go-to in this situation, but it's Akshan. Very interesting comp all round from Formulation Gaming.
Akshan has been played once by Don. I think it was in the first game that he played for the WREC. But we haven't seen it since then. It's received a few changes in between the patches. So we'll see how it fares in the mid lane. And for Team Queso, we're going to have a Riven. Riven has been rising up in popularity in the past few games, the past few weeks. And I think it does make complete sense. The assault and battery that she can provide. No, that's actually Vi, sorry. But the damages she can provide and the sustain as well, I think that both amazing assets for herself. And in the hands of someone like Andres Zed, okay, you might not be playing Lizen, but you might as well be playing Riven, you know? Not the same at all. I know I made that comparison, but it is what it is.
I mean, I think Riven's an interesting pickup here. I don't know how nice Riven's going to find this game, and it's obviously for Andres. It's a very the big problem that I think you got for Team Queso is you are like a really AD heavy team into Gragas, into Garen, and into Galio. Like they're all going to love armor. I mean, I think Gragas is probably going full AP, but like Zawa on the Galio goes armor, and then Garen's just going to go full tank, I think, you know, and you're going to get huge value out of that because Corki isn't a true AP carry either. He does 80% magic damage in general, but he still has a big physical component to his kit. So I think, again, you know, not exactly a sort of an easy comp to sort of play full AD into if you're the side of Team Queso. But interesting comps nonetheless, and we have got those picks and bans locked in, sorted, ready to go for our potentially final game of the day. It really depends if Formulation Gaming can bring the same kind of fire they did in that first game of the series here, Carmeline, or whether Team Queso goes back to what we know best for them, which is just that consistent, strong early game and good fights around objectives.
I need to do some jokes about Formulation Gaming as like chemistry and so on, but I don't know anything about chemistry, so I'll leave it at joke about chemistry right there. There we go. That was it. Okay, so for now we're going in game. Nothing particularly weird in the summoner spells that I can see. You know, we've got quite a few heals, quite a few barriers, quite a few ignites as well, which is going to be quite important in the hands of Garen. You know, just to finish off your enemies if you don't have enough with your Mass Injustice. Wait a second, we're going to be giving you this. But one thing that is surprising me right now is how people have lost their faith in Team Queso and they're going like, no, in this game, you know, 30-70%, that's what you're going to be dealing with.
Well, I think Team Queso are the expected victors, and you can already see that Fico has been taken super low, and I've got to just kind of take my bearings right now.
Okay.
That's a Gragas Galio bot lane, and obviously, as you mentioned, Don has gone the mid lane Akshan, but it's a really terrible bot lane to play into double ranged, if I'm completely honest with you.
I think they won't be too happy as the game goes on, at least that's what I'm expecting for it to happen. Is this called Kinami, you know, with the bubbles, which by the way, they're not called bubbles, they're called Aqua Prison, but we all call them bubbles for some reason.
Because they're literally a bubble. I mean, it's a bubble.
Yeah, but it's not called a bubble, it's called Aqua Prison.
I know it's called Aqua Prison, but I'm just saying it is actually a bubble.
I know you know. I'm just saying no.
Oh, there's a flash onto Corki. Joey's Gag's taken very low here. He's going to have to flash across the wall to keep himself safe. Kemal taken down very low. Andre's looking for the final here. He actually gets a heal. Smites on the River Scuttler. Andre does the same, but it's not enough. And Veos can't quite find it. Gets the kill in the time being. There's the bubble, the Aqua Prison, as Carmeline says. And that is actually a fight that goes the way of Formulation overall. It's a 2 for 2, but Formulation come away with the River Scuttler, which is a good result.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, no, it is actually a good result. If we look at the replay right here, you can see how they get stunned by the Aqua Prison, aka Bubble. Kimiao being quite low in health, also slowed down. But I think Andres had made a mistake in here, just getting in the middle of the enemy team, getting killed quite quickly. And then you leave Joey and Methan out just on their own devices, and they've got no other choice but to keep on fighting. And Nami being so squishy, you didn't want to risk it. But one thing that I like about Nami is the F1 play, which allows you to damage the enemy team and heal yourself. So that's always a nice, a nice little tool. Not like Soraka, which is more skill shot. You, as Nami, you choose the enemy that you want to focus on, and then it'll do it itself. So good play right there, at least for both teams. 2 kills going for each of the mid laners, which will play an incredible role coming up in the next few minutes. But another thing to be mentioned is the freaking Christmas tree Formulation Gaming has got going on in the entire river. Up top to bot, look at it, look at the beautiful wards placed in every single bush that there is in the river zone.
Yeah, they've got a lot of vision control, especially for these neutral objectives that are going to be spawning in the next few minutes. I will point out that Don has got a pretty sizable gold lead right now. He's in a great spot, and he is looking like he could snowball off the back of a Blade of the Ruin King pickup here. Obviously, Vejos picked up the 2 kills himself, but didn't quite get the same gold injection that we saw our boy Don get And obviously the Akshan is one of those picks that can really, really kind of snowball out of control here if he can make this work for himself.
Will he be able to make it work? That's another question that we should be debating about, as well as debating about who's going to be taking each objective. For now, it seems like Formulation is looking more into the Herald up in the top lane, and Team KC is looking perhaps more into the Infernal Dragon. First, Infernal Dragon, I think that's something that every single team wants to fight against. You know, like, you see an Infernal Dragon, you're like, okay, I'm going to be heading straight up here. But why not fight a little bit before, you know? Why not, okay, I'm seeing you go there, maybe I will change my perspective on this, or maybe I want to fight you right now. Corki using the shield right now, the passive going on up there, and it seems like nobody's really deciding what they want to do except for the bot lane, where Vechos is just running away from the enemy team. So we'll see who decides to take what, but I think it'll be quite interesting to see who gets the first one.
Lots of good vision control for Formulation Gaming as well. They have a really great teamfight team, and that's something that you have to remember. The Hero's Entrance is coming in range. Have a Nami bubble to try and buy some time. We do have that Corki package ready to go if we need it. Smite is not there. Actually gets stolen away by Formulation Gaming. And already the team fight's breaking out. It's going to be, I think, UI that goes down. Vejos manages to pick up the kill. He has his ultimate left available if he wants to go for it, but will get taken down very low. Goes in, takes out the Fiora, and now going to go on to Fico. 2. That's a really great team fight from Team K. So despite losing the Dragon, they get an excellent fight off the back of it. And you can see the Acolyte desperate to try and chase down Don, who just about escapes with his life. No one dies on the side of Team Queso. They're immediately pinging to go towards that Rift Herald, although I will say a little risky because you can already see that Formulation Gaming are back on the map.
Absolutely not sure if I would do now that design back away. We can see here in this replay how they did amazingly well with the tidal wave, taking over about 3 team members for Formulation Gaming. Then the bubble. Honestly, Methanid is right on fire in this one team fight, as well as of course Acolyte. I have to say, in this one play, it was really good. Well done by him and Vecho. So basically, the entirety of Team Kesso. That's why I have to say, I think they're playing really well. And for Dunn, I don't feel like he's really finding his speed in this game. Like as Sakshan, he's got these 2 kills, but besides that, not anything else. I don't know how Shan plays that well into this composition, because you need to be playing in close areas with loads of walls to be able to use the full potential of this champion. And for now, that hasn't been really taking place. So we'll see what happens right now.
Oh, Andre maybe overstepping just a little bit. Has to be very careful for the time being. Great wave coming up from the Nami. Really, really good kite back, but I think it is an easy execute. Andre just oversteps with that ribbon. And of course, Vejos has most of the gold right now for Team Queso. He's 4-1, and he was side lane split pushing for that fight to take place. And I think Team Al just able to very keenly execute Andre here on that ribbon. But we'll be buying enough time for him to come back into the fight right now. We still have that Dominus available. We still have Vejos available as well. You can see a lot of damage coming out from UI for the time being. We're going to see Acolyte jump in.
Acolyte
doesn't quite get the smite, as Andre was not there. So they'll secure the objective, but they trade 1 for 1 as well. Now, what can they do? They lose 2 objectives, so you really hope that Team Queso can try and push on a middle tower or a tower in the top lane or the bot lane and hope to use that to kind of, I guess, stop the Rift Herald take feeling so bad.
Yeah, we'll see what Formulation Gaming decides to use this one, because the towers are again destroyed both in top lane, the mid lane, and mid lane, in the bot lane. But you really want to make sure that you know what you're doing at this point in time with the Herald. You know, you don't want it to go to waste, you don't want it to go to an easy lane. So it's going to be really important for them to be able to plan ahead of this, because for now, for the time being, Team Queso has the advantage both in gold and kills, not in objectives. So just exploit that, you know, exploit that a little bit, exploit the inability that the composition has to in order to take objectives, and that way you might be able to get some picking kills here and there and win the game. If they do that, I think that's a win condition right now for Team Queso. It's more like stay together, don't just stray. I know you got to duelists, but please don't just risk it for nothing. Plan ahead well.
I love the triple cleaver build, by the way. We've got 3 triple black cleavers coming out, or triple black cleavers coming out for Team Queso. Just because their top side of the map is so AD heavy, they want to be building those black cleaver stacks as much as physically possible, to make sure that they're sort of the AD damage that they threat, the AD damage threats that they have are going to be good enough in this mid game. Vejos stuck in a side lane versus the Garen, and that's the problem that I think Veos is going to have. It's very difficult to push side lane advantage versus a Garen. He will just soak your damage and clear the waves and get away with it as well.
Yeah, also, as I said, you might again want to face someone. Okay, you're good at the 1 versus 1s, but as you said, you're being kind of stuck in there. So once you go in, once again, even if the shadow is with you, you're gonna be having a little bit of issues in that one. Getting the cooldowns reduction due to the passive is gonna be another interesting one, as well as its potential team fight for the Dragon. Sorry, now that Formulation Gaming has distracted Team Kezo in order to push in that top lane with the Herald, which let's see if it manages to do anything because it's kind of far away from the tower. So it must be almost a thing of run out of time rather than wanting to do it.
Oh, he's Acolyte, has that Dominus ready to go. Immediately jumps onto Speaker, who's taken down super low. They're trying to take out Acolyte with that Grand Challenge, and he'll be dropped. Oh, he gets taken down. Oh my word, the ebb and flow still going. Vejos there as well. Vejos silenced and gets locked up. They don't trade 1 for 1 at the end of the day, and Andre, desperate to make the play happen, uses his wind slash over the wall, but he can't quite find the kill until he goes too deep. Trying to trade back onto the Garen. Can they do it? Acolyte just needs 1 more basic attack. He can't find it. And actually, Formulation Gaming come out on top here versus Team Queso. The tower doing a significant amount of work, and Queso unable to capitalize on what was a good initial engage.
This is a great problem for Queso. I feel like the only really properly ranged champion that you've got is Nami, as well as Corki. But then said Riven and Renekton might need to be a little bit closer to objectives, whereas if you look at Formulation Gaming, you've got the Galio, you've got the Gragas, to disengage as well, and even to send you over to the tower if they want to. So that might be an issue moving forward, especially if you can take out use Garen in the early minutes, the early movements of team fight.
They're going in here. Joey's trying to find the engage. But it will be Formulation Gaming that's just able to walk away over the wall. Maybe you can get mid lane prio here. Mid lane prio would be a really big deal. Might be able to set them up to take the mid lane tower, but I think should have enough people to stop that from going down easily to Team K. So as you can see, that Zawa is here already. You can see the Don on the sideline.
Oh, Andres.
Just looking for his kind of angle, and they actually get stunned onto Zawa. Zawa immediately forced to flash away. Great retreating tidal wave coming out from Methanaut there as Andre is the target of an attempted takedown from Don, but it won't quite happen. And Team Queso push a little bit further than they can manage. They're going to start up that Rift Herald for the time being, but it looks like Formulation Gaming aren't done yet. They're ready to fight this one.
For me, Team Queso, in these few minutes, they're looking like we're going to try, but we're not actually going to get it. They try and try and try, but they are not able to complete the objectives. And look at here, they're gonna get the kill onto Nami from Formulation Gaming side. I think that the issue with Team Queso right now is that they set their sights on something, they want to do it, they don't end up doing it. By the way, that tower in the top lane, the Herald hit it, then it was not destroyed.
It's
by
one basic attack.
Yes.
Like they can just walk up and shoot this. Like,
yep, there's that.
Easy tower take.
Easy peasy.
I'm not sure about Andre's Riven, by the way. Every time I've seen Andre play Riven, he doesn't play very well. And
I know.
Just as I say that, he gets killed. And now Joey might be dead. And Joey's dead.
What's going on? Okay, Team Queso, we need to talk about this. So, what's happening here? Like, do you need to talk, Team Queso? Do you need to talk? What's going on here? Andres is not finding his right foot in with this Riven. Then you've got Acolyte, who is using Dominus okay-ish. I think he's the one sparkling light for Team Queso in this one game, as well as Vejos. But then Joey is taking once again the back seat, which is something that I think he shouldn't have to go through. Like, he's been proved to be a quite good carry player, so just give him a little bit more resources, give him something. And Methania now, again, it's the same case for him. No, not till the kill. Okay, not till the kill, nice. On the side of Formulation Gaming, the main carry is as usually done, as well as Kimia, but we'll see, because I feel like these two bot lanes are not really having the protagonism they should be having, and that could cost them the game if that keeps going on in the later game.
Andre again just overstepping a little bit here. As you can see, Kemal jumps in. Methanol has to force the flash away. Really actually good counter engage from them, and they go in, get the stun. Kemal forced to flash. They want to take this fight. Fico immediately has to use the stasis. In comes the Garen. They've caught Joey out. He can't get away. He gets judgmented down. Acolyte in the front line stuns away and finds the kill. Straight onto the back. Vejos is available and immediately forces the stasis out of the mid laner, and Don forced to flash away. That was a great counter engage. Joey kind of put himself in melee range, but the rest of Team Case were able to carry this one out. And maybe if they push hard enough, they're not going to do it. I was thinking they could maybe try and make a crazy play for the inhibitor tower, but actually Baron on the cards?
Yeah, apparently, yes, that's yes for them. Fiora scored her ultimate. Maybe that was a bait. They can't make it. They didn't have the time. They didn't have the damage to do it just yet. Fiora and Akshan were rotating towards the objective. But then again, they didn't have the summoners up still. The ultimates are still recharging. It's not best time to do it, you know? Like in your case, it's formulation game right now. You want to take a few minutes perhaps to just recover from that one, just like they had to recover from this other one. You had the riposte by Fiora, you had the parry as well, the hero's entrance by Galio, but in the end it didn't even matter. You can see it clearly how they were focusing Garen for a few seconds. I think Team Kesa were able to identify that this was not the best idea, and then they unleashed Andres Zed once again. And I think the Ribbon combined with the Zed is quite a good matchup, quite a good pair. Don't give the enemy a second to react to whatever they're trying to propose, and that's going to be so good if they can keep it up.
They're actually going to try and take down this top lane inhibitor tower if they can, and they're not even trying to stop this dragon from going down. You can see that it is Andre by himself sidelining Zawa, caught out. Vejos immediately uses the ultimate. They get a great bubble. It's a huge bubble. That's a massive play from Vejos and the rest of the Team Queso. They may even get the inhibitor tower. They do. Andre by himself onto Don into the base, but will be able to get away. Don will probably find the executing blow here. Will actually be the judgment from Garen. But what a play from Vejos and from Methanaut right there. Absolutely creamed the backline of Formulation Gaming and might even give over this dragon. I say that Vejos is silenced, stunned. Joe, you can use the ultimate to jump away, keeps himself alive with the stasis for the time being. Here comes Acolyte, Don taken down low, and Vejos will escape. The Acolyte's still going, but the Sterak's gauge is enough to allow you. Oh, Corky! Oh, Joey flashes forward, finally gets a taste of the action. And now Team Queso pushing down mid. Vejos has been an absolute beast this game on the Zed. Like, unbelievable play. But I've got to give credit to Methanaut as well. I really do think he's played an excellent game of Nami.
Absolutely, like those tidal waves, those aqua prisons, those ebb and flows, every single thing that he's been doing has been amazing. I think quite on point. This is an example of how you can play an aggressive Nami. Many people think that playing Nami means that you're going to be sitting back in the back, you know, and being kind of passive, but it's not the case. When you're playing Nami, you need to know what you're going to be setting your sights on, what you're going to be using your bubbles on, what's the most efficient way to use the ebb and flow. If you haven't thought about it yet, I'm a quite big Nami fan. I play it quite a lot, and yeah, that's essentially what you need to know. Who you're going to give the boost to, as well the third ability. That's going to be quite important. And I think Methanaut has been doing it amazingly well in this one game. Now, will he be able to keep doing that when it comes to team fights? Absolutely, yes. The tidal wave allows you to set team fights quite well. You just engage the enemy, they get knocked up. And even if at that point, if Coco decides to use the Galio's ultimate, then there is no way you can escape from that. So that's something I'm looking forward to if that happens again. But for now, it seems like UI is going to be chased again, like for the quintuple time in this game.
Vejos just able to side lane by himself. No one really able to stand up against him, especially now he's got the Serraldo's Grudge in tow. Nice little bubble. Andre smells the prey, jumps in, tries to find the kill. Straight onto Fikoko Coco, who's over the wall. Why am I saying his full name now? You've made me say his full name all the time. UI, now the target. In goes Vejos with the ultimate. Great separating blow from the cast, but the stasis is enough to buy time as Joey once again on the front line gets taken down. This is actually a bad fight for Team Queso for the time being, because you can see Kemal is there, finds the kill, finds the first blow, and Queso may be overstepping as they want to, as they flash away. Acolyte now the target, going to use the slice and dice to try and get out, and now Methanaut using the bubble to try and buy some time. But this was a bad fight for Queso. They didn't need to go that hard. Joey again on the front line, didn't even use the exhaust and gets taken down.
Also fighting exactly what you want Akshan to be fighting with your comeuppance. You know, with Akshan, again, you want to be able to be close to walls that are not so far away from each other. So the Reaper is not in the kill area, but this bot lane is the perfect place to do that, to do the hook shots. So once again, you can see it clearly here how they are doing quite amazingly. Then you've got Sour just being focused at this point with the bubbles, but in the back you've got Kimiao flanking, doing again quite a good job at doing this. And then there's no escape. Oh my gosh!
Oh my god, they're going for the Baron right now, trying to put the teleport in. Don't quite get it. Vejos over the wall. They tried to go for a crazy Baron steal attempt again, but this time round Formulation Gaming are the ones that are actually ready for it. They're going to take Acolyte down so low for the time being. He'll try and dive away, won't be able to get away with it. And Andre and Joey Skaggs, oh my word, a single ult from Don on that Akshan. Acolyte still trying to keep himself alive, by the way. Won't be able to do it as UI picks up the kill. This is a bad space for Team K. So they suddenly went for dominant to being 4K gold behind, and they're going to teleport in. They want to win this right now. They're teleporting in. They want to find the end of the game. Joey does have that package available if he needs it. He's going, oh my god, Joey, what on earth are you doing, my man? He's trying to clear the wave, but all he's done is split it up. They're trying to push down heavily. Joey does manage to get the final blow. They're trying to get the final backdoor here, but it doesn't quite happen. Joey actually made the hero play, but it's another wave coming in now, and I don't know if they've got time to defend this.
Okay, Vejos is back in the game. I don't think they have the time.
They haven't got
We're
it.
going to go to a third game.
A single throw. Formulation Gaming bring themselves back in with a chance at this series. And I'm going to be honest, that was just all off the back of that bot lane play. I have no idea what happened at the back off that bot lane play. It was absolutely crazy that they just went that far and just got punished that hard. But great response from Formulation Gaming and Team Queso. Please don't give. Andre, don't play Riven. Every time you play Riven, you seem to do badly. It's not you. It's a curse. It's the Team Queso Riven curse. Every time I've cast Team Queso playing Riven, Andre it's a curse. They lose.
Have you thought about it the other way around? Like, have you thought about it being you casting Team Queso when they play Riven and them listen?
That's a bit too specific. No, I think my first one was correct.
Okay,
but also Vejos on Zeds, you got to ban it. I feel he's too good, but nonetheless, I mean, Team Queso just couldn't make it happen, could they? They unfortunately couldn't make these team fights happen. Joey was frontlining, face tanking a little bit too much for my liking in some of these team fights. But nonetheless, massive props to Formulation Gaming. They've brought us all the way to a third game series.
I think they played. I don't think neither of these teams has played really well in this game. I felt like Team Queso had it defined by the handle, then suddenly they lost track of what they were doing, giving up too many objectives in the beginning. Then Formulation Gaming comes back, and what do go in there is basically Formulation Gaming being like, you know what, we've got the Garen, we've got a Fiora, we've got a Galio, where Vejos wasn't able to do anything with Zed. Like, Zed will go in, buy champion. It didn't exist anymore, and that was one of the biggest issues for them. So I'm hoping they can rethink the strategy for the next game, perhaps give us something of what we've seen them do in the past, but in a better fashion.
Yeah, I think also you've got to be very, very conscious that Zed in this game, you're going up against a Garen who just look at how much armor he had. You're going up against a Galio. You're going up against a Gragas who went basically full armor almost as well. You know, you're looking at three people you really can't easily kill on Zed, and then the only person you can kill is Don, and he's difficult because he's got stasis, and then Kimao's got the riposte. It's a hard game to play a Zed in, despite some of the other game. And Andre, you could see his impact wasn't felt on the Riven. Really couldn't actually make many plays that game. Joey did do a lot of damage, but I just feel like too many times he was melee range on Corki in these team fights. Methanol, I think, had a good game, but nonetheless, it was a great comeback from Formulation Gaming, and we're going all the way to 3 games.
Woo! Roller coaster of a goal difference you see here. But I don't even know how to describe it. It just goes up and down in favor of each team. So I think it's going to be interesting to see who's going to survive.
Yeah,
loads of friendships going to be broken, Exandral.
A lot of friendships going to be broken. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Very, very specific way of saying tough series. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see exactly what the best play of this series was. And I think Probably going to be a good Formulation Gaming one, you feel. Yeah, it was the one where Team Queso just went too deep, Carmeline.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that Andres said getting in the middle of this, just almost being hit by the tower. Becca is also getting not injured, but just getting quite close to teamfight without being able to do much because of the melee trait of the champion. And then from that point on, it was just a disaster for them. Nothing to be done about it. Acolyte is flashing his light, dies Necrosis teamfight. Methan not just he had flashed already. So what could he do besides it? Nothing.
Yeah, it was overextension, and as you mentioned, I think the key moment for me there was the fact that Garen ult is AoE in Wild Rift. It hit like 4 people. So a bit like that set ultimate from the previous series. Like there was a huge impact Garen ultimate in that fight that I think really did a lot of damage to the majority of the Queso roster. But we have got another game. Queso need to get it together, or otherwise they could be staring the exit of the WREC. Formulation Gaming certainly surpassing expectations, in my opinion. Both games have shown how close they are to taking Queso down, and in fact even did. We're going to go to a quick break. We're back. Last game of the day. We'll see you there.
ready?
Welcome back to the WREC. We've got one more game coming your way between Queso and Formulation Gaming, and Formulation certainly have made this series interesting. One more game, one more chance to make it through to the losers bracket final, where you'll place up against Viv, and you will then have that chance to then go further in as a top 4 team of the WREC. But this is your last chance saloon if you're both Queso and Navi, Formulation. And Formulation are one game away from upsetting the apple cart here. They're really, really very close to making this a genuine reality.
I think they just need a little bit of a push. But Formulation Gaming, if they play like they've played this game, they can take it away. And it's so dangerous because I feel like I honestly don't want to say goodbye to any of these teams.
No, they're all great players. They're all absolutely like fantastic players in their own right, and great teams too. And I don't want to say goodbye to any of them, but of course, competition we have to. So we're going to decide which team is going to make it through this series. Will it be Queso? Are you going to stick with Queso here, or are you going to waver in your Spanish loyalty and maybe think about Formulation? No, you're not wavering in your Spanish loyalty. Why is the point in asking that question? Of course you're not. Of course you're not.
I mean, I understand you cannot understand the feeling because you didn't have actually UK teams, so... Yeah,
that's true. We don't.
I get it.
Although, actually, RICS is technically a UK team, I believe. So, actually, we do. So, there you go. Well, right. Speaking of which, we're going to go over to the Hells Devil key points for our final game of this series. What are we going to look out for, Hells?
I have a lot of key points, so let me just quickly talk about it. First of all, Akshan plus 4 front lines. It worked like a jam in the late game for Formulation Gaming, and even though they were losing the early game, they made it work in the late game. And although Team Queso lost, I still want to have this as a key point. Never give Vego set. And having this as a key point is a big thing, right? Like, key points are supposed to be about the game, and the fact that I've put this right here shows a lot. Vegas on the Z is just beyond incredible. It's so incredibly powerful. And then another thing that Team Queso did very well in this game was their split pushing. Even though they had the Corki, who was incredibly good at these objective fights, they were actually split pushing very effectively with the Z and the Renekton throughout the game, which applied a lot of pressure in the early game and gave them the massive advantage. But then we come to the fourth point. Kim Yao's incredible performance on the Fiora. He was able to secure every single objective he was contesting. He stole away dragons from Andres. He just dominated the jungle in the late game and really showed what he was made of. And that's what's going to make this third game even more interesting, because we know how good Andres is, and especially if he's put on a good champion. And now we see how good Kim Yao is as well. So that's going to make the third game very interesting. Back to Carmine and Excandro to get us into this interesting third game.
Yeah, I think we are into a final game now, and it is all on the line between these two teams. And if you win, you're going through to Viv. You're a top 4 team. WREC, if you lose, you're out of the competition, and you're going to have to make your way through the last chance qualifier to potentially make it to those live finals. So it's going to be a wild game, and I'm expecting both teams to bring their absolute best. Definitely want to see Queso shape up their draft a little bit, though. That draft felt a little wonky to me. I was talking actually with Snitch in the break about why Riven and what was the point of the Riven pick there, even though we didn't feel it was particularly strong. And it was partly due to the fact that Riven is a brawler and there wasn't many other good brawlers on the table, and you couldn't pick Lee because there wasn't many great lanes to gank. So, apparently it was just the only pick that kind of fit that role of being a brawling jungler. But it still didn't feel like it had the impact. Still didn't feel like it was the right pick. And maybe there wasn't a right pick, Carmeline. Maybe there was just not a right pick in that scenario. Maybe the draft from Formulation Gaming was just too good. And that last pick, you were stuck between a rock and a hard place. But that's what Queso wants to avoid this time round.
Yeah, Mr. Scandal, I told him pro players in the breaks in between games.
It's good to get info. It's good to educate yourself.
Share that info, Scandal.
I can't type to a pro player and then type elsewhere at the same time. It's difficult. I'm not a man of many typing skills.
People who walk and do that, people who just take what is being said and then they translate it. But in any case, it's fine. It's okay. We'll forgive you.
Thank you. I appreciate being forgiven.
We'll forgive you for this one. We don't forgive a snitch, though. This one, we keep it in the heart, okay? For not providing this information to us.
Okay, well, I think I count as the collective us. You know, I hope that I'm counted as the collective us. But regardless, Carmeline, your Spanish brethren are on the line here. They've got their hearts and their games on the line. Their last chance for Spain. We're into the picks and bans. Let's see if Queso's shifted it up and have gone over to either blue side or red side. Now, Queso have played red side every single game so far, and that's going to change.
Oh.
They're going over to blue side this time round.
Well, I was about to say that considering that I love Spain and Spain doesn't love me, then I useful to care about what Team Queso does in this case. I want them to win. Garen is going to be banned. No more spinning me round and round in this game. You know, like, we don't want to see that anymore. We've gotten tired of this spinning. So Olaf going to be banned again for Andres said for one game. Please, can we please? Like, is it too much to ask for him to play one game? Does he have to ban in every single competition he plays in? I know.
Yeah, well, I think Yumi going banned as well here, so they're not going to give that over to Team Queso. The Thresh, Kazawa made an impression on the first game on Thresh. He's not going to get his hands on that champion this time round. We'll see what the final pick is going to be. The Varus ban. So Varus has been banned pretty frequently here by Team Queso. Final ban for Formulation Gaming. There's a lot left open. There are things like the Fiora still available. And we'll see whether Formulation decide to take the Fiora off or let that open as a first pick. It's going to be Jax this time around. Plenty of other brawling junglers up and available, like the Fiora, like the Lee Sin. So we'll see where Team Queso choose to go with their first pick.
Well, that's a good question that we are all asking. They could choose to give a little bit prior to Andres said in this case, get him on a comfortable pick. Maybe they choose to give that to Acolyte once again with the Darius. The choices, there are many choices to be made here, but it'll be a Fiora here, which could be going either way. But okay, if I think about it, I can't really picture Acolyte with anything that isn't a Darius at this point.
He's a good Fiora player. I've been crushed by Acolyte in solo queue many times on his Fiora. He's a brilliant Fiora player. So I think could be, but the flexibility of Fiora is good, right? That's going to be the Gragas though. Gragas, I think, has been really good for Zawa, and I think again another flexible pick that doesn't give away too much about your draft. We'll see what the second pick is going to be here for Formulation Gaming.
We'll see in just a few seconds. You can complement it with many things. The Galio was a good choice, a good pair for this Gragas in the last game. So maybe we'll be seeing this in this next game. Maybe we will be seeing something like the Kha'Zix, for example. It's still in the right of Andres said, giving it to Kimiao. I think is quite a good option here. Again, the first game didn't work quite well. The ganking situation was not particularly brilliant, but you never know. Maybe in this game we're rethinking of what we want it to look like and rebuilding for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the set come through here. So I think when you see a Kha'Zix, you want to build a composition that makes it very difficult for him to jump in because he'll get CC'd or it'll be difficult for him to isolate a target. And so things that are just beefy and hard to kill usually make Kha'Zix's life pretty miserable in general. Morgana is available here. I was going to say, I think Morgana would have been a good pick, especially for Joey. It means that he can play safe. And also means that you have something that can protect against like the isolating barrels of the Gragas and stuff.
Yeah, I think also the Dark Shield is going to be quite useful in this case. And as you said, this is going to be amazing to stop the Kha'Zix, with all this easy and the area damage that Morgana does. Quite a good combination here, just like the Gali that we were talking about previously, going to be accompanying the Gragas in here. So I'm very excited to see what it might be causing here for both of them. What I see from Team Queso is a composition that is very oriented towards team fights and also towards stopping the Kha'Zix. And for Formulation Gaming, I'm like, okay, this is a little bit more about engage and disengage when needed with Galio, but also with Gragas as well. So with the barrel rolls, you never know what to expect, and I'm really waiting to see how they decide to round up and close these respective compositions.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting for the final bans coming through. Alistair here, obviously versus heavy melee comps. Alistair is pretty strong because you can get multiple man knockups. He's really good at disrupting front lines, and so that makes a lot of sense. kind of wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Darius ban. The only reason I say that is because obviously Set can still be flexed into the mid lane if you really wanted to for Vejos. Zed, it's not an awful Zed game. I'd say it's not looking like a great Zed game either for Vejos, but obviously that is a pick that he plays exceptionally well. And so, you know, I think given there was only one blunder in the previous game, you know, Zed could still be a relatively good option. I do like the Braum ban though. Methanor is a very big Braum player. And again, it's another good game for a potential Braum pick here. Let's see what the final ban will be here for Team Queso. They're banning the Corki. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Orianna banned away to make it so that you don't have a very strong, like, control magey type player. Or the Kai'Sa as well could be another solid ban, I think.
Oh, okay.
How did Ziggs get this far down the draft?
I actually know. I was thinking about it right now. Okay. And neither of them have decided to choose it. But interesting one here. In any case, we're gonna be back to the picks here in the hands of Formulation Gaming. And now they've got plenty of choices. You still have your AP, AD carry to be chosen. Maybe your mid laner, depending on where you're sending the Gragas and the Galio as well. So we're gonna have Renekton, which still leaves options quite open, to be honest. But I wasn't a particular fan of Renekton in this series. I don't think I'll be fan of Renekton like ever in my life. But there we go. We've got a little bit of a source of damage, a source of sustain, and a source of basically headaches for the enemy team.
I like Darius here. I actually do. I actually think Darius has got a good comp to play into. Diana is also another good option. Anything that feels like a good anti-melee, and I think that's a really sensible pick from Team Queso, if I'm honest with you, because it's just like, I see 4 melee champions, I'm like, that's great Darius territory, and like obviously feels the same. We'll see what the final pick is here. Whether we see like a wild switch of Set support, which would be very interesting for Methanor, or we just see something that complements Morgana and prevents them from getting pushed in the bot lane.
Ooh, never seen it right now.
Ooh, it's Morgana support.
Vayne. Okay. This has happened in the past. This stamina has appeared, Carmeline. You know, like, it's nothing weird. It's nothing new. It's appeared. Okay. Now, yes. Okay, I can come to terms with that champion making it through. Okay, so Vayne plus Morgana, mobility all the way. You know, that's gonna be quite a good one. A little bit squishy, but you've got Black Shield. And what's going on?
This is taken a wild turn. This draft has taken a very wild turn in the final game of our series. It's Gragas. I feel like it's going to be Gragas Misfortune bot. And they're going to try and put pressure on Morgana Vayne as much as they can. Like, Misfortune is a very, very difficult matchup for Vayne because she's a short range AD carry. Misfortune kind of eats that alive, and double up makes it very difficult for her in the laning phase. Vayne is such a Joey pick. It's probably Joey's best pick in terms of like his individual prowess. And he's probably seen 4 melee champions and thinks that he's going to be able to outplay all of them on the Vayne, with the Morgana obviously in tow. But he's going to have a tough time in the laning phase versus the Misfortune. Very interesting draft. A lot of CC for FMG. And I think that's a good thing. You always like to have CC, but lots of great anti-melee champs. And it's going to be a set mid as well, unless it's set support for Methanor. But I'm imagining it's set mid. Because you're into the Galio. This is crazy draft, crazy game to end our series with here, Carmeline.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you've made it so far, into the bracket and into this third game, you're like, you know what? We're going to be picking not just what might be better against the enemy composition, but also what we actually want to play. And that's the case for the Vayne, that's the case for the Misfortune. At this point, you should care about what you are best at and trying to just push your weight in when it comes to that instead of just conforming and being like, okay, I'm gonna pick whatever works whatever is meta right now. Nope. You want to give your best, you want to give it your all. And I think that's what Formulation Gaming and Team Kes are doing right now.
Crazy game.
Indeed.
Crazy game to end things off.
It is, and we can see right now. Okay, let's take a little bit of a look at the summoners. We've got Triple Ignite from the side of Formulation Gaming, ready to catch all the skills. And Team Kessel was in the faith of people in there. That like, they are just being left in the mud by the talent, by the people. And I feel so sad about them. But on the other hand, if you look at Team Kezo, you can see how they've chosen to go more with Barrier and perhaps even with a little bit of Ignite. More of a mix, if you compare it to Formulation Gaming. And finally, it's going to be the set mid lane that we were discussing previously, which is, again, quite interesting in this one. The matchup should be more going in favor of Gragas. But you never know. When it comes to these two teams, you never know how they're going to surprise you. And the Fury in the hands of Andres said, again, is another question for me. By the way, talking about the pacing is also going to be quite interesting. Fury starting from top to bottom, from bottom to top, and going to be the opposite for Kimiao. Once again, going to be crashing and clashing. I have got the potential first team fight in here. Andres said, getting right in the middle with a riposte, but not going to be getting any kills in here, except a few, pokes out of the enemy team. Again, they are looking for a team fight right here. So wow, Kimiao getting chased down. Gonna be the first kill over to Set's hands. Being rooted for Kazakhs is not good news. Galio now having to flash away from the Team Kazakh position, which means that 1-1 for each one of them. Andres Set's forced into this gang, but so is going to be the case for Formulation Gaming. During now in a little bit of trouble as well. So yeah, quite interesting team fight that we saw that with the 1-1. So yeah, that's what we call it.
That was a crazy start here for Formulation and Team Queso, and you can really see that they're willing to put everything on the line for this final game. Such an important game for both of these teams. It'll be, is that a double scuttle confirmed for Formulation Gaming to start off with? That's a really good start if you're Formulation. Like double scuttle in both top and bot river is a huge deal realistically for these two teams. Damn, Formulation really off to a swinging that sort of like everything on the line, and they're just willing to sort of go all in on these river scuttle fights too.
Absolutely, and I think Team Kiss is going to need to wake a little bit. Besides those 2 kills, we haven't seen much more of them. 3 minutes in division by Formulation Gaming. I think that's the highlight for me for this team. It's always impeccable. There's nothing to be criticized about it. It's just right where it needs to be, and I just can't do anything else but praise it. Maybe wish them a better laning phase than last time, because it seems like they might have a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, UA is going to pop preemptively the Dominus. I love it. Just does that to clear the wave out. Doesn't want to give an easy tower dive over to Team Queso. Formulation though. Andre taking down very low. The riposte is there, but he gets flashed on. Oh, that'll be the barrel that takes him out. Team Queso can't make anything work for themselves right now. And Formulation Gaming, they are off to a banger start. Can't get the face breaker to work for Vejos. But man, that was crazy start. Great stuff from UI to buy time for both Don, Zawa, Kimiao to come and help him out and prevent that tower dive from coming through. The Acolyte gets forced to flush away from UI and Zawa. Once again, Kimiao is here. Just going to force them out of that fight. This is not good, though. You can see that Queso feeling a little rattled, I think, by Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, I think so, too. I feel like they know how to react exactly. Like they are finding themselves in a situation that they're not used to be, which is starting from behind. They're usually the ones initiating the first attacks. In this case, it's not going to be like that. Oh, wow, okay.
Is Andre going to get... Oh, he does. He gets across the wall. They sneak it. I really thought that was going to be disaster there, Carmeline, but they just about sneaked that dragon. And that was a good pickup because that's Infernal now. Really nice. Fico taken down low. Vejos maybe looking for a crazy play. Takes down the AD carry. They have not got that Misfortune ultimate, and that might be enough for Team Queso to want to go for this fight, by the way. As you can see, the pull comes in from Acolyte. Acolyte gets a double stack now, trying to find some kind of edge. As you can see, the Vejos there with the face breaker does have the ultimate available as well. He gets forced to flash away, gets taken down by the stray double up. Joey managed to find that stun, but it is 1 kill for the traded Rift Herald, and actually Acolyte and the rest of Team Queso will be relatively happy with the outcome there.
Yeah, they might want to use it here in the mid lane, perhaps, to get a little bit of an advantage.
Oh, they're going in. It's going to be Methanor. Zawa taken down very low. Methanor jumps away, forced the flash. It's going to be Acolyte that dies. Maybe. As the flash comes through from Kimiao. Maybe trading for the top lane in tower, though, as we do have the Rift Herald that can get dropped if needs be. But Andre's actually not going to use it. Happy to save that for another scenario.
That started off so well, and then he just Dunn doing here an amazing walk with the Gragas, but then again, okay, this puts Team KS in a quite difficult position for Malaysian Gaming, getting about 1k ahead of them. Quite a few kills as well. They've been rolling this early game, and I mean they've got the champions to do so. We've got the Kazakhs, they've got Renekton. Champions that should be doing well in these situations. They're really exploiting the engaged potential and the CZ that Galio can bring over to the game. So I'm really liking what they're doing so far. I just need to see a little bit more once the game goes into the next few minutes and they have to face Team Queso at their best, you know.
Don's trying to bait them in here. Zawa's in the sidelines waiting. Oh, and Acolyte just oversteps. He's going to be easily killed off by Kemal here. You're going to drop that Rift Herald mid though. It was a three-man commit. You do have that ultimate that is going to be ready for Zawa if he needs it to see a clear wave coming through, and they can't quite find that first tower of the game. In the meantime, they're going to barrel down towards the bot lane. It's going to be Joey, Methanout, and Andres racing up against Air Formulation's topside threat for first tower of the game. I think it's going to go the way of Formulation Gaming, though. Yeah. They'll get first tower of the game. They played this super well so far. Got to be honest with you, Team Queso, especially Acolyte, is making a couple of mistakes on that top side of the map, and Formulation Gaming are punishing them.
Yeah, thing is, there's something that we've been discussing as well. I discussed this. I heard as I was discussing this, you know, as a very honored spectator of that, how Andret said sometimes plays more for the lanes instead of playing for the entire team. You know, that can be a great issue, because when you're facing someone like Miao who's got such a map presence, you cannot afford to just play for one lane at a time. You need to think of whatever is going on in the entire map. And so in this case, that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. Like, you obviously cannot be everywhere, but you need to make sure that the enemy thinks you're everywhere. That's part of the game. And what we're seeing right now is Acolyte being clearly left alone. You see how Joey and Methanout have to be fighting back a little bit.
Acolyte just get a little bit of healing there. Actually flashes away. That's going to be the ult coming out from Fico as Vejos also flashes to respond. Fico won't go down. Trying to push mid lane tier 1 for the time being, as we see the grand challenge popped by Andres. Is going to actually bait the ignite out of UI as well, as now Vejos was looking for a cheeky little engage. Wonder if that tier 2 can actually go down for Joey. I don't think it can. They're actually going to spot them out, as UI might be able to jump over the wall with the slice and dice here. Methanout and Joey just about to back off. He didn't want to take the risk, didn't really have the support from his team. We have the Ocean Drake now on the cards, and Kemal is going to start that one up. And Andre straight over the wall. Kemal actually forced to flush away. He's taken down super low. Here comes Don. There is the riposte for the time being. Forced to flush as well. Andre just about escapes. Sliver of HP. Both junglers burning a huge amount of resources just to keep themselves alive in that situation. Looks like it's going to be the Dragon that's focused down, though. I think they'll be going free over to Formulation Gaming as Kemal gets himself back up to a healthy amount of HP.
Oh, okay. So still the goal difference is not big. The objective difference is not big. But you can see here in Formulation Gaming how well they plan things. Anytime Team Kesson tries to start something, they go uninterrupted, and this could be the case as well. If you go the entirety of Formulation Gaming just approaching the area, they're not going to be able to make it in the end. But this is already giving them a clue of what Team Kesson might want to do in the next steps. You know, like, okay, we're going to push the side lane. Darius should be doing well in that one. Vayne as well, you know. But I don't know if they can pull this off. Like, it'll be a difficult task for them to do so. You can also see how the composition for Team Queso is starting to decay a little bit in front of Formulation, just because, you know, you get in the team fights, you've got the crew meows, initiations, and then what do? Like, you're going to be having loads of issues moving forward with that, because Seth is not having the best show in the entire day. This Vejos version is not really working for me. Joey, best champion for him, but maybe not the best champion for this composition. The bot lane strategy has clearly worked in favor of Formulation Gaming. So I know Excalibur, I'm not happy with what I'm seeing.
No, I mean, we've still got a lot of work to do for both these teams. Still a relatively even game, slight lead for Formulation Gaming, but they haven't got that second Rift Herald, which can be potentially used to crack open this mid lane tier 1, depending on where Andre chooses to use it. See some good defensive vision control coming out from the Formulation Gaming roster as well, just to ensure that Andre can't essentially walk in and get a free proc of that Rift Herald and take down the mid lane tier 1. Joey is farming up a lot of the jungle, being given the red buff now for the time being. I think that is someone that we do need to look towards to be a potential carry here. There's always a late game get out clause of a Vayne, and Joey has got the support of a black shield from the Morgana as well, which will always keep him safe. So he is, I would say, a little bit overstepping right now, like a flash body slam from Don, or an isolating play once you've seen the black shield go down is always a little bit of a risk.
I also think, of course, Vayne is quite good late game if you make it to the late game, which might not be the case, because at its rate, Formulation Gaming is going to be closing this game in about 5 to 10 minutes, which is something that we didn't want, because we want a really thrilling game between these two. But again, Team KSO not really showing that. Maybe they can get it with some pick kills here and there over Kimia, who seems to have seen them. Otherwise,
he's got some spidey senses going on. He's not gonna overstep on that wave for the time being. Knows that Vejos could be hiding in the sidelines. Joey just trying to clear these waves. Oh, takes a lot of damage from a single barrel there. That's one of the things I love Gragas into Vayne, because it's just like you can bop Vayne so easily in the late game. You can make it difficult for Vayne to play the game, and I really like Gragas into Vayne, especially full AP Lichbane Gragas as well. It makes it very difficult to actually play the game properly as the Vayne player. And actually, Joey has foregone many defensive capabilities here. Gone straight for the the Blade of the Ruined King Solari Charge Blade Spike. As we have the third dragon of the game spawning, and actually between the two dragons, very little action actually happened between the two dragons.
Yeah, it was quite peaceful in comparison to all the games. It seems like they're going to be favoring all the objectives, going over to them instead of doing this. Do you think they will risk it, though? I think that now it's 30 seconds. Nah, they're going to be fighting the fourth dragon right now. Team KSO in its entirety is heading over towards that one. Using the Herald, okay, this is the typical strategy. Just send the Herald to all the lane, and then you hope for the enemy to go there, or at least distract them a little bit and choose between the objective and defending whatever you've sent the Herald to. So Herald has been sent to die, because he's been sent with a wave of minions, but I don't know how far he will make it before reaching tower.
It's not the best Herald in the world, actually. It's going to be a long time before that Herald actually gets to the tower. Acolyte in the front line for the time being. That's a really huge bullet time. That's a awful play for Team KSO right now. They managed to trade 1-for-1 for the time being, but they don't actually get the reset onto Acolyte. Oh, they played that. I don't know, man. Like, the Herald was bad, the setup was bad. Team KSO deservedly punished in Formulation Gaming and goes straight for the Baron.
That was so bad, as you said, for Team KSO. Whatever happened there, I don't understand how, I think they're nervous, It feels like they didn't really know what to do. It feels like they're kind of lost. You can see it right here with the wings that's changed by Galio. And then it just goes all down to hell with the ultimate by Misfortune. Acolyte left, trying to flash away, trying to get that kill, but then he turns around and guess what? The entirety of Formulation Gaming is waiting for him, while the rest of his team at least manages to make it out safely. So I'm not pleased with what I'm seeing. Once again, I've said this multiple times. Acolyte has sight 4 times. Andres is not just taking off. There's no one really carrying Team KSO. No one that you can say, okay, this person at least is doing a job that will keep them alive for the rest of the game. Whereas Formulation Gaming have both Kumiao and Sawa, so difficult situation for them unless they are taken out in the early minutes, and it's a Galio and a Kha'Zix. And maybe the Kha'Zix can be taken out more easily, but the Galio, you're gonna be having a difficult time doing it.
I really love actually the combo between Gragas, Galio, Misfortune, and Kha'Zix. Misfortune's ultimate, Galio, as a unit, and the ability to taunt, and Gragas, they all split comps up really nicely. You have to split versus bullet time. You have to split versus Galio, and Gragas can make you split with his ultimate. And that suddenly makes Kha'Zix that much scarier, because he can then find much more readily isolated targets. It's such a nice little combo that you're seeing from Formulation Gaming here. And honestly, I think that we could be looking at the exit of Team KSO. from the WREC, which would be huge given that the previous European representatives at the Horizon Cup, and they were the Origin Series winners last year. Acolyte might just be straight up dead here if he's not careful.
No,
and you can see that Team Queso, they're trying to hold on. They are trying desperately to hold on to something. They're definitely going to lose inhibitors, is how you feel in this situation. But this is not a good start for Team Queso. They are on the ropes in this competition.
I just feel like throughout the bracket, Team Queso have gone like from good to like what are you doing? And this is not Team Queso that we know once again, and I feel kind of disappointed. But then again, I understand. Okay, the competition has leveled up. This is not the same roster that we had in the Origin Series, and there we go.
That's a good start. You get 1 kill, but that's it. You've lost that inhibitor on the top side of the map. It's the worst inhibitor to lose. When the Elder is spawning relatively soon too, and they're doing exactly what they did to Formulation when they had the Lee Sin game, where they were just denying everything from that jungle. Now a Vayne without a red buff is definitely going to struggle, but goodness gracious, this is uncharted territory for Team Queso. I don't think they were expecting to be game 3 and potentially looking at exiting the competition. They are 10k gold down. Andre is very, very sort of underfed compared to his usual state. And Team Queso are on the verge of exiting.
Ouch. See, the problem here is that you try to do the riposte, and then when you go back, you're going to be facing the winds wall by Galio, and then you're going to be slowed down. So there is no exit for that, unless you're going to go all in. With a Galio, that's the case. You know, like either you go all in and try to get the kill into him, or you're trapped within whatever ability he's using, and there is no escape. Like in this case, might as well happen. There is a potential escape going for that mid lane tower while giving Formulation Gaming the Elder, but that's not the smartest idea. It's an Elder Dragon. You don't want to give it up. So we'll see what happens. They seem to be setting up for a team fight right here, but
they're going to push down mid. They're going to push down mid. They're going to say, fine, take Elder. We're going to threaten your base.
Yeah.
And they can't do it. They just can't do it. Right now, you've got the Joey Skaggs win condition, or you lose the game. That's basically where we're at. Acolyte can't even pull in and go for the fight. They're not grouped up at this point in time. They're sat on top of a ward right now as well. You can see the flashing from Joey Skaggs. Joey Skaggs almost get isolated. Don tries to go for the play there. The stasis for the time being, but everybody's split up right now. And you can see they're trying to get onto Joey. He's forced to use the stasis for the time being. It's not a great bullet time, actually, and the stun comes through now. Joey has to kite backwards, and they do get the kill. That's 2 kills right now for Team Queso for the time being. They're working their way forward. Andre uses the riposte straight away. Hasn't got that smite for the time being, but it is still a relatively good spot for Team Queso to find themselves in. They are defending against their own minions in the base right now too, and you can see Joey forces the teleport out. Has that ultimate. They're going to start this dragon up for the time being. Team Queso not out of the running just yet. Not out of the running just yet. The Elder is going to get started up. The teleport's coming through. You can see re-teleports coming in from Formulation Gaming as well. Methanor is there. Andre is dead. We have to see the teleport coming out from Vejos too, as Acolyte gets taken down super low. Can they go for the fight? I mean, we have to get Vejos in. We have to get Vejos in as the bullet time comes through. Vejos is there. Joey on the backline. Joey trying to go for it. Joey's unstoppable right now. He's going to get the kill. He's going to get the first one down. It's going to be the second one down. They're going to pull in the Kha'Zix for the time being too. Vejos is there. It's Kha'Zix versus the world. He smites away. Another teleport coming in. Another teleport. It's going to be Don's Dragons. They're going to try to cut them off with the Renekton as well. I think Team Queso are done here. I think Team Queso are absolutely done. Vejos can't stand up against UI as he teleports back into the fight, and Andre versus the world cannot make it work. Joey needed to carry that and he couldn't. And Formulation Gaming here are surely going to win. Andre's not going to get there in time, I don't think. It'll get immediately locked up. It was a last chance saloon play. They should be able to push down and win the game through the top side inhibitor, the Baron lane inhibitor that's gone down. Formulation Gaming knock out Team Queso from the WREC. They exit the former Origin Series winners, the former representatives at the Horizon Cup, and it is Formulation Gaming that advanced to the losers bracket to Viv. I know, your face says it all, because that's how I feel. It's hard, because I think most people saw them as favorites. I think they did, but let's not take anything away. Let's not take anything away from Formulation Gaming. They played so well.
Absolutely.
So well. That was the best I've ever seen them play this tournament, right?
They played amazingly well. I think they had an amazing strategy from the very beginning, and it is it was quite good. I think you can see in plays like this one where they were clearly know what to do. I think this one they didn't want to in favor of simulation gaming. They were able to just turn things around, and it was really good. Well, it really deserved.
It's hard, I know. It's especially when I think most people were expecting Queso to remain as one of the hopes of Europe for wider competition in Wild Rift, to see them exit to Formulation Gaming. But maybe this is where we're seeing the new stars of Europe born. No one put Formulation in with a chance in this series. Everybody thought that Queso were a shoe-in for the win, but it is Team Queso that lose out to Formulation. And I'm going to be honest, like, I think everybody on Formulation played well, but Kemal certainly showed his mettle, especially on these Kha'Zix games. And I actually think the drafting from Formulation Gaming was just significantly better than Queso. I think that's one of the main points for me in this entire series, just how good the drafts from Formulation Gaming were all the way through the series. It was incredible to see kind of like some of these last minute additions, like the Misfortune that worked so well alongside the Kha'Zix, you know, the constant Galio Gragas priority, which proved so like fruitful in team fight scenarios. And this last fight, the teleports left, right, and center, like, heartbreaking, but so good to watch as well. Like, it was just brilliant Wild Rift from start to finish, if I'm honest with you.
I think it also hurts because of how this was the last hope for Spain. So out of the 4 teams we had in the game, none of them have made it. None of them. And it hurts a lot. But if we're looking at these stats here, Andres and Echo, the ones that you could rely on to do all that damage, then it's just not there. I know what happened in this game. They were playing the favorite champions, at least champions that they feel really comfortable in, and it just didn't happen. Vayne wasn't enough to stop it. Vejos has been kind of absent during the entire series, except for that one set game at times. And if you look on the other hand at Formulation Gaming, Kimia and Sawa, for me, have been the highlights of this composition. So
yeah, Kimia as well, just a really standout player, I think, for Formulation Gaming. And Team Queso, they're not out of the entire competition. We still have our last chance qualifier, so I just need to make everyone aware that there is a last chance qualifier that will be taking place, where you can still get your team through to those live finals, I believe. But of course, the main qualifying is now over for Team Queso. They'll have to run the gauntlet of the last chance qualifier versus the rest of the teams. But of course, probably in the good stead. If you consider yourself best of the rest, then last chance qualifier is a good place to be. And obviously you'll have a lot of things to look back on in this series and think about. But I wanna be, massively honest. It's Formulation Gaming that deserve all the success here. They upset the apple cart. They played excellently. I think their drafts were absolutely out of this world. I think they outdrafted Queso in almost every game, even the game that Queso won. I really think that they had a better draft all round. I think we're going to have the play of the game now as well. I think we should be able to look at the standout play from this game. I wonder which one it was. Maybe the teleport, the crazy teleport. So yeah, it's got to be the Elder, right? There's the teleport fiesta.
Oh, this one was... this one was really well played. Like, I didn't expect it at all, and I think Team Queso didn't expect it either. They were absolutely isolated. You can see here how they are believing they can get the kill onto Kimia, but it was all a bait for Formulation Gaming to just appear behind them, just get the kills onto them, and really good play.
Yeah, I think good use of teleports from Team Queso to keep that fight alive. Great use of teleports and Formulation in response to kind of pincer them off and secure the game right there. I think we need to have a look at the MVP as well. Not many people would have been predicting an MVP coming from Formulation Gaming, but I think there were lots of candidates this series. Formulation Gaming almost won the first game, by the way. I need to remind everyone of that. They almost won the first game too. So I think, like Viv, they have been... they're better, but I think we actually, before that, might have the interview ready. So Hells is going to be interviewing, I believe, Fico from Formulation Gaming.
All right. Hey man, congrats for the win. That was incredible. You've beaten one of the EU Titans, which is Team Queso, right? How are your feelings right after this victory?
Yo, hello guys. Well, we feel great. Like my teammates did a pretty good job. Like as you saw, like the first game was, in my opinion, we won the first game. We deserved to win, but we ended. Unlucky happens. And the second game, we just said, okay, guys, like just focus. Like let's like think that it's 0-0. You know, just mind reset. We keep focusing, and we can win. So yeah, we just did what we had to do. And yeah, Team Queso is a tough opponent. It's for sure. They have really great players, but today we won.
That's right. And next game is against Viv Esports, who also won against a strong team like Na'Vi, right? How do you feel matching up against Na'Vi? Against Viv Esports, because they have the same thing as you. They've beaten out one of those strong teams as well.
Yeah, in my opinion, VIV, like they're pretty strong. Like you can call them like dark horse, you know, of European team. Like they have pretty solid team comps. They're pretty solid players, and I think it's gonna be like pretty good match between us. Yeah, and we're looking forward to it.
Wait to watch it. Yeah, I cannot wait to see it, and especially also up against Gamelord and WREC, which are gonna be the next ones, right? After you win against the next opponent, you're going to be up against those big teams as well. So I'm going to leave you alone. You know, go ahead and party with your team because you guys deserve it. That was incredible. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see you again.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye. Peace.
Yeah, back to the casters.
Gonna see, that was a great interview, by the way. Like, obviously, they are just about as stunned as we were realistically, but I think they're very happy with how they played. And I think he's right. They kind of should have won first game as well. Like every single game, they looked like they were in control, I think, from start to finish. And I think Team Queso were lucky kind of to escape that with that Baron play in the first game. But nonetheless, it is a Formulation Gaming win. And of course, that means we're going to get a Formulation Gaming MVP. Let's take a look at who the MVP of that series was. And I think difficult to choose for me. Difficult to choose. I think the MVP of that series could have been many people, Carmeline. But I think, you know, for me, between Don and Kimau, maybe.
Could be. Let's see, who is it?
It's Kimau. It's Kimau. I think we're focusing on the Kimau point of view. He was really excellent in like objective control, and his Kazakhs in competitive looked really saucy as well.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to highlight one player, I think whatever he was playing, he was doing quite well, and so I'm glad that he's gotten the MVP once again. He was, I think, it also has to do with him similarly leading whatever was happening in game. You know, like his champions allowed him to take that initiative, and I think that reflected on what we saw in game in these actual team fights.
Yeah, and I think this is like, you know, a key example. The team really set him up for success in all of the games as well. Misfortune with Seralda's Grudge versus kind of like heavy comps that want to split, or comps that want to play grouped up. It just eats them alive. This is why I love the Formulation Gaming draft, because they knew they could go Misfortune final pick with Seralda's Grudge and just destroy Team Queso's composition. It was so good. I mean, I love to see good drafting, by the way. That's my absolute pleasure point in Wild Rift. And good drafting really makes me happy, and Formulation Gaming really did well on the drafting side of things. Hells, that is it for this weekend. What a crazy weekend of Wild Rift Esports. How was it watching that game from the sidelines, seeing Queso unfortunately exit?
I mean, I ate 2 bags of popcorn while you guys were casting. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I had the most joy ever watching those games. That was incredible. And especially, as you said, the drafting. Of course, I'm not gonna analyze it all right now because we've ended the series, but that was just so incredible to see these two teams. And if we look into the upper bracket, Gamelord against WREC, right? Like these are gonna, the loser of this is gonna be facing up against the winner between Viv and Formulation. So we're still a long ways to go before the grand finals, and these teams still have to get there. But damn, man, this is becoming very exciting.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the upcoming matches that we got. Viv versus Formulation. You go back to the start of the competition, you would have said that doesn't sound so good. Now it sounds insane. Like Viv versus Formulation, two, as we said, maybe dark horse teams. No one really gave Formulation the time of day versus Queso, but they've shown why they need to be contested. And Gamelord versus WREC. That is going to be absolutely crazy. Those are coming to you, I believe, on this. I'm not exactly sure when these are actually coming, if it's the Saturday or the Friday. But nonetheless, they're coming next next week. You'll see the schedules posted on social media. But regardless, they're going to be 2 excellent games. I'm really excited about both of these series, if I'm honest with you, Carmeline.
Yeah, I couldn't say. I think can I do my predictions last? Then you guys can copy me later.
Yes, sure. You do them first, and we'll copy you later. That's not a problem. That's. I think that's how we've been doing for the most part. We've just been copying Carmeline because she's always first. She's the organised one. She gets the predictions in first. Those are Friday, by the way. Just got to double check. So those will be back. We'll be back Friday with those games. So you want to make sure that you're tuning in on Friday to ensure that you're catching all of the action. And we have loads more to go in this bracket of the Wild Rift European Championship. I'm over the moon to see the teams getting to where they've got to. I'm very excited for Rix versus Game World as well as that one European Titan clash that I think everybody has been looking forward to. But I think that about wraps up our weekend here at the Wild Rift European Championship. Carmeline and Hells, it's been great. I know, Carmeline, I'm sad for Queso as well. They did have a really great series, and Formulation, I think, deserved to win there because it was a fantastic performance. Viv as well. Awesome performance from them. And I think we've got some 2 new star teams in the making. Make sure you tune in on Friday next week to see all of the action here at WREC. But for now, we'll see you later.